The old pickup truck shuddered and coughed, protesting the endless miles of cracked asphalt and the even longer stretches of dirt road. I was 2 days into what I would optimistically call my digital detox, a solo road trip through the Pacific Northwest, aiming for the kind of dense, suffocating wilderness that chewed up cell signals and spat out peace and quiet. My destination, or rather, my general direction, was a remote corner of Washington state, a place where the maps started to get vague and the gas stations were few and far between. It was late October, and the air was already biting, carrying the scent of damp earth, dying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. The days were short, swallowed quickly by long, ink-black nights that pressed in with an almost physical weight. This was exactly what I would want: isolation, a chance to clear my head, to escape the ceaseless hum of city life and the nagging anxieties that came with it. I figured a little bit of beautiful, unsettling quiet was just what the doctor ordered. I would spend the last few hours winding along a narrow, unpaved road, barely wide enough for 2 cars, let alone my clunky Ford F-150. Towering firs and hemlocks stood sentinel on either side, their branches interlocking overhead to form a perpetual twilight tunnel. The sun had dipped below the horizon an hour ago, and the last sliver of twilight was rapidly fading, leaving me in near total darkness, save for the weak beam of my headlights cutting a path through the gloom. My plan for the night was to find a secluded spot to pull over, maybe a small clearing, and just sleep in the truck. I had a sleeping bag, a cooler full of snacks, and a thermos of lukewarm coffee, all the essentials for roughing it. But as the darkness deepened, a prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. It was not a fear of bears or cougars, it was something less tangible, a feeling that the forest itself was watching, its ancient, silent gaze following my every move. The trees seemed to press closer, their shadows dancing and twisting into grotesque shapes in my peripheral vision. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me, the lack of human contact making my imagination run wild. I even chuckled a little, trying to shake off the growing apprehension. But the chuckle felt hollow, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the woods. It was just past midnight when I saw it. Through a break in the trees, a beacon in the overwhelming darkness, a light glowed. Not the harsh yellow of a street lamp, nor the flickering orange of a campfire. This was a soft, ethereal luminescence, a warm, inviting amber that pulsed gently, like a living heart. It was too steady, too perfect to be natural. My first thought was relief. Another human being. Maybe a cabin, a hunter's lodge, or even just some eccentric living off the grid. I slowed the truck, my curiosity overriding my earlier unease. The light seemed to emanate from deeper, within the woods, off the main track. As I got closer, the glow intensified, spilling out from behind a thick curtain of trees. I pulled over to the side of the dirt road, killed the engine, and cut the headlights. The sudden silence was deafening, punctuated only by the distant hoot of an owl and the rapid thumping of my own heart. The air instantly grew colder, biting at my exposed skin. I grabbed my powerful LED flashlight and my old hunting knife, just in case, and stepped out of the truck. The glow was mesmerizing. It beckoned, a silent, persistent call. It felt warm, safe, a stark contrast to the biting cold and oppressive darkness of the forest. I started walking towards it, pushing through the undergrowth, my boots crunching on fallen leaves and snapping twigs. The light seemed to pull me, an invisible string tugging at my chest. Then I saw it clearly. It was a cabin. Not a rustic, ramshackle shack, but a perfectly constructed, almost picturesque log cabin. It looked like something out of a postcard, or a particularly charming horror movie set. Every log was perfectly notched, every window pane sparkling clean. A thin wisp of smoke curled lazily from its stone chimney, even though the air was utterly still. And it glowed. The entire structure, from its foundation to its peak, emitted that soft amber light, as if infused with the warmth of 1,000 hearts. It was not a light source. Inside, the wood itself was glowing. There was no path leading to it, no sign of human habitation, No car parked nearby, not even a set of footprints in the damp earth around it. It simply was dropped into the middle of this ancient, untouched wilderness. A shiver colder than the night air traced its way down my spine. This was not right. Nothing about this was right. My rational brain screamed at me to turn back, to get in my truck and drive away as fast as possible. But the cabin, it was so inviting, so warm. It felt like a promise of comfort, of shelter from the encroaching darkness. I stood there for a long time, frozen, caught between the primal urge to flee and an almost irresistible pull towards the glowing structure. My flashlight beam danced nervously over the cabin's exterior, finding no flaws, no sign of age or decay. It looked brand new, yet utterly timeless. As I watched, a faint sound reached me, carried on the wind that was not there. It sounded like laughter, soft, distant, yet distinctly human. A ripple of unease turned into a wave of genuine dread. I was deep in the wilderness. Who else would be out here? And why was there no sound of a generator, no music, no other typical signs of human presence? I decided, against my better judgment, to get a closer look. Just a little closer. I crept forward, my senses on high alert, the hunting knife clutched tightly in my hand. The warmth radiating from the cabin was palpable now, a soothing heat that seemed to chase away the cold dread. I reached the edge of a small clearing, perhaps 50 yards from the cabin door. That is when I saw the sign. It was a simple hand-painted wooden sign, nailed to a gnarled oak tree that stood directly in front of the cabin. The wood looked old, weathered, a stark contrast to the pristine cabin. The words, painted in faded black, read "The Lost Cabin." All welcome after midnight. My blood ran cold. After midnight. I checked my watch, 12:17 a.m. The Lost Cabin. The name itself sent a fresh wave of dread through me. It sounded like something out of a campfire story, a local legend. And that phrase, all welcome, felt less like an invitation and more like a warning. I remembered something then, a fleeting conversation I would overheard at a gas station earlier that day, a hushed exchange between two grizzled locals. They would have been talking about a stretch of road, this stretch of road, and the disappearances. Hikers, hunters, a couple of young backpackers a few years back. They would just vanished, leaving no trace. The sheriff had put it down to the unforgiving wilderness, but the old-timers had exchanged knowing glances, mentioning the midnight light and the place where the woods eat people. I would dismiss it as superstitious nonsense at the time, but now, standing before this impossibly glowing cabin, those words echoed in my mind with chilling clarity. My gaze drifted back to the cabin door. It was made of dark, heavy wood, adorned with an ornate iron knocker shaped like a wolf's head. It looked sturdy, inviting. But something about the way the light seemed to pull at my eyes, the way the warmth seeped into my bones, felt insidious. It was a lure, a trap. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of off-grid resort, a unique Airbnb. But the lack of a road, the absence of any other human sign, the glow, it defied all logic. Then I saw them. Shapes, indistinct at first, moving in the periphery of my vision, within the cabin's windows. They were like shadows, flitting past, too quick to properly discern. But they were there, and the laughter, faint and distant, seemed to intensify, taking on a mocking, almost predatory tone. My heart hammered against my ribs. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, despite the cabin's radiating warmth. This was not just strange, it was actively hostile. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the cabin, my hand still gripping the knife. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee this place. But then a flicker, a brief, almost imperceptible distortion in the air around the cabin. For a split second, the comforting amber light seemed to waver, revealing something else beneath it. A darker, colder light. A light that pulsed with a faint, sickly green hue, like phosphorescent decay. And in that fleeting moment, The window panes did not reflect the trees or the night sky. They reflected faces, distorted, silent screams. A multitude of them pressed against the glass from the inside, their mouths open in perpetual agony. The vision vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by the warm, inviting amber glow. But the image was seared into my mind. I gasped, stumbling backward, my foot catching on a root. I fell hard, scraping my hands and knees on the damp earth. The hunting knife clattered away, lost in the undergrowth. Panic seized me. My rational brain had been utterly shattered. This was not a delusion, not a trick of the light. I had seen something truly horrifying. Those faces, they were human, and they were trapped. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my knees. I had to get out of there. But as I turned to run, a voice, soft and melodic, drifted from the cabin. "Do not go," it whispered, a feminine voice, smooth as silk. "It is cold out there. Come inside. We have warmth. We have company." The word company stretched, elongating into a low, guttural hum that vibrated through the very ground beneath my feet. The amber glow intensified, pulsing brighter, urging me forward. I could feel its pull, a suffocating force that threatened to root me to the spot. I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking my head violently. "No," I muttered, my voice hoarse. "No, I am not going in there." "Oh, but you want to?" The voice purred, closer now, as if it was right behind me. I spun around, heart leaping into my throat, but there was nothing there. Just the glowing cabin, its door now slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of impossible, golden light from within. "You are tired. You are cold. You are alone. We can fix that." The temptation was immense. It was a warmth I yearned for, a promise of an end to the bone-deep chill. But the memory of those screaming faces, the sickly green flicker, was stronger. I forced my legs to move, stumbling back towards where I would left my truck. The further I got, the more the cabin's pull intensified, like an elastic band stretching to its breaking point. I could feel my willpower draining, my resolve weakening. Every fiber of my being wanted to turn back, to succumb to the inviting glow, to the promise of warmth and comfort. It felt like a part of me was being ripped away, pulled towards that impossible light. I did not dare look back. I just ran, blindly crashing through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, roots tripping my feet. The sounds of the forest, once comforting, now seemed hostile, the rustling leaves like whispers, the snapping twigs like footsteps. The melodic voice was replaced by a chorus of whispers, a cacophony of voices, all murmuring my name, inviting me, promising me peace, an end to my weariness. "Come with us, join us, be warm." I burst out onto the dirt road, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The truck was still there, a dark, reassuring hulk in the overwhelming darkness. I fumbled for the door handle, ripped it open, and threw myself inside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. I locked all the doors, my hands shaking so violently I could barely turn the key. I did not even bother to start the engine. I just sat there, head against the steering wheel, eyes squeezed shut, trying to regulate my breathing. The silence inside the truck was a fragile shield against the horrors outside. After a few minutes, I slowly lifted my head and cautiously peered through the rearview mirror. Through the trees, the amber glow of the cabin was still visible, pulsating gently, a malevolent heart beating in the darkness. It seemed to have grown brighter, almost triumphant. I started the truck, the engine roaring to life, a sound that was suddenly the most comforting thing I would ever heard. I slammed it into reverse, spun it around, and floored the gas pedal, tearing down the dirt road, away from the glowing cabin, away from the whispers, away from the screaming faces. I drove for what felt like hours, not stopping until the first faint streaks of dawn began to paint the sky a bruised purple and gray. I pulled into a small, desolate gas station in a town I did not recognize, my body aching, my mind reeling. I bought a coffee, my hand still trembling as I paid the sleepy attendant. "Rough night?" he asked, his voice gravelly, his eyes scanning my disheveled appearance. "Something like that." I mumbled, not wanting to explain, not wanting to sound like a lunatic. He just nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. "You look like you saw a ghost. Or maybe the midnight light." My head snapped up. "What did you say?" He shrugged, pouring himself a cup of coffee. "The midnight light. Old legend round here. Travelers see a glowing cabin deep in the woods, always after midnight. They go in, they do not come out." A cold dread settled in my stomach. "You know about it?" He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Everyone around here knows about it. Or, at least, they know not to go looking for it. It has been happening for generations. Folks just disappear. Used to be a lot more often, before the highway went in, and folks mostly stuck to the main roads. But every now and then, some poor soul gets lost or gets curious, and they find it. What happens to them?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The attendant leaned closer, his eyes serious. "Folks say it is a trap, not just for bodies, but for souls. It draws you in, promises you warmth, comfort, everything you are missing. But once you step inside, you are not just gone from this world. You are gone from every world. They say the cabin feeds on you, on your essence, turns you into part of itself." He paused, taking a sip of his coffee. "Some say the cabin is not just a cabin. It is a living thing, an ancient entity, maybe. It lures people in, consumes them, and their souls become part of its light, part of its power. That is why it glows. It is the captured souls, burning brightly, suffering eternally, fueling its existence." My mind flashed back to the sickly green light, the screaming faces pressed against the windows. The attendant's words painted a horrifyingly vivid picture. The warmth, the invitation, the promises, all a facade for an unimaginable horror. The cabin was not just a structure, it was a hungry, ancient predator, luring its prey with the promise of solace, only to devour them whole. "You saw it, did not you?" the attendant asked, his gaze piercing. I just nodded, unable to speak, my throat tight with terror. He sighed a long, weary sound. "You are lucky, son. Most people do not make it back to tell the tale. You got a good instinct." He looked at me, a strange mix of pity and respect in his eyes. "Do not ever go back there. Do not even think about it. That place it remembers, and it holds grudges." I left the gas station, the attendant's words echoing in my mind. I did not know how much of it was legend, how much was truth, but after what I would seen, I believed every chilling word. The glowing cabin, a beautiful, deceptive beacon in the darkness, was not just a place where people vanished. It was a living, breathing entity, a prison of light and torment, a harvester of human souls. I drove for another 2 days, putting as much distance as I possibly could between myself and that stretch of road. I abandoned my digital detox and found the nearest town with reliable cell service, calling friends, family, anyone, just to hear a human voice. The isolation I had craved now felt like a terrifying vulnerability. Even now, weeks later, back in the city, surrounded by people, the memory of that night haunts me. I can still see the amber glow, feel its insidious warmth, hear the whispering voices, and see those silent, screaming faces pressed against the glass. Every time I see a light in the distance, especially at night, a jolt of fear shoots through me. I tried to tell a few people, but the story sounded insane, like a bad dream or a fever-induced hallucination. They just gave me sympathetic looks, suggesting I needed a break or maybe some therapy. How could I explain that I had stumbled upon a place that consumed souls, a place that was both beautiful and utterly evil? The lost cabin is still out there. I know it. Somewhere in the deep, dark woods of the Pacific Northwest, appearing at midnight, glowing with the stolen light of countless human souls. It is waiting, waiting for the next lost traveler, the next curious soul, the next person seeking warmth and comfort in the cold, unforgiving night. And sometimes, late at night, when the city lights dim and the world outside my window grows quiet, I swear I can still feel a faint, insidious warmth radiating from the darkness, a soft, amber glow just beyond my sight, whispering my name, inviting me back. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that it will never truly let me go. It saw me. It knows I escaped. And it remembers. The blast of cold air that hit me as I scrambled back into my truck felt like a physical blow, but it was nothing compared to the icy dread that had seized my heart. The cabin, with its impossible amber glow and the grotesque, screaming faces pressed against the windows, was a nightmare made real. Its seductive whispers, promising warmth and company, still echoed in my ears, a chilling counterpoint to the chorus of distorted screams. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hand shaking so violently I nearly dropped it. The engine sputtered, caught and roared to life, a sound that, for once, was pure, unadulterated music to my ears. I did not look back. The truck fishtailed on the narrow dirt road as I spun it around, gravel spitting from under the tires. My foot was heavy on the accelerator, adrenaline coursing through me, urging me to put as much distance as possible between myself and that unholy structure. The headlights cut through the oppressive darkness, bouncing wildly as I sped over potholes and ruts. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the wilderness. I kept expecting to see that amber glow in my rearview mirror, or hear those whispers again, or worse, see a face, a screaming, distorted face, materialize in the passenger seat beside me. But there was nothing. Just the inky blackness, the swaying trees, and the overwhelming sense of having narrowly escaped something truly ancient and evil. Hours later, or what felt like hours, I finally saw the blessed, garish glow of a gas station sign in the distance. It was a beacon of civilization, a promise of safety. I pulled in, the truck practically running on fumes, and stumbled out, my legs still shaky. The air, though cold, felt clean, scrubbed to the cabin's insidious scent. Inside, the fluorescent lights hummed, and the smell of stale coffee and processed snacks was a comfort. A man, his face a road map of wrinkles, stood behind the counter, slowly wiping it down with a damp rag. He looked up as I approached, his eyes, the color of faded denim, taking me in. I must have looked like hell-hair disheveled, face pale, eyes wide with residual terror. "Rough night, huh, son," he drawled, his voice raspy. I nodded, gripping the edge of the counter. You would not happen to know anything about a cabin, deep in the woods, off a dirt road. It glows. The rag stopped moving. The old man's eyes narrowed, and a flicker of something I could not quite place recognition, fear, passed through them. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low murmur. "The lost cabin, you mean?" I felt a fresh wave of dread wash over me. That is what the sign said. All welcome after midnight. He straightened up, resuming his slow, deliberate wiping. Legend has it, ain't nobody who goes in after midnight ever comes out the same. Some do not come out at all. They say it ain't really a cabin, more like a doorway, or a stomach. He paused, looking directly at me. "You did not go in, did you?" I shook my head vehemently. "No. God, no. I saw things." He nodded slowly, as if confirming a long-held suspicion. "Good. You are lucky. Most folks, the pull's too strong. The loneliness out there, it makes you desperate for company, especially when it is cold. You did good, son. You did good." He gave me a look that was both pitying and knowing. "Now, where are you headed?" "Anywhere but here." I mumbled, feeling the need to put 1,000 miles between me and that place. I filled up my tank, bought a ridiculously overpriced coffee, and hit the road again, determined to drive until the sun rose and the memory of that cabin faded into a distant nightmare. But the wilderness was not done with me. The roads, which had seemed manageable in daylight, became a confusing labyrinth in the pre-dawn gloom. My phone had died hours ago, a useless brick, and my GPS was long out of range. Every turn looked the same, every tree an identical silhouette against the barely lightening sky. The sense of being watched returned, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The air grew colder, a biting wind whistling through the cracks in my window. I was lost again, truly and utterly lost. Panic began to set in, a cold, creeping tendril that wrapped around my throat. The gas station felt miles away, a fleeting glimpse of sanity in a world that was rapidly descending into madness. I kept driving, hoping to hit a main road, any sign of civilization, but the dirt track only seemed to narrow, the trees growing denser, their branches clawing at the sky. Then, through a sudden break in the trees, I saw it, a cabin. My heart lurched. Not the cabin. I told myself, not that cabin. This one was different. It was smaller, less imposing, and thankfully utterly dark. No impossible amber glow, no sickly green flicker. Just a simple, weathered log structure, nestled deep in a small clearing. It looked abandoned, forlorn, almost welcoming in its utter normality compared to the monstrosity I would fled. Desperation gnawed at me. The cold was seeping into the truck, and I was exhausted, my eyes burning from lack of sleep and the strain of peering into the darkness. My mind, frayed at the edges, started rationalizing. Maybe it was an old hunting cabin, a place to rest until morning. It was better than staying in the truck, shivering, waiting for whatever lurked in the darkness to find me. The old man at the gas station had warned me about the pull, the desperation for company. And in my current state, I was certainly desperate for something. A roof, 4 walls, a temporary reprieve. I pulled the truck off the road, parking it a little ways back, hidden by a cluster of firs. The moment I killed the engine, the silence descended, thick and heavy, broken only by the rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush and the distant hoot of an owl. I grabbed my backpack, slung it over my shoulder, and approached the cabin cautiously. It was rustic, clearly old. The logs were dark with age, the chinking between them crumbling in places. A small, sagging porch stretched across the front, and a single, heavy wooden door, unpainted and unvarnished, stood slightly ajar. No windows were visible from the front, just solid wood. It felt quiet, too quiet. My gut screamed at me to turn back, but the gnawing exhaustion and the biting cold were stronger. I pushed the door open, wincing as it groaned on rusty hinges, and stepped inside. The air was stale, thick with the scent of damp earth and old wood, but it was blessedly warmer than outside. Moonlight filtered through unseen windows, cast long, shifting shadows across the single room. My eyes adjusted quickly. It was sparsely furnished, a stone fireplace, cold and empty, a rough-hewn table, and 2 rickety chairs. In one corner, a pile of what looked like old blankets lay on a makeshift bed frame. It was primitive, but it was shelter. I let out a shaky breath I had not realized I was holding. I set my backpack down, shrugged off my coat, and sat heavily on one of the chairs. The silence inside was even more profound than outside, a heavy blanket that muffled even my own breathing. I felt a strange sense of unease, a lingering echo of the terror from the other cabin, but it was overshadowed by the immediate relief of warmth and shelter. I told myself it was just nerves. I was safe now. I spent the next hour trying to calm my racing heart, listening to the sounds of the forest outside, the rustle, the creaks, the occasional snap of a twig. Each sound made me jump, but nothing seemed to be approaching the cabin. I even tried to start a fire in the hearth, but the wood was too damp, and I eventually gave up, wrapping myself in the musty blankets on the bed. Sleep, however, refused to come. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the old wood sounded like footsteps. As the first sliver of dawn began to paint the sky with a pale, anemic light, I decided it was time to leave. The cabin had served its purpose. I felt a renewed sense of urgency to get out of these woods. I grabbed my backpack, pulled on my coat, and walked to the heavy wooden door. I twisted the knob. It turned easily. I pulled the door open, expecting to see the small clearing. My truck nestled amongst the firs, the dirt road leading back to civilization. What I saw instead was more forest, dense, impenetrable trees. Not a clearing, not a road, just an endless wall of green and brown, stretching as far as my eyes could see. The same forest I would have been driving through for hours. My breath hitched. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, convinced I was still half asleep, hallucinating. I must have mistaken which way I was facing. I must have entered through a different door. But there was only one door. I stepped out onto the small porch, my boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. The air was cold, damp, and smelled strongly of pine and wet soil. I looked left, then right. No sign of my truck. No sign of the dirt road. Just trees. Identical, towering firs and pines, their branches interwoven, creating a dark, oppressive canopy. A cold knot of dread began to tighten in my stomach. I turned back to the cabin. It looked exactly the same, nestled in the same small, circular space. But the path I had taken to reach it, the clearing where my truck was supposedly parked, it was gone, replaced by an unbroken expanse of wilderness. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of my exhaustion. This was not right. This was not possible. I spun around again, desperately searching for any familiar landmark, any break in the monotonous green. Nothing. Just an endless, silent wall of trees. No, I whispered, the sound swallowed by the oppressive quiet. I backed into the cabin, pulling the door shut with a solid thud. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Disorientation. A trick of the light. But the sun was up now, albeit weakly. This was not some midnight illusion. I needed to explore. There had to be another way out. I walked to the back of the single room, where I noticed another door, smaller than the main one, tucked away beside the cold hearth. I had not even noticed it in the dark. Maybe this was the one that led outside, to the actual outside. Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered within me. I reached for the knob, twisting it. It was stiff. I pulled the door open. More forest. The exact same dense, impenetrable wall of trees. The same damp, earthy smell. The same oppressive silence. It was like looking at a mirror image of the view from the front door. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. No, no, no. I mumbled, my voice trembling. This could not be happening. I slammed the door shut, the sound echoing unnaturally in the small space. My eyes darted around the cabin. There were no windows on the front or back walls. I realized, only on the sides. 2 on each side. Small, square panes, grimy with age. I rushed to the nearest window, wiping away the grime with my sleeve. I peered out. Trees. Just trees. So close, so dense. I could almost touch the needles. There was no clearing, no path, no indication of a world beyond the cabin walls. It was as if the cabin was surrounded by an infinite, unbroken forest, pressing in on all sides. I moved to the next window. Same view. The next. The same. The last one. Identical. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My hands began to shake uncontrollably. This was not disorientation. This was not a trick of the light. Every single exit from this cabin, every potential glimpse of the outside world, revealed the exact same thing, more forest. I was trapped. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The cabin, which had offered such a brief reprieve, now felt like a cage. The walls, once comforting, now seemed to press in, suffocating me. The silence, which had been merely unsettling, now felt malicious, predatory. I started to pace, a frantic, caged animal. Back and forth, my boots scuffing on the rough wooden floor. My mind raced, trying to find a loophole, a logical flaw. Maybe I would just circle the cabin. No, the views from the windows were identical, not just similar. The trees were too close, too uniformly dense. I tried the doors again, yanking them open with desperate force. Front door forest, back door forest. I even checked the windows again, pressing my face against the grimy glass, hoping for a different perspective, a break in the green monotony. Nothing. Just the endless, suffocating embrace of the trees. The claustrophobia began to build, a suffocating weight on my chest. The cabin, which had initially felt small and rustic, now seemed to shrink with every passing minute. The air grew heavier, thicker, harder to breathe. I felt like the walls were closing in, the ceiling lowering slowly, inexorably. I sank to the floor, my back against the cold, rough logs, burying my face in my hands. This was it. I was truly lost. Not just geographically, but existentially. This was not just a cabin in the woods, it was a trap. A deliberate, malevolent trap. Hours passed. Or maybe it was days. Time lost all meaning in that suffocating box. I tried to yell and scream, but my voice was hoarse, and the sound felt weak, pathetic, swallowed by the oppressive silence. I hammered on the walls, on the doors, until my fists were bruised and raw. The wood was solid, unyielding. I started talking to myself, rambling, trying to make sense of the impossible. It is a loop, I whispered, a spatial anomaly. Like those stories, the Bermuda Triangle, but for cabins. My voice sounded alien, thin. The cabin began to change, subtly at first. The wood grain on the walls seemed to shift, to ripple, almost imperceptibly. I would stare at a knot in the wood, and when I looked back a moment later, it would be in a slightly different place, or its shape would have subtly altered. The floor, once smooth and worn, began to feel uneven, as if small roots were pushing up from beneath. I ran my hand over the logs, and they felt rougher, almost alive. And the sounds from outside became more insistent. The rustling of leaves no longer sounded like wind. It sounded like movement, like something brushing against the walls, scratching at the logs. The hoot of the owl, which had been distant, now seemed to come from directly outside the windows, an unervingly close, mournful cry. I started to hear whispers again, faint at first, barely audible over the frantic beat of my own heart. Not the seductive whispers from the other cabin, but a low, sibilant murmur, like wind through dry leaves, or 1,000 tiny voices speaking just beyond the threshold of my hearing. I huddled in the corner, clutching my backpack like a shield. My mind was unraveling. The exhaustion, the fear, the sheer impossibility of my situation, it was all grinding away at my sanity. I started seeing things in the shadows, fleeting shapes, distorted faces like the ones from the other cabin, but fainter, more ethereal. Were they reflections of my own terror, or were they truly there, just beyond the invisible barrier of the walls? One evening, or what I perceived as evening, as the light filtering through the windows grew dim and watery, I noticed something truly horrifying. The small square windows, which had been dirty glass, now seemed different. The grimy film was not just dirt, it was a greenish, translucent layer, almost like moss or a strange organic growth. And through it, the trees outside seemed to press even closer, their branches almost touching the glass, their leaves a deeper, more vibrant green. I stumbled to the window, my heart a frozen lump in my chest. I pressed my palm against the pane. It felt soft, spongy, not glass at all. It felt like bark, like living wood. My breath hitched. I scraped at it with my fingernail, and a small flake came off, revealing not clear glass beneath, but more of the same fibrous, mossy material. I looked closer at the logs of the cabin wall. The cracks, which had been crumbling, chinking, now seemed to be filled with something fibrous, sinewy, like roots. The wood itself, which I had thought was dried and dead, felt cool and slightly damp to the touch, and I could almost feel a faint, pulsing vibration beneath my fingertips. The cabin was not made of wood. It was wood, living wood. The revelation hit me with a sickening force. This was not a cabin that was in the forest. This cabin was the forest. It was a growth, an extension, a living, breathing part of the wilderness itself. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, they were not constructed. They had grown. And the exits. Every door, every window led to more forest because the cabin was the forest. There was no outside in the traditional sense. I was not trapped inside a structure. I was trapped inside a living, growing entity. The whispers intensified then, no longer faint, but a clear, sibilant chorus, rustling through the very fibers of the cabin. They were not coming from outside, they were coming from within the walls, from everywhere. Welcome, they hissed, 1,000 voices, ancient and cold. You are home now. You are part of us. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, but now it was overpowering, cloying, like being buried alive. The floor beneath my feet felt increasingly soft, yielding, like walking on moss and decaying leaves. I looked down, and through the dim light, I could see tendrils thin and dark, snaking up from between the floorboards, slowly, relentlessly, intertwining with each other. The knots in the wood walls, the ones that had seemed to shift, now seemed to open, like countless tiny, unblinking eyes, watching me. And the whispers, they started to form words, fragmented sentences, promises of eternal peace, of becoming one with the earth, of never being alone again. I screamed then, a raw, guttural sound torn from the depths of my being. I clawed at the walls, at the floor, at the windows, desperate to escape, to find a single, solid surface, a single sign that this was not real. But everything was soft, yielding, organic. The logs felt like flesh, the floor like soil, the windows like a living membrane. The whispers enveloped me, a soothing, terrifying lullaby. Rest now. You are ours. You are finally home. My vision blurred. The light from the mossy windows dimmed, replaced by a deep, earthy darkness. The tendrils from the floor were no longer just at my feet, they were creeping up my legs, wrapping around my ankles, pulling me down. I could feel them, cool and firm, binding me. I fell, my body heavy, exhausted. The cabin seemed to sigh around me, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through my bones. I closed my eyes, but the darkness was already there, behind my eyelids, in my mind. The whispers became a roar, 1,000 voices merging into one vast, ancient consciousness. I was not just trapped in the cabin. I was becoming the cabin. My flesh, my bones, my very essence, slowly, inexorably being absorbed into the living wood, becoming part of the whispers, part of the endless forest that stretched out in every direction, forever. And as the last vestiges of my consciousness faded, a new whisper, colder and more insidious than any before, snaked into my dying thoughts, a promise for the next desperate soul who stumbled upon this place. All welcome after midnight. The thing about the woods, especially the deep old growth kind, is that they are never truly silent. Even on the calmest day, there's always something: the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the buzzing of an unseen insect, the creak of branches swaying in a breeze you can't quite feel. It is a symphony of life, a constant, low hum that reassures you, reminds you that you are part of something vast and breathing. I used to find comfort in that. Now, the memory of it makes my skin crawl. It all started, as these things often do, with a bad decision and a whole lot of ego. My best friend, Mike, had this obsession with finding unspoiled nature. He was a self-proclaimed amateur cartographer, always poring over old topographical maps, looking for places unmarked by trails or fire roads. Sarah, his girlfriend, was usually along for the ride, a good sport with an infectious laugh, even if she secretly preferred glamping to bushwhacking. Me, I was just happy to get out of the city, stretch my legs, and maybe catch some decent photos with my old DSLR. This particular weekend, Mike had found a spot he was convinced held a legendary, unnamed waterfall, a true hidden gem. It is deep, guys, he would warned us, tracing a crooked line on a faded map with his finger. Like really deep. We will be off grid for sure. No cell service, no established trails. Just us and the wilderness. That sounded fine to us. We packed light, a couple of tents, enough food for 3 days, a first aid kit, and Mike's ancient, battered compass, which he trusted more than any GPS. We drove as far as the gravel road would take us, then parked the truck under a canopy of ancient pines. The air was crisp, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. It was late September, the kind of weather that makes you feel alive. The first day was glorious. We hiked for hours, following a barely perceptible deer trail that Mike swore was leading us in the right direction. We talked, we joked, we complained about the biting flies, but it was all good-natured. Sarah pointed out wildflowers. Mike identified bird calls, and I snapped photos of dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. The sounds of the forest were all around us, the crunch of our boots on fallen leaves, the chirping of crickets, the wind sighing through the tall trees. It was exactly what we would come for. We set up camp by a small gurgling stream, cooked a meager dinner over a sputtering fire, and fell asleep to the comforting sounds of the wilderness. The next morning, things started to feel a little off. We woke up to a thick fog that clung to the forest floor, muting everything. Mike's compass, usually reliable, seemed to spin erratically for a few moments before settling on a direction that felt wrong. We tried to retrace our steps from the previous day, but the fog made it impossible to recognize landmarks. "All right," Mike said, a hint of frustration in his voice. "We are a little turned around." "No big deal. We just need to head east, and we will hit the main ridge." We pressed on, the fog slowly lifting, but the sun remained stubbornly hidden behind a veil of gray clouds. The forest began to feel different. The trees were older, thicker, their bark covered in a velvety moss. The undergrowth was denser, and the air grew heavy, almost humid, despite the cool temperature. The sounds, too, seemed to diminish. The bird calls were fewer, the rustling of leaves less frequent. It was not silent, not yet, but it was noticeably quieter than the day before. It was the kind of quiet that makes you unconsciously lower your voice. "You guys hear that?" Sarah whispered, her brow furrowed. "Hear what?" I asked, my voice already hushed. "Exactly," she said. "It is like the forest is holding its breath." We walked for another hour, the quiet growing heavier with every step. Our conversation dwindled to single words, then to gestures. We were all starting to feel it, a subtle pressure in our ears, a strange emptiness in the air. The trees around us seemed to grow taller, their branches intertwining overhead, forming a dense, almost unbroken canopy. Sunlight became a distant memory. Then we saw it. Through a break in the dense foliage, a patch of brilliant green. It was startlingly vibrant, almost artificial, like a swatch of emerald velvet laid out in the gloom. We pushed through a final thicket of thorny bushes and stepped out into nothing. It was a clearing perfectly circular, perhaps 50 yards across. The grass was impossibly green, dotted with wildflowers I would never seen before, their petals glowing with an ethereal luminescence. The trees that ringed the clearing were massive, ancient oaks and maples, their trunks like pillars, their leaves a dense, dark green that seemed to absorb all light. But it was not the appearance that struck us first. It was the silence. It was not just quiet. It was an absolute absence of sound. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring, a vacuum that sucks the air from your lungs. We stood there, rooted to the spot, our mouths slightly agape. "Whoa," Mike whispered, but his voice, usually booming, sounded thin, reedy, as if it was being pulled apart even as it left his lips. I tried to say something, but the words caught in my throat. It felt wrong to speak. The air itself seemed to resist the generation of sound. I took a step forward, my boot sinking into the plush grass. There was no crunch, no rustle, nothing. It was like walking on air. Sarah, usually the most pragmatic of us, reached out and plucked a wildflower. She held it up, admiring its strange, glowing petals. "It is beautiful," she breathed, her voice barely a puff of air. "It is eerie," I managed to say, my voice feeling strangely detached from my body. I could feel the vibrations in my throat, but the sound seemed to dissipate immediately, like smoke in a strong wind. It did not echo. It did not travel. It just died. Mike, ever the scientist, decided to test it. He picked up a small, dry twig from the edge of the clearing and snapped it. In a normal forest, it would have made a sharp, distinct crack. Here, it made the faintest tick, a sound so brief and attenuated it was almost imperceptible. It was as if the sound had been swallowed whole, instantly, before it could even fully form. He tried again, louder this time, slamming a larger branch against the trunk of a tree. There was a dull thud, a sound utterly devoid of resonance, a flat, dead sound that seemed to fall lifelessly to the ground at his feet. It was disturbing. It was not just quiet, it was an active nullification. "This is insane," Mike muttered, his voice even weaker now. He looked around, his eyes wide, a flicker of something close to fear replacing his usual bravado. It is like the sound just stops existing here. We walked further into the clearing, drawn by an unsettling curiosity. The silence grew more oppressive with every step. It pressed in on us, a physical weight on our eardrums, in our chests. It was suffocating. I tried to clear my ears, but there was nothing to clear. The ringing was not in my ears, it was in the absence of sound. I looked at Mike and Sarah. Their faces were pale, their expressions a mixture of awe and growing apprehension. I could see them talking, their mouths moving, but I could barely make out the faint, ghost-like whispers that emerged. It was like watching a muted film. I tried to speak again, to ask them what they were saying, but my own voice was a mere vibration in my head. Then the true terror began. I became aware of my own body, or rather, the lack of it. I could not hear my own footsteps anymore, not even the softest scuff. I could not hear the rustle of my clothes as I moved. I raised a hand to my ear, and I could not even hear the faint whoosh of air displacement. It was like I was a ghost, moving silently through a silent world. But it got worse, much worse. I started to notice that I could not hear my own breathing. I consciously took a deep breath, filling my lungs, but there was no sound of air rushing in, no soft sigh as I exhaled. Panic began to bubble in my chest, a cold, icy dread. I pressed a hand against my chest, feeling the frantic thump of my heart. But I could not hear it. I strained. I focused. I held my breath, trying to listen for that familiar rhythm of life. Nothing. Just an echoing void where the sound of my own heartbeat should have been. My heart was pounding. I knew it was. I could feel the frantic drumming against my ribs. But it was a silent percussion, a terrifying internal drumbeat that existed only as a vibration, not as a sound. It was like my body was a drum, and the sound had been cut off, muted, stolen. I looked at Mike and Sarah, my eyes pleading for reassurance. Sarah was clutching her throat, her eyes wide with terror. Mike was frantically waving his hands, his mouth open in a silent scream. I could see the muscles in his jaw clench, the veins in his neck bulge, but no sound escaped. He was a silent film of pure, unadulterated panic. The silence was not just external, it was internal. It was leaching into us, hollowing us out from the inside. A wave of dizziness washed over me. The world seemed to tilt. The vibrant green of the grass felt overwhelming, almost sickly. The air grew thicker, heavier, pressing down on my chest, making it harder to breathe, even though I could not hear my own gasps. Sarah suddenly let out a small, choked sound of pathetic, half-formed gasp that was immediately swallowed by the suffocating silence. She clutched her head, her eyes squeezed shut. Then she stumbled, her knees buckling. Mike rushed to her, his movements frantic and silent. He knelt beside her, shaking her gently, his mouth forming desperate, unheard words. I felt a cold dread clamp around my heart. What was happening? Was the silence literally stealing our ability to generate sound? Was it draining us? Sarah's body went limp. Her eyes fluttered open, staring blankly at the impossibly green grass. Her chest was still, no rise and fall, no visible breath. Mike pressed his ear against her chest, then her neck, then her wrist. He looked up at me, his face a mask of horror. His lips moved. No pulse. I did not hear it, but I read it in his eyes, in the desperate, silent plea. Sarah was gone. Just like that. No last words, no final scream, no death rattle. Just a silent collapse, her body perfectly still, perfectly preserved, like a museum exhibit. The silence had taken her. Mike let out a soundless roar of grief and rage. He pounded his fists on the ground next to Sarah's body, but the impacts were muffled, dead. He looked around the clearing, his eyes blazing with a terrifying, silent fury. He picked up a heavy branch, a gnarled piece of oak, and swung it wildly at the nearest tree. The impact was a dull, flat thud, utterly devoid of the crack of wood on wood. It was as if the sound had been absorbed, devoured, before it could even fully form. That is when the realization hit me, a sickening, horrifying truth that made my stomach churn. The clearing was not just silent. It was feeding. It was not a passive absence of sound. It was an active, predatory entity, a living vacuum that consumed every vibration, every frequency, every whisper of existence. And it was not just sound. It was taking life. Sarah's life. Her heartbeat, her breath, her very essence of being, which manifested as sound. It had been drained, consumed, leaving behind a perfectly preserved, silent husk. I looked at the impossibly vibrant grass, the glowing wildflowers, the ancient, moss-covered trees. They were too perfect, too green, too alive. They were thriving on what they stole. The clearing was a stomach, a silent maw that devoured sound and life, transforming it into its own unnatural vitality. Mike, still consumed by silent rage, began to run. He charged towards the edge of the clearing, towards the dense wall of trees, as if he could break through the invisible barrier of silence. He was a silent blur, his feet pounding on the grass without a sound, his mouth open in a soundless scream. I tried to call out to him, to warn him, but my throat was tight, my voice a mere internal vibration. I could feel my own body growing heavier, my movements slower. The pressure in my ears was unbearable, like my head was in a vice. My vision began to blur at the edges. Mike reached the tree line. He threw himself against the thick trunk of an oak, slamming his body against it with desperate force. There was no sound of impact, only the silent, sickening lurch of his body. He tried to claw his way into the dense foliage, but the leaves seemed to resist him, pressing back, forming an impenetrable wall. Then he stopped. He stood there, pressed against the tree, his arms outstretched, his face turned towards me. His eyes were wide, dilated, fixed on some unseen horror. His mouth was open, frozen in a silent scream. And then, slowly, unnervingly, his body began to change. The vibrant green moss that covered the tree trunk seemed to unfurl, reaching out, tendrils like delicate fingers wrapping around his arms, his legs, his torso. It was not fast or violent, but slow, deliberate, almost gentle. The bark of the tree itself seemed to ripple, to soften, to embrace him. His skin began to take on a greenish hue, his clothes dissolving into the moss, becoming part of the bark. His hair became like lichen, his eyes, still wide and staring, began to glaze over, turning a dull woody brown. He was being absorbed slowly, seamlessly, into the living wood of the tree. He was becoming one with the silent, ancient entity that fed on sound. I watched, frozen in silent horror, as Mike's form melted into the tree, his features blurring, his human shape dissolving, until he was just another part of the gnarled bark, another texture in the ancient wood. Only his eyes remained for a moment longer, two vacant, woody orbs staring out from the trunk, before they too faded, becoming indistinguishable from the knots and crevices of the tree. I was alone, utterly, completely alone, in a silence so profound it felt like the end of the world. My own body was failing. The dizziness was constant now, a suffocating fog in my brain. My limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. I could feel the blood pumping sluggishly through my veins, but there was no sound, no whisper of life. My thoughts, too, felt muffled, distant, as if my own internal monologue was being slowly muted. I sank to my knees, the impossibly soft grass cushioning my fall. I looked around the clearing, and now I saw them. Not just Mike and Sarah, but others. Faintly, subtly, I could make out faces in the bark of the trees, hands reaching out from patches of moss, forms half hidden in the glowing wildflowers. They were all silent, all absorbed, all part of the clearing. The clearing was not just feeding on sound. It was feeding on us. It was taking our life, our consciousness, our very being, and integrating us into itself, making us silent, eternal parts of its monstrous, vibrant existence. A faint shimmer appeared in the air, directly in the center of the clearing. It was almost imperceptible, a distortion in the light, like heat haze, but it was there. It pulsed faintly, almost breathing. It was the heart of the clearing, its silent mouth, its ancient, patient eye. It was waiting for me. I could feel tendrils, not physical ones, but something else, something subtle and insidious, reaching out from the grass, from the very air, wrapping around my mind, my spirit, pulling me down, drawing me in. It was a gentle, inexorable pull, an invitation to join the silent chorus. My vision blurred, the vibrant green of the clearing becoming a swirling vortex. My body felt cold, numb. My last conscious thought was a silent scream, a desperate, unheard protest against this horrifying absorption. But even that thought, that internal sound, was swallowed, muted, extinguished. And then there was nothing. No sound, no thought, no feeling. Just the profound, absolute silence of the clearing. I was there. I knew I was, but I was no longer Leo. I was a part of the grass, a subtle pattern in the bark of a tree, another silent witness to the endless, beautiful horror of the clearing. I was another voice in its ancient, silent chorus, waiting for the next lost soul to stumble into its beautiful, deadly embrace. And as the last vestiges of my individual consciousness faded, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible hum resonate through the very fabric of the clearing. It was not a sound that could be heard with ears, but a vibration that permeated everything, a deep, ancient thrum of contentment. The clearing was full, and it was ready for more. Our own footsteps. The silence was not just the absence of sound, it was an active force, pressing down on us, stealing the very air from our lungs. It felt like the world had forgotten how to breathe, and we were trapped in its suffocating hold. Mike, usually the boisterous one, stood frozen, his eyes wide and darting. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, gripped my arm, her knuckles white. I could feel her trembling, a tremor that mirrored my own. We were in a perfect circle of impossibly green grass, surrounded by a wall of ancient, gnarled trees that seemed to lean inwards, watching us. The fog, thick as ever, swirled around the edges of the clearing, making the forest beyond an impenetrable mystery. "What is this place?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible even in the profound quiet. It was the first sound any of us had made since entering the clearing, and it felt like a sacrilege, a pebble dropped into an infinite well of silence. The sound seemed to be immediately swallowed, leaving no echo. Mike finally found his voice, a strained croak. It does not feel right. My compass, it is still spinning. He held it up, the needle dancing wildly, refusing to settle. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, the silence stretching and distorting time. Every nerve ending screamed at us to run, but which way? And what if running just led us deeper into whatever nightmare this was? My gaze drifted to the very center of the clearing. There, dominating the space, stood an oak tree. But not just any oak. This tree was ancient, colossal, its trunk wider than a car, its branches like colossal, twisted arms reaching towards the oppressive sky. Its bark was a tapestry of deep furrows and moss, and its roots, thick as pythons, writhed out from the base, tearing through the impossibly green grass. It looked like something from a forgotten myth, a sentinel that had witnessed the birth and death of ages. As I stared, a subtle shift in the fog revealed something at the base of the oak. It was not obvious at first, hidden by a particularly massive root. But as the mist swirled, a dark, rectangular shape became visible. "Hey," I said, my voice as hushed as Sarah's. "Look at the tree." Mike and Sarah followed my gaze. We moved cautiously, drawn by an unsettling curiosity, or perhaps just a desperate need for answers. As we got closer, the shape resolved into what looked like an old, weathered wooden door, set horizontally into the ground, partially obscured by the oak's gargantuan root system. It was almost perfectly square, made of thick, dark planks, and secured by a heavy, rusted iron latch. "A root cellar," Mike ventured, his voice a little stronger, though still laced with unease. "Out here, in the middle of nowhere." It seemed absurd. Who would build a root cellar miles deep into an old-growth forest, far from any habitation? And why under this tree? The tree itself exuded an aura of immense age and a quiet, almost malevolent power. Sarah knelt, running a hand over the rough wood of the door. "It is old, really old. And look at this." She pointed to the latch. It was not just rusted, it looked like it had been forced open, or perhaps forced shut at some point. The wood around it was splintered. A shiver traced its way down my spine. The silence, here in the shadow of the great oak, felt even more profound, more suffocating. My heart hammered against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to ignore this strange discovery, to find any way out of this clearing. But another, darker impulse, the one that always pushes us to peek around the corner, to open the forbidden door, held me rooted. "We should leave it," Sarah said, echoing my own internal struggle. "This whole place is wrong. We need to get out of here." "But what if it is a way out?" Mike countered, already reaching for the latch. "What if it is some old trapper's cabin, or a way to get our bearings? It is the only thing that is not just trees and fog." I knew he was just grasping at straws, desperate for a logical explanation, a way back to normalcy. But I also knew the pull. This place had us now, and it was not going to let us go easily. "Careful," I warned, as Mike braced himself and pulled on the latch. With a groan of ancient wood and rusted metal, the latch gave way. A faint, earthy smell, mixed with something else, something musty and vaguely metallic, wafted up. Mike hesitated for a moment, then, summoning a burst of courage, heaved the wooden door open. It moved with a terrible creak, revealing a square opening that plunged into absolute darkness. No light from the foggy sky penetrated its depths. The air that rose from it was cold, damp, and carried that same unsettling odor, now stronger. "Well," Mike said, trying for bravado, "looks like a cellar to me." He pulled out his flashlight, a powerful lead model, and shone it down. The beam seemed to be swallowed almost immediately, barely illuminating a set of crude, wooden steps that descended into the black. "There is no way," Sarah stated, her voice firm. "We are not going down there. What if we have to?" Mike argued, turning to us. What if this fog never lifts? What if our compass never works again? We can't just sit here and wait to starve. He had a point, a terrifying one. The thought of being trapped in that silent, green clearing, slowly losing our minds, was almost worse than the unknown below. But almost was the operative word. Let us just look, I suggested, trying to mediate, trying to buy time, even as my stomach churned. Just a quick look. We do not have to go far. Mike, ever the leader in these situations, nodded. Exactly. We will just see how far it goes. If it is a dead end, we come back up. If it is something useful, then great. He took a deep breath, adjusted his backpack, and started to descend the first step. The old wood groaned under his weight. The beam of his flashlight cut a small, trembling circle in the oppressive darkness. Sarah and I exchanged a look of pure dread, then, with a shared sigh of resignation, followed him. The first few steps were easy enough, though they were steep and uneven. The air grew colder with each step, the earthy smell becoming more prominent, tinged with that metallic scent I could not quite place. It reminded me vaguely of old blood or rust, but much stronger. Careful, these steps are pretty rickety. Mike called back, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. As we descended, the opening above us and the faint, diffused light from the clearing quickly shrank to a distant square of gray. Soon it vanished altogether, leaving us in absolute, impenetrable blackness, illuminated only by our flashlights. I pulled out my own, a smaller headlamp, and flicked it on, adding a second weak beam to the gloom. Sarah, ever prepared, had a third. We continued our descent, and then we kept descending and descending. The stairs seemed to go on forever. They were not like a typical cellar staircase, which usually leads to a small, enclosed room. These steps just kept going down, spiraling gently, or perhaps just winding around and around, into what felt like the very bowels of the earth. How far down is this thing? Sarah asked, her voice tight with growing unease. We have been going for ages. It feels like we have gone down hundreds of feet. She was not wrong. My legs were starting to ache, and the air was getting heavier, thicker, almost difficult to breathe. The oppressive silence of the clearing had been replaced by a new, more claustrophobic silence, broken only by our labored breathing, the creak of the old wood, and the occasional drip of water from unseen sources. It is a really deep cellar, I guess, Mike said, but his voice lacked conviction. He paused, shining his light around. The walls were rough hewn earth, shored up in places with old, rotting timbers. There was no sign of an end, no sign of a bottom. Just as the dread was starting to really set in, Mike stopped abruptly. Wait a second. He crouched down, shining his light on a small, dark object wedged between two steps. It was a rusted pocket knife. Old, worn, its blade dulled and stained. Nothing particularly alarming, but it was out of place. Who would drop a knife down here? Someone's been down here before. I murmured, stating the obvious. Yeah, an old trapper maybe, Mike said, but his tone was less confident than before. He picked it up, examined it, then tucked it into his pocket. Could be useful. We continued, the discovery of the knife adding a new layer of unsettling intrigue. The stairs seemed to narrow slightly, and the air grew colder, even though we were deep underground. The metallic smell was also growing stronger, making me feel vaguely nauseous. After what felt like another half hour of continuous descent, Sarah let out a small gasp. Look. Her flashlight beam was fixed on a small alcove carved into the earthen wall. Inside lay a tattered, mold-stained backpack. It was old canvas, the kind you might see in vintage stores. Mike carefully reached in and pulled it out. Empty, he reported, rummaging through its compartments. But this. He pulled out a small, tarnished silver locket. It was open, revealing two faded, sepia-toned photographs. One was of a young woman with kind eyes, the other of a man with a stern but gentle expression. My heart sank. This was not just some forgotten trapper's gear. This was personal. This was someone's cherished possession, left behind in what felt like a tomb. "This is getting weird," Sarah whispered, her voice barely a thread. "No kidding." I agreed. We should go back. Now. The urge to flee was overwhelming. This was not an adventure, it was a descent into something truly sinister. Mike hesitated, looking from the locket to the dark abyss below. He was clearly torn. His desire for answers, for a way out, was warring with the growing terror. "Just a little further," he said, almost pleadingly. "Maybe there is a chamber, a room, something that explains all this." I did not like it. I did not like it one bit. But the truth was, turning around felt almost as terrifying as going forward. We had come so far down, and the thought of climbing all those steps back up through the cold, the dark, and the oppressive silence felt like an insurmountable task. And what if the door above had mysteriously closed? The fog was still out there, and our compass was still useless. We were caught. So, against our better judgment, we continued. The stairs became even more treacherous, some steps crumbling underfoot, others missing entirely, leaving gaping holes that plunged into blackness. We had to use our hands, bracing ourselves against the damp, earthy walls. The relics continued to appear, each more disturbing than the last. Further down, we found a pair of old mud-caked hiking boots, still laced, as if someone had just stepped out of them and vanished. Then, a few dozen feet below that, a small leather-bound journal. Its pages were water-damaged and brittle, but I managed to make out a few words, scrawled in a frantic hand. Lost. Days. Fog. Compass. The silence. The tree. There is a door. Going down. Must find an end. The whispers. They are getting louder. Not alone. The dark. It watches. The last entry was just a series of incoherent scribbles, ending abruptly. My blood ran cold. The whispers. We had not heard any whispers. Yet, this is someone else's story. I said, my voice trembling. Someone who came here just like us and never left. Mike's face was pale in the beam of his flashlight. Sarah was openly crying now, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. "We have to go back," she pleaded, her voice a ragged whisper. "Please, we have to go back." But the sheer depth we had reached felt insurmountable. We were trapped in a vertical labyrinth. And now, a new sound began to filter through the heavy air. A faint, irregular thump. 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 It was distant, rhythmic, and utterly unnerving. It was not human. It was not animal. It was a sound that felt alien, wrong. "What is that?" Mike hissed, his voice barely audible above the rising beat. We stopped listening, our flashlights sweeping the darkness, finding nothing but damp earth and rotting wood. The thump, thump, thump seemed to come from below us, from the deepest reaches of the cellar. It was slow, deliberate, like a giant, unseen heart beating somewhere in the abyss. My headlamp flickered. The battery was dying. Panic flared in my chest. My lights going out. Mine too. Sarah cried, as her headlamp also began to dim, casting long, dancing shadows that made the walls seem to writhe. Mike's flashlight, the most powerful, was still holding strong, but it was just one beam now, trying to fight back the encroaching darkness. The claustrophobia became unbearable. We were running out of light, running out of options, and something was waiting for us below. "We have to keep going," Mike said, his voice grim but resolute. "We can't climb back up in the dark. We have to find the bottom, find whatever's down there, and then figure out a way out." It was a desperate gamble, a terrifying logic. But what else could we do? We were committed. The thump, thump, thump grew louder, more distinct, reverberating through the earth, vibrating in our bones. It felt like the entire world was breathing, a monstrous, subterranean respiration. And with the thumping, a new odor arose, something putrid and sweet, like decaying meat mixed with sickly sweet flowers. It was almost unbearable. We descended further, each step a conscious act of will against overwhelming terror. The stairs finally gave way to a rough, sloping tunnel, still descending, but at a less steep angle. The air here was thick, humid, and the walls were no longer just earth and timber. They were slick, glistening with some unknown moisture, and occasionally, I saw patches of a strange, phosphorescent fungus glowing faintly, casting an eerie, greenish light. Then we found the boots. Not just one pair, but several. Old, worn hiking boots, work boots, even a child's tiny pair, all arranged in a neat line along the tunnel wall, as if their owners had simply taken them off and walked away. But there were no footprints beyond them, no sign of where they might have gone. And then the bones. Not a full skeleton, not at first. Just a femur, smooth and yellowed, lying casually in the dirt. Then a rib cage, partially buried. And finally, a skull, cracked and ancient, staring up at us with empty eye sockets. It was clear now. The metallic smell was old blood, and the putrid sweetness was decay. These were not just relics of past victims, they were the victims themselves. The thump, 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 intensified, now accompanied by a low, guttural rumble that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath our feet. The air was thick with the stench of death and that sickening sweet smell. My stomach lurched. We rounded a bend in the tunnel, and the passage opened into a vast, cavernous space. Mike's powerful flashlight beam cut through the gloom, but it could not reach the far walls, which seemed to stretch into infinity. The ceiling was lost in the blackness above. And in the center of this cavern, illuminated by Mike's trembling light and the faint, sickly glow of the fungus, was the source of the thumping. It was immense, colossal. It was a pulsating mass of grayish pink flesh, rooted to the floor of the cavern by thick, rope-like tendrils that burrowed into the earth. It was vaguely spherical, but constantly shifting, contracting and expanding with each slow, deliberate thump. Thump, thump. It was not just like a heart, it was a heart, but one of impossible scale, beating for something ancient and unspeakable. From its surface, dozens, no hundreds, of smaller, fleshy appendages writhed and coiled. Some were thin and whip-like, others thick and bulbous, ending in what looked like suckers or clusters of sharp, chitinous claws. They twitched and swayed, feeling the air, tasting it. And then, I saw the faces. Embedded in the pulsating surface of the colossal heart were distorted, half-formed visages. Human faces, some young, some old, their features stretched and warped, eyes wide with a silent scream, mouths agape in perpetual agony. They were not separate entities, they were part of the thing, absorbed into its flesh, their consciousnesses perhaps still lingering, fueling its monstrous existence. They were the journal writer, the locket owner, the wearers of the boots, the owners of the bones. They were the victims. The sickeningly sweet smell was overwhelming here, the air thick and cloying. It was the smell of digested life, of souls consumed. One of the larger appendages, thick as a tree trunk, slowly uncoiled, its tip ending in a cluster of razor-sharp claws. It moved with an unnerving grace, slowly turning towards us. It was as if the colossal heart had just become aware of our presence. The guttural rumble intensified, and it was not just a rumble anymore. It was a sound that resonated deep within my chest, a low, drawn-out groan that was somehow both painful and hungry. It was the sound of something ancient waking, something that had been feeding in the dark for untold ages. Mike let out a choked cry, dropping his flashlight. It clattered to the floor, the beam pointing erratically at the ceiling, then at the pulsating mass, then at our feet. In the sudden, relative darkness, the phosphorescent fungus cast longer, More grotesque shadows. "Run," Sarah shrieked, her voice raw with terror. We did not need to be told twice. We turned, scrambling back the way we came, our feet slipping on the slick earth, our hands tearing at the rough walls. The thump, thump, thump of the heart quickened, becoming a frantic, accelerating beat, like a drum leading a chase. The air behind us seemed to ripple, and I heard a wet, slapping sound, followed by the scraping of chitin on stone. Panic lent us a terrible strength. We clawed our way back up the sloping tunnel, the stench of the creature burning in our nostrils. My headlamp was now just a faint, dying ember, and Sarah's was completely out. Mike's powerful flashlight, lying on the cavern floor, was our only source of substantial light, and it was quickly receding behind us. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly. Every shadow became a monster, every sound a pursuing horror. I could hear Mike's ragged breathing ahead of me, Sarah's whimpers behind. The thumping grew more distant, but the low, hungry groans seemed to follow us, echoing in the confined space. The stairs. Mike yelled, his voice strained. We had reached the bottom of the impossibly deep staircase. Climbing was harder than descending. Our legs burned, our lungs screamed for air, and the fear was a cold, constricting band around our chests. We stumbled, scraped our knees, and pushed each other in our frantic ascent. The metallic, putrid smell still clung to us, a constant reminder of what lay below. We climbed for what felt like hours, an eternity of dark, rickety steps and crumbling earth. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and exhaustion. The faces in the pulsating flesh, the writhing appendages, the absolute wrongness of it all, it was burned into my memory, a nightmare that would never fade. Finally, just as I thought my legs would give out, just as I thought I would collapse and tumble back into the abyss, a faint, gray light appeared above us. It was the opening, the square of light from the clearing. Never in my life had I seen anything so beautiful. We scrambled up the last few steps, bursting out into the cold, damp air of the clearing. The fog was still thick, swirling around the ancient oak, but it felt like a blessed relief after the suffocating darkness below. We did not stop. We did not look back at the gaping maw of the root cellar. We just ran. We ran blindly, desperately, through the impossibly green grass, past the gnarled trees, into the swirling, disorienting fog. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs screamed, until we collapsed, gasping for breath, miles away from the clearing. We never found our way back to our camp. We never saw Mike's compass work again. We wandered for 2 more days, half crazed with fear and exhaustion, before stumbling onto a logging road, where we were eventually found by a passing truck driver. We told them a sanitized version of our story got lost in the fog, compass broke, ran out of supplies. We never mentioned the circular clearing, the ancient oak, or the cellar that stretched impossibly deep. We never spoke of the pulsating, multi-limbed thing that was not human, the one that wore the faces of its victims. But sometimes, when I am alone in the quiet of the night, I can still feel the cold, damp air on my skin. I can still smell that putrid, sweet odor. And I can still hear, faint but undeniable, the slow, deliberate thump, thump, thump of a colossal heart beating somewhere deep beneath the earth, waiting for its next meal. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that it is still down there, still feeding, still growing, under that impossibly ancient oak, in that impossibly silent clearing, in that forest that truly holds its breath. So, you know how sometimes you try to outrun your past, right? You tell yourself a change of scenery, a fresh start, will fix everything. After the thing with the colossal heart beating deep beneath that clearing, I was not exactly in a good place. Sleep became a luxury, a battlefield where the thumping rhythm of that monstrosity constantly assaulted my ears, even in the deepest silence. Mike and Sarah, they just stopped talking about it. A silent agreement to bury the memory, but it was always there, a phantom limb of fear. I needed out, out of the city, out of the familiar, out of anything that reminded me of that suffocating silence and the unspeakable horror we would stumble upon. That is how I ended up buying this place. It was cheap, ridiculously so, a small, dilapidated farmhouse on a sprawling, overgrown plot of land nestled deep in the forgotten corners of rural Pennsylvania. The kind of place realtors list as rustic charm, but actually means needs everything and probably has a ghost or two. Perfect. Isolation was what I craved. No neighbors for miles, just dense woods, a winding dirt road, and the promise of quiet. I figured the sheer amount of work needed to make the place habitable would keep my mind occupied, away from the constant echo of that terrible silent scream. I spent the first few weeks clearing brush, fixing leaky pipes, and generally trying to wrestle the house back from nature's embrace. It was hard, honest work, and for a while it almost worked. The physical exhaustion was a balm to my frayed nerves. But then, there was the grave. I first noticed it about a month in. I was clearing a particularly stubborn patch of thorny brambles behind what used to be a small, unkempt orchard. The land sloped gently there, leading down to a narrow, sluggish creek, hidden beneath a tangle of wild roses and ancient ivy. I found it, a small, unassuming mound of earth, roughly rectangular, about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. No headstone, no marker, just a patch of earth that looked distinctly like a grave. My first thought was that it was an old pet, maybe a dog or a horse. This place had been here for well over a century, probably more. It made sense. I felt a pang of sadness for whatever creature lay beneath, forgotten, and decided I would at least clear the weeds from around it, give it a little respect. I even considered putting up a simple wooden cross, just to acknowledge its presence. I did not think much more of it that day. The next morning, I woke up early, the sun just barely peeking over the distant tree-line. I had a cup of coffee and went out to continue my clearing work. I headed towards the orchard, intending to finish what I would started. As I approached the spot where I would found the grave, I stopped dead. It was not there. My heart gave a lurch, a familiar cold not forming in my stomach. The patch of earth I would so carefully cleared the day before was empty. The ground was flat, covered in the same wild roses and ivy I would spend hours ripping out. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked around, convinced I must have misremembered the location. But no, this was it. The gnarled AP bow trees, the bend in the creek, the old stone wall, everything was exactly as it should be, except for the grave. I walked the area slowly, circling, my eyes scanning every inch of ground. Nothing. It was gone. I started to feel a prickle of unease. Was I losing it? Was the trauma finally catching up to me, manifesting as hallucinations? I shook my head. No. I distinctly remembered clearing that spot. I remembered the distinct shape of the mound. Then, about 20 feet further down the slope, closer to the creek, I saw it. The mound. Exactly the same size, the same shape. And around it, the earth looked freshly disturbed, as if it had only just settled. The wild roses and ivy were gone from this particular spot, though they were still everywhere else. It looked like it had simply moved. I stared at it for a long moment, a shiver running down my spine. This was the graves do not move, unless someone had moved it. But who? And why? I was miles from anyone, and I had not heard a soul on my property. My truck was the only vehicle that had been up the dirt road in days. Reluctantly, I approached the new location. The mound was still unmarked, but as I got closer, I noticed something new. Sticking out of the earth at the head of the grave was a small, crudely carved piece of slate. It looked like it had been freshly chipped from a larger rock. And on its surface, etched with surprising precision, was a name: Elijah Croft. My breath hitched. Elijah Croft. Who was that? I certainly had not seen that yesterday. The slate was not there, and there was no name. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Had someone come in the night, dug up the grave, moved it, and then carved a name into a stone, all without me hearing a thing? It seemed impossible. I spent the rest of the day in a state of agitated disbelief. I marked the grave's new location with a bright red piece of flagging tape tied to a nearby tree branch. I took photos with my phone, though I was not sure why. To prove I was not crazy. To document the impossible. The unsettling feeling from the clearing, the one that had been dulled by hard work, began to creep back in, sharper, more insistent. That night, I did not sleep well. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded like footsteps. I kept imagining someone out there, digging, moving the earth. I told myself it was just a prank, a local kid with too much time on their hands, but deep down, I knew that was not it. The silence of this new place was starting to feel less like peace and more like a predator holding its breath. The next morning, I practically ran out to the orchard. The red flagging tape was still there, tied to the branch, swaying gently in the morning breeze. But the grave, it was gone again. The earth where it had been was flat, smooth, and overgrown with the same wild roses that covered the rest of the slope. It was as if it had never been there. My eyes darted around frantically. Then I saw it, closer this time, much closer to the house, almost at the edge of the old, neglected vegetable patch. The mound was there, distinct and unmistakable. And once again, a new piece of slate, freshly carved, stood at its head. Martha Jenkins. My hands trembled as I took out my phone and snapped another photo. This was beyond a prank. This was something else. Something utterly, horrifyingly inexplicable. The names: Elijah Croft, Martha Jenkins. Who were these people? Were they even real? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was an old, forgotten cemetery on my property, and the ground was unstable, causing graves to shift. But that did not explain the names appearing overnight, or the way the previous spot was completely erased. It was as if the grave did not move so much as it re-manifested in a new location. I spent the next few days holed up in the house. Old county records, property deeds, and local history books I would picked up from a dusty antique shop in the nearest town. I found no mention of Elijah Croft or Martha Jenkins in connection with my property. No old cemeteries were marked on any maps. The history of the land was vague, a patchwork of forgotten owners and boundary disputes, but nothing that explained a moving grave. Each morning, the ritual repeated. I would rush out, my heart pounding, to find the previous location empty, and the grave reappeared somewhere new. Always closer to the house. Always with a new, crudely carved slate bearing a new name. Samuel Peterson, Eleanor Bright, Thomas Finch. The names were a mix of common and uncommon, some sounding ancient, others modern. They seemed utterly random, yet they were undeniably there, etched into the slate, a cold testament to the impossible. The grave itself never changed in appearance, always the same size, the same mound of dark earth, the same unsettling freshness around its base. It was the slate, the name, and the location that shifted. I started drawing a map of its movements. From the creek bank, it had moved to the orchard, then to the vegetable patch, then to the edge of the old barn, then to the dilapidated shed. It was a slow, inexorable creep, always a little closer to the farmhouse, to me. The isolation I had craved now felt like a cage. Who could I tell? Hey, my grave is moving every night, and new names keep appearing on it. They would think I was insane or suffering from some kind of stress-induced psychosis, probably linking it back to my previous trauma. I could not risk it. Not again. I could not bear the pitying looks, the hushed conversations. This was my burden, my new horror. I tried to stop it. One evening, after the grave had settled near the old well, about 50 feet from my back door, I decided I would dig it up. I grabbed a shovel, a pickaxe, and a powerful lantern. If it was just earth, I would move it myself. If it was a body, I would call the authorities, no matter how unbelievable the story. I approached the grave cautiously, my heart thudding like a drum against my ribs. The air around it felt colder, heavier, even on a warm summer night. A faint, earthy smell, like overturned soil and something else, something vaguely metallic and sweet, hung in the air. It reminded me, sickeningly, of the putrid sweetness from the cavern of the colossal heart. My stomach churned. I plunged the shovel into the earth at the foot of the grave. The soil was surprisingly soft, easy to turn over. I dug for what felt like hours, sweat plastering my hair to my forehead, my muscles aching. I dug down 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet. Nothing. No coffin, no bones, no decaying wood. Just endless, dark, damp earth. It was as if the mound was just a surface manifestation, a thin veneer over nothing. Or perhaps over everything. Frustrated and unnerved, I gave up, filling the hole I would dug, trying to make it look as undisturbed as possible. As I worked, I felt a distinct sensation of being watched. The woods were too silent, the air too still. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist, hinting at unseen eyes. I swore I heard a faint whisper on the wind, just at the edge of my hearing, something that sounded like a long, drawn-out sigh. I stumbled back to the house, shaken. The grave, it seemed, was not something that could be physically altered. It was a phenomenon, a curse, a living thing in its own right. The next morning, the grave was gone from the well, and it was now right outside my kitchen window, barely 10 feet from the house. A new slate, a new name, Isabella Reed. Panic began to set in, real, gut-wrenching panic. It was getting closer. The nearby rule, as I would started to call it in my head, was becoming terrifyingly clear. It was seeking proximity, drawn to wherever I spent the most time, to where I slept. I started sleeping with the lights on, a shotgun by my bed, though I knew it would be useless against something that moved graves. I tried sleeping in different rooms, but it did not matter. The grave would appear outside whichever window was closest to my sleeping form. It was tracking me. The names continued to appear, each one a fresh stab of fear. I started to wonder if these were the names of previous victims, people who had owned this land, people who had slept nearby the grave until their own names appeared. I found an old, faded photograph tucked inside a dusty book in the attic. It was a family portrait from the early 1900s, a stern-looking couple and 3 small children. On the back, written in shaky cursive, was the Millers, 1912. I did some more digging and found records of the Miller family owning the farm. They had vanished without a trace in 1915. Moved west, the official record stated, but something about the brevity of the entry, the suddenness of their departure, felt wrong. The next morning, the grave was under the grand old oak tree in the front yard, a mere 20 feet from my bedroom. And on the slate, Sarah Miller, one of the children from the photograph. My blood ran cold. The grave was claiming the forgotten. It was collecting them. I knew then, with a horrifying certainty, that my name would be next. I could not stay. I had to leave. The decision was sudden, desperate, but utterly clear. I would pack what I could, abandon the rest, and drive until I could not drive anymore. Maybe I would find a new place, a new life, a new way to outrun the echoes of horror. I started to pack. My clothes, some essential documents, the shotgun, whatever cash I had. My hands shook so badly I could barely zip my duffel bag. Every shadow danced. Every creak of the house seemed to mock my futile efforts. I felt the grave out there, a silent, patient sentinel, waiting. As I was grabbing my keys from the kitchen counter, my eyes fell on the window. The grave was still there, under the oak tree. But as I watched, something shifted. A faint tremor ran through the earth, barely perceptible, but I saw it. The mound seemed to expand, to subtly ripple, like a slow motion breath. And then it was gone from the oak tree. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. I did not even have to look for it. I knew. It was on my porch, right outside the front door. A gasp escaped my lips, choked and ragged. The grave was there, a dark, silent sentinel, its fresh earth a stark contrast to the faded paint of the porch floorboards. And in its head, the slate, stark and white. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to move, stumbling towards the front door. I had to see. I had to know. The name on the slate was William Jenkins. Another name I had not seen before, but the meaning was clear. It was coming for me. It was here. I fumbled with the locks, my fingers clumsy with terror. The front door creaked open, revealing the grave just a few feet away. The air on the porch was thick, heavy, carrying that same sickly sweet metallic scent. I could almost feel a cold breath on my face. I ran to my truck, parked in the driveway. The keys were in my hand, but my fingers were shaking so violently I dropped them. They clattered to the gravel, glinting mockingly in the last rays of the setting sun. I bent down, scrambling to pick them up, my eyes darting back to the house, to the grave on the porch. I finally got the keys, jammed them into the ignition, and turned. The engine sputtered, groaned, then died. I tried again. Nothing. Just a weak click. It was dead. Completely, utterly dead. Despair, cold and absolute, washed over me. It was not letting me go. The isolation I would sought had become my prison. I slumped against the steering wheel, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, a beautiful, terrifying backdrop to my impending doom. Darkness was falling, and with the darkness, the grave would move again. I could not sleep in the truck, not with it so close to the house. The proximity rule. It was a death sentence. But where else could I go? The woods. It was just delaying the inevitable. The grave would find me. It always did. I stumbled back into the house, my mind a whirlwind of terror and exhaustion. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, but there was nowhere left to go. The house, my sanctuary, had become the final stage. I spent hours pacing, staring out the windows, watching the deepening gloom. The grave on the porch was a black silhouette, a silent promise. I tried to stay awake, to fight off the encroaching sleep, but my body was failing me. Days of fear, sleepless nights, and the sheer mental strain had taken their toll. My eyelids felt impossibly heavy. My thoughts became sluggish, muddled. I ended up in the living room, curled on the old, musty sofa, shotgun across my lap. My eyes burned, my head throbbed. I must have drifted off just for a moment, a micro sleep, because when I next became aware, the room was darker, and a profound, bone-chilling cold had settled over me. My eyes snapped open. The shotgun was still there, but my hands were numb. My whole body felt heavy, rooted to the sofa. I could not move. A paralyzing fear, unlike anything I had ever known, held me captive. And then I saw it. It was not on the porch anymore. It was inside the house. Right there, in the middle of my living room, on the worn rug, was the grave. The mound of dark earth, the fresh, disturbing smell. It was impossible, yet undeniably real. And at its head, the piece of slate. I strained my neck, my eyes wide with terror, to read the name. My vision was blurry, but I could make out the freshly carved letters, stark against the gray stone. My own name, Alexander Reynolds. A scream tore through my throat, but it was silent, trapped within me. A cold, heavy presence settled over my chest, pressing the air from my lungs. The room began to spin. The edges of my vision blurred, darkening. I felt a strange pull, a profound sense of gravity, drawing me down into the earth itself. The cold seeped into my bones, a chill that promised no warmth, no escape. I felt my consciousness fading, unraveling, like a thread being pulled from a tapestry. The last thing I saw, as the darkness consumed me, was the rough texture of the slate, my name etched upon it, waiting. And then all was black. The silence that followed was absolute. No thumping heart, no whispers, just the profound, eternal quiet of the earth. And somewhere deep beneath the ground, another name was added to the collection, another soul claimed by the shifting grave, waiting for the next person to sleep nearby, waiting for their name to be etched into the stone, and for the cycle to begin anew. The letters blurred, then sharpened, mocking me. Alexander, my name. The slate, rough and gray, sat impossibly on the polished oak of my living room floor, right where the coffee table used to be. The grave was not just near the house, it was in it. It was me. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. The phantom thumping from that colossal heart, the one that had driven me to this hellish farm in the first place, was back, louder than ever, drowning out everything else. I tried to scream, but no sound came. My legs, rooted to the spot, refused to obey. My vision tunneled. The room spun, the letters on the slate twisting into a grotesque, grinning mouth. The last thing I remembered was the cold, hard floor rising to meet me. I woke to silence. A silence so profound it felt like a physical pressure in my ears. The sun, a pale sliver through the grimy window, indicated it was morning. My head throbbed. My mouth was dry, tasting of dust and fear. I pushed myself up, my muscles aching, my body stiff with cold. My eyes immediately darted to the spot where the grave had been. It was gone. The living room was exactly as it had been, if a little more dusty. No slate, no disturbed floorboards, no evidence of the horrifying procession of names or the final, damning revelation of my own. It was as if it had all been a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and terror. But the memory was too vivid, too real. The cold dread that still gripped my gut was undeniable. I stumbled outside, half expecting to find the grave waiting on the porch or in the yard. Nothing. The orchard stood silent, the unmarked earth still disturbed from my futile attempts to dig. It was truly gone. Or perhaps it had simply decided I was not worth the effort anymore. Or maybe it was just waiting. That thought was enough. I raced to the truck, fumbling with the keys. The engine, which had stubbornly refused to turn over for days, coughed to life on the first try, a sputtering, wheezing sound that was the most beautiful thing I would ever heard. It was almost as if the farm, the grave, whatever malevolent force had been toying with me, had simply opened the gate and said, "Go. You are free. For now." I did not look back. I drove. I drove for days, fueled by cheap coffee and an unshakable sense of being pursued, even though I saw nothing in my rearview mirror but endless highway. Pennsylvania blurred into Ohio. Ohio into Indiana, then Illinois, then beyond. I wanted to put as much distance as possible between myself and that farm, that colossal heart, that phantom grave. I wanted to disappear. I wanted to find a place so remote, so untouched, that no history could ever find me again. My search led me eventually to the Pacific Northwest, specifically to a small, isolated cabin tucked deep within the sprawling, ancient forests of Oregon. It was a place where the trees seemed to touch the sky, where the air was perpetually damp and smelled of pine and damp earth, and where the nearest town, a collection of a dozen or so buildings called Oakhaven, was a good hour's drive away on a winding gravel road. The cabin itself was rustic, but sturdy. A single bedroom, a small kitchen, a living room with a stone fireplace, and a porch that looked out onto an impenetrable wall of green. No internet, spotty cell service, and the only sounds are the rustling of leaves and the distant cry of a hawk. It was perfect. For the first few weeks, I felt a fragile sense of peace I had not known in months. The phantom thumping in my chest receded, replaced by the steady rhythm of my own breathing. I chopped wood, cleared brush, and hiked the endless trails, trying to outrun the memories, to outrun the fear that still gnawed at the edges of my mind. But isolation, as I was learning, was a double-edged sword. It kept the world out, but it also kept your thoughts in, magnified. And the forest, for all its beauty, had a way of getting under your skin. The first time I heard the whispers was about a month after I would settled in. I was in Oakhaven, picking up supplies at the general store, a creaky old building that smelled of dust and stale coffee. The proprietor, an ancient man with a face like a road map and eyes that seemed to have seen too much, was bagging my groceries. His name, etched on a worn name tag, was Silas. New to these parts, ain't ya? He rasped, his voice like gravel. I nodded, offering a tight smile, just looking for some peace and quiet. Silas grunted, his gaze drifting to the window, where the thick forest loomed, dark and silent. Peace and quiet ain't always what you find out here, son. Especially not when the moon turns red. I frowned. The blood moon. I would heard the term before, mostly in movies or old folk tales. He nodded slowly, his eyes fixing on mine, suddenly sharp and unnerving. Aye, the blood moon. Happens every few years. When it does, you best stay inside. Lock your doors. Do not go out. Do not even look at it. I chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Superstition, right. Just a natural phenomenon. Silas did not smile. His lips thinned into a grim line. Ain't no natural phenomenon when the forest starts to scream. My blood ran cold. Scream. Aye. Like 1,000 souls in torment. Like the earth itself is being torn open. Been happening for generations. Oldest stories around here. Stories of sacrifices. Of something buried deep beneath these trees. Something that sleeps until the blood moon wakes it. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The old ones, they say it demands tribute. Always has. Always will. I tried to dismiss it as the ramblings of an eccentric old man, but the look in his eyes, the genuine fear etched into his weathered face, stuck with me. Later, at the tiny, dusty Oakhaven Library, I found a slim, leather-bound book titled Legends of the Willamette Valley. Buried within its yellowed pages were fragmented accounts, chillingly similar to Silas's story. Tales of ancient tribes, of strange rituals performed under a crimson moon, of a forest that wept and howled. There were mentions of disappearances, of people drawn into the woods, never to be seen again. One entry, scrawled in faded ink, spoke of the Great Root, an entity of immense power slumbering beneath the earth, its tendrils woven through the very fabric of the forest, waiting for the blood moon to feed it. The fragile peace I had found began to unravel. The vast ancient forest outside my cabin, which had once felt like a comforting embrace, now seemed to watch me with 1,000 silent eyes. The rustling of leaves no longer sounded like the wind, it sounded like whispers. The snap of a twig in the distance made me jump. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. I started checking the lunar calendar. The next blood moon was only 3 weeks away. As the days dwindled, the atmosphere around the cabin grew heavy, oppressive. The air, usually crisp, felt thick and still, like a held breath. The birds, usually so vocal, grew quiet. An unsettling silence descended upon the woods, broken only by the occasional guttural hoot of an owl that sounded less like a bird and more like a warning. I found myself increasingly wary of venturing beyond the immediate vicinity of my cabin. Even my daily walks along the familiar trails became fraught with a creeping dread. The trees, gnarled and ancient, seemed to twist into grotesque shapes, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the pale sky. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, a flash of shadow, a shift in the dense foliage, but when I turned, there was nothing. just the impenetrable green, silent and watchful. My sleep became restless, haunted by fragmented dreams. I saw figures in cloaks moving through the forest, their faces obscured by shadow, chanting in a language I could not understand. I saw roots thick as tree trunks, pulsing with a dark, viscous fluid, burrowing deeper and deeper into the earth. And always the color red, a pervasive, sickening crimson that stained everything. One afternoon, a week before the blood moon, I was on my porch trying to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the forest. The light was fading, casting long, distorted shadows. That is when I heard it, a low, mournful sound carried on the wind. It was not an animal. It was not the wind. It was a sound that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the forest, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in my chest. It sounded like a collective sigh of agony, or perhaps a warning. I went inside, locking the door, pulling the curtains tight. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind or some strange echo, but the sound persisted, growing subtly louder as night fell, seeping through the walls, filling the cabin with its unsettling presence. It was the forest. I realized, beginning to stir. The next few days were a blur of growing paranoia. I barely slept. I ate little. My cabin, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept imagining Silas's words. The forest screams. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the low hum was just the prelude. The night before the blood moon, the air changed completely. A heavy metallic scent, like old blood and damp earth, hung thick in the air. The temperature dropped significantly, even though it was late summer. The wind, which had been a gentle breeze, began to howl through the trees, a mournful, keening wail that mimicked the sound of 1,000 voices crying out in despair. The low hum from the forest intensified, becoming a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the very ground beneath my feet. I stood on my porch, compelled by a morbid curiosity I could not explain, and stared into the darkness. The moon, though not yet red, was full and bright, casting an eerie, silver glow over the churning canopy. The trees swayed violently, their branches thrashing like desperate arms. And then, I heard it, a sound unlike anything I had ever experienced. It started as a low groan, deep and primal, rising from the very bowels of the earth. It was quickly joined by a cacophony of other sounds, the snapping of unseen branches, the tearing of roots, a wet, sucking noise, and then the screams. Oh God, the screams. They were not human, not animal. They were ancient, guttural, a chorus of agony and rage that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. It sounded like the forest was alive, and it was in unimaginable pain. Or perhaps it was inflicting pain. The sound vibrated through my bones, through my teeth, through my very soul. It was a sound that bypassed the ears and went straight for the deepest, most primal fear center of the brain. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. I stumbled back into the cabin, slamming the door, fumbling with the lock. I tried to block out the sound, stuffing pillows over my ears, but it was useless. It permeated everything. It was inside me. I huddled in a corner, trembling, my eyes wide with terror, watching the window where the blood moon would soon rise. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I should stay put. I should hide. But a strange, undeniable pull began to tug at me. It was not curiosity anymore. It was a compulsion, a magnetic force drawing me towards the screaming darkness outside. My body felt heavy, yet light, as if something else was trying to move it. No, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. No, I won't go. But my feet were already moving, towards the door, towards the source of the screams. I fought it, pressing my back against the wall, but the pull was too strong. It was as if the forest itself was calling to me, beckoning me into its depths. My hand reached for the doorknob, cold and metallic. With a click, the lock disengaged. The air outside hit me like a physical blow cold, thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sweet, like fresh blood. The screams were deafening now, a swirling vortex of sound that threatened to rip my sanity apart. But through the chaos, I could hear a rhythmic thrum, a low, pulsing beat, like a giant heart. The phantom thumping from Pennsylvania was back, but this time it was real. The moon was rising, a monstrous, bloated orb of crimson, hanging low in the sky, bleeding its unholy light over the ancient forest. Everything was bathed in a terrifying, blood-red glow. The trees, silhouetted against the crimson sky, looked like skeletal giants, their twisted branches reaching towards the sky in supplication or despair. I stepped off the porch, my feet moving of their own accord, guided by an unseen force towards the deepest part of the woods. The path was barely visible, obscured by tangled undergrowth and roots that seemed to writhe and twist under the blood moon's gaze. The screams of the forest intensified with every step, a symphony of terror that threatened to shatter my eardrums. I could feel the ground vibrating beneath my feet, a deep, resonant rumble that grew stronger as I pushed deeper into the woods. The trees grew thicker, older, their trunks wider than my outstretched arms, their canopies so dense that only slivers of the blood moon's light penetrated, casting grotesque, dancing shadows. The air grew heavy, thick with a cloying scent of blood and decay. I stumbled over roots that seemed to trip me intentionally, pushing me further, faster. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it, a clearing. It was not natural. Massive ancient stones, crudely shaped, stood in a rough circle, their surfaces slick and dark, reflecting the blood moon's light with an oily sheen. In the center of the clearing, a massive, gnarled tree stump, impossibly wide, served as a crude altar. Around it, cloaked figures moved, their faces obscured by deep hoods, their forms indistinct in the flickering torchlight. They were chanting a low guttural drone that was both hypnotic and terrifying, weaving in and out of the forest screams. My heart leaped into my throat. These were the locals the cultist Silas had hinted at. They were not just stories. They were real. As I watched, paralyzed, one of the figures moved towards the altar, dragging something heavy and struggling. It was an animal, a deer, its eyes wide with terror, its legs thrashing. The chant intensified, rising to a fever pitch. The screams of the forest echoed their fervor, a chorus of primal fear and anticipation. The figure raised a crude, bone-handled knife. In the crimson light, I saw the flash of metal, then the sickening thud as it plunged into the deer. A gush of dark blood, black in the moonlight, spilled over the altar, soaking into the ancient wood, dripping onto the roots that snaked around its base. The smell of fresh blood, hot and metallic, filled the clearing, mingling with the damp earth and the strange, metallic tang in the air. As the blood soaked into the altar, the ground began to tremble violently. Not just a vibration, but a deep, churning tremor that made the ancient stones rattle and the trees sway. The chanting of the cultists grew frantic, desperate. The screams of the forest reached an unbearable crescendo, a deafening roar that seemed to rip the very air apart. From beneath the altar, from the very heart of the clearing, the earth began to churn. Roots, thick as pythons, erupted from the soil, twisting and writhing, tearing through the ground with a sickening, wet sound. The altar itself cracked, splitting apart as something massive began to push its way up from below. It was not a creature with eyes or limbs, not in any conventional sense. It was the earth itself, a colossal, ancient network of roots and dark, pulsating mass, like an immense, petrified heart, rising from the ground. Its surface was mottled, covered in what looked like ancient bark and patches of dark, glistening soil. But it pulsed slowly, rhythmically, with a dark, malevolent energy that I could feel pressing down on me. It was the great root, the thing buried beneath the trees. And it was awake. The cultists were prostrating, themselves now, their chanting a desperate plea, their bodies trembling. The air grew impossibly cold, a chilling, ancient cold that seeped into my bones. And then, I felt it. A shift in the air, a movement of shadows. One of the cloaked figures, taller than the rest, turned slowly. Its hood was still deep, but I could feel its gaze, an ancient, empty presence that found me instantly, hidden amongst the trees. It raised a hand, a long, skeletal finger pointing directly at me. The chanting stopped. The screams of the forest, for a terrifying moment, subsided into a low, anticipatory growl. All eyes, or rather, all hoods, turned towards my hiding place. My breath caught in my throat. I was discovered. I was exposed. The immense, pulsating mass of the great root seemed to grow larger, its dark surface rippling, as if sensing a new presence. The figure that had pointed at me began to move, slowly, deliberately, towards my position. Its steps were silent, gliding over the uneven ground. The other cultists remained prostrate, their faces hidden, their forms unmoving, as if waiting for a command. I tried to run. I tried to scream, but my feet were frozen to the spot, just like they had been in my living room. My throat was tight, choked with fear. The blood moon, a baleful eye in the sky, seemed to pin me in its crimson gaze. The figure reached me, stopping just inches away. I could smell the damp earth, the dried blood, the ancient decay that clung to its cloak. Its head tilted, and for the first time, I saw its face, or what passed for one. It was not human. It was a mass of gnarled, intertwining roots, dark and ancient, with two glowing, red pinpricks where eyes should be. It did not speak. It did not need to. I felt its presence, its ancient, malevolent consciousness, invading my mind, stripping away my thoughts, my memories, my very identity. It was not just a cultist, it was a part of the forest, a conduit for the awakened entity. Its root hand reached out, long, fibrous fingers wrapping around my wrist. The grip was impossibly strong, cold and unyielding, like being grasped by the earth itself. I felt a surge of energy, dark and ancient, flow from its touch, coursing through my veins, chilling me to the bone. My body began to tremble uncontrollably, not just from fear, but from something else, something primal stirring within me. The cultists in the clearing began to rise slowly, their heads lifting, their hoods still obscuring their faces. They turned towards me, their forms becoming indistinct, blurring into the twisted shapes of the trees, their chanting beginning anew, a low, rhythmic drone that pulled at the edges of my sanity. The great root in the center of the clearing pulsed, faster now, its surface rippling with dark, unseen energy. The screams of the forest returned, no longer just screams of agony, but screams of triumph, of hunger. I looked up at the blood moon, a colossal, crimson eye staring down at me, sealing my fate. The root hand tightened its grip, pulling me forward, towards the altar, towards the awakened entity. I was no longer an observer. I was no longer an escapee. I was caught. I was part of the ritual now. And my name, I knew, would be etched not onto a slate, but into the very roots of this screaming ancient forest. The crisp, invigorating bite of the high Cascades air still feels vivid to me, a late autumn chill that clung to the frost-dappled firs as we began our ascent. The trail, a winding ribbon of packed earth and loose shale, made my lungs burn a good burn, the kind that reminded me I was truly alive, miles away from the city's suffocating hum. There were 4 of us on that climb. Liam, our unofficial leader, was a seasoned outdoorsman whose beard seemed to grow thicker with every mile logged, like it was drawing sustenance directly from the pine-scented air. He would done this route, or variations of it, countless times, always with that quiet, confident air that made you trust him implicitly. Chloe, with her bright red pack a stark splash of color against the muted greens and browns of the forest, was a photographer. She was always stopping, camera in hand, capturing the way the light dappled through the canopy or the intricate patterns of lichen on a rock. She had an eye for beauty and a spirit as bright as her pack. Then there was Mark. Mark was the newest addition to our hiking group, a buddy of Liam's from work. He was a good guy, always ready with a joke or a story, but he was also a city boy through and through. He would pack a surprisingly heavy bag, full of gadgets, and a portable speaker he kept promising to not use. He was already huffing and puffing a bit, but his grin was infectious. Me, I was somewhere in the middle. I loved the outdoors, but I was not a hardcore survivalist like Liam. I just needed to escape, to feel the dirt under my boots and the vastness of the sky above, to clear my head from the endless grind. We pushed on, the sun dipping lower, casting long, dramatic shadows that stretched like skeletal fingers across the forest floor. The air grew colder, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones, even through layers of fleece and Gore-Tex. Liam, ever the pragmatist, declared we needed to find a spot to set up camp before it got truly dark. We eventually settled on a relatively flat clearing near a small, gurgling stream, surrounded by ancient, towering firs. It was a picturesque spot, the kind you would see on a postcard. As we unloaded our packs, the first hint of something off began to manifest. It was not anything dramatic, just a subtle shift in the forest's usual soundtrack. The chirping of smaller birds had quieted, and the distant call of a hawk was absent. Instead, there was an unusual silence, almost heavy, punctuated only by the stream and the rustle of our gear. "Man, it is quiet out here," Mark commented, rubbing his hands together. "Like really quiet. Even the crickets are taking the night off." Chloe, who had been setting up her tent with practiced ease, paused. "Yeah, it is not it? Almost unnerving." She looked up at the darkening sky, a thoughtful frown on her face. Liam just grunted, expertly splitting some kindling. "Late autumn, guys. Most of the smaller birds have migrated south, and the predators are probably holed up, waiting for nightfall." His explanation was logical, but even as he said it, I felt a prickle of unease. It was not just quiet, it felt empty. We got a fire going, its warmth a welcome comfort against the encroaching chill. We ate our dehydrated meals, told stories, and generally tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. But the silence persisted, a heavy blanket draped over the forest. Even the crackle of the fire seemed amplified. Around 9, we started to wind down. Mark was already half asleep, snoring softly in his tent. Chloe was meticulously organizing her camera gear. Liam was checking the perimeter, making sure our food was hung properly to deter bears. I was just staring into the flames, trying to shake off the strange feeling that had settled over me. That is when I heard it. A single caw. Sharp, sudden, and incredibly close. I looked up, scanning the dark canopy. Nothing. Then another caw. And another. And another. Soon it was not just because it was a chorus, a cacophony of guttural calls that seemed to echo from every direction. "What the hell?" Mark mumbled, poking his head out of his tent, his eyes wide. Liam returned, his brow furrowed. "Crows. A lot of them. I have never seen so many up here, especially not this late in the year." Chloe pointed a trembling finger upwards. "Look, above us, silhouetted against the faint glow of the rising moon, were hundreds, no, thousands of crows. They were not just flying, they were swirling, a vast, dark vortex of feathers and beaks, their calls like a grinding, tearing sound in the air. It was mesmerizing and terrifying all at once. The sheer number was impossible. Where could they have come from? The swirling mass continued for what felt like an eternity, their collective calls building to a deafening crescendo. It was a sound that seemed to vibrate in your chest, a primal shriek that spoke of ancient, forgotten things. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The swirling cloud dispersed, the calls died down, and the vast majority of the birds seemed to vanish into the deep night. A profound, almost painful silence descended once more, leaving a ringing in our ears and a cold knot of dread in our stomachs. "Well," Liam said, clearing his throat, his voice a little strained. "That was something. Probably a migratory flock, got disoriented or something." He sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as us. Chloe just hugged her knees, staring into the embers of the fire. "I do not like it," she whispered. It felt wrong. We eventually decided to call it a night. Sleep did not come easy. Every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl, made me jump. I kept replaying the image of that black, swirling vortex in my mind. It was unnatural, unsettling. The next morning, the sun rose, painting the peaks in hues of gold and rose. The air was crisp, the stream still gurgled, and the forest on the surface seemed to have returned to its peaceful state. But something was missing. "Hey, has anyone seen Mark?" Chloe asked, emerging from her tent, stretching. "He is usually up by now, complaining about having to pee in the woods." We looked around. Mark's tent was still pitched, his pack was still beside it. But the flap was open, and his sleeping bag was rumpled inside. "No Mark." "Mark," Liam called out, his voice echoing a little too loudly in the quiet morning air. "Mark, you out here?" Silence. A cold dread began to creep in. This was not like Mark. He might wander off to pee, but he would not just disappear without a word, especially not leaving his tent open and his pack behind. We started searching. Liam took the lead, calling Mark's name, checking the stream bank, looking for footprints. Chloe and I fanned out, our calls growing increasingly desperate. We searched for hours. We found nothing, not a single trace. No footprints leading away from the camp, no discarded snack wrappers, no sign of a struggle. It was as if he had simply evaporated. The only thing we did find near where Mark's tent had been was a single iridescent black crow feather, larger than any I would ever seen. It lay flat on the frost-dusted ground, stark against the brown earth. I picked it up. It felt strangely heavy, almost metallic. "This is insane," Chloe said, her voice trembling, her face pale. "He can't just be gone. There has to be an explanation." Liam ran a hand through his beard, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a grim tension. "Bear. Maybe he wandered off in the dark, disoriented, and a bear got him." But even he sounded unconvinced. There were no drag marks, no blood, no signs of a struggle. A bear attack would leave a mess. This was too clean. We spent the rest of the day in a state of growing panic. We tried to find a signal on our phones, but the mountains were too remote. We tried to retrace our steps from the day before, thinking maybe he had gone back down the trail, but there was no sign. The forest felt different now, no longer a place of escape, but a vast, silent, watching entity. And the silence, once merely unnerving, now felt oppressive, like the world was holding its breath. As the sun began to set again, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, a new kind of terror settled in. The memory of the previous night's crows, the impossible numbers, the deafening sound, came flooding back. It was the crows, was not it? Chloe whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "They took him." Liam scoffed, but there was no conviction in his voice. "Do not be ridiculous, Chloe. Crows do not take people." But we all knew. The timing was too precise. The impossible swarm at midnight, and then Mark gone by morning. We huddled around the fire that night, closer than before, our nerves frayed. Liam had sharpened a sturdy stick, a futile gesture, but it made us feel marginally safer. We kept the fire roaring, hoping the light would deter whatever was out there. We talked in hushed tones, mostly about Mark, about how we needed to get off this mountain, how we needed to find help. But every plan felt flimsy. Every hope seemed to dwindle with the fading light. Around 10, I started feeling drowsy, but the fear kept me awake. I kept glancing up at the sky, dreading the approach of midnight. Then, just as the moon reached its zenith, Casting an eerie silver glow over the peaks, it began again. Not a single caw this time, but a low, guttural murmur, like 1,000 whispers growing in volume. We scrambled to our feet, our hearts pounding against our ribs. And then they came, not from one direction, but from everywhere at once. A torrent of black wings, a living storm that blotted out the stars. The sound was indescribable, a rushing wind mixed with 1,000 tearing fabrics, a thunderous flap that vibrated through the very ground beneath us. It was overwhelming, a sensory assault that made my mind reel. Get inside the tents. Liam yelled over the din, but it was useless. The crows were everywhere, swirling around us, a dark, suffocating cyclone. Their calls were no longer just cause they were harsh, guttural croaks, almost like a language, a chilling, ancient chant. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the terrifying spectacle, but the sound was too much. It felt like they were trying to tear the air itself apart. I heard Chloe scream, a high-pitched, desperate sound that was quickly swallowed by the maelstrom. When I dared to open my eyes again, blinking away tears of terror, the storm was still raging. But Chloe was gone. Her bright red pack was still there, slumped against a tree where she would left it. But Chloe herself, the woman with the kind eyes and the infectious spirit, was nowhere to be seen. Just like Mark, just gone. Liam stood frozen, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. We stared at each other, two terrified souls in a world that had suddenly gone mad. The crows continued to swirl, their calls now seeming to mock us, to celebrate their victory. Then, as before, as if on some unseen signal, the maelstrom subsided. The thousands of black wings peeled away, receding into the darkness, leaving behind an even deeper, more profound silence than before. The only sound was the frantic pounding of my own heart and Liam's ragged breathing. Liam choked out, his voice raw with disbelief and grief. He stumbled towards where she had been, frantically searching, calling her name. But there was nothing, just the red pack, a vibrant, tragic beacon in the dim moonlight. I felt a cold, unshakable certainty settle over me. These were not just birds. This was not a natural phenomenon. This was something else, entirely. Something ancient, something malevolent, something that defied all logic and reason. We did not sleep that night. We sat by the dying embers of the fire, two survivors in a world that had suddenly become hostile and incomprehensible. Liam, the unflappable outdoorsman, was broken. His eyes were vacant, his shoulders slumped. He just stared into the darkness, occasionally mumbling Chloe's name. "We have to get out of here," I finally said, my voice hoarse. "As soon as it is light, we go. We run." Liam did not respond, just continued to stare. I knew he was thinking what I was thinking. If they came for Mark, and they came for Chloe, they would come for us. For me. The first rays of dawn brought little comfort. The forest still felt like it was watching us. We packed our remaining gear in a desperate, silent haste. Liam moved like a zombie, his usually efficient movements slow and clumsy. As we started down the trail, the one we would ascended with such hope and excitement just 2 days before, I kept glancing over my shoulder. I half expected to see a single crow perched on a branch, watching our retreat. But there was nothing, just the quiet, the heavy, oppressive quiet. We walked for hours, pushing ourselves past exhaustion. Every snapped twig, every rustle in the undergrowth sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Liam was barely speaking, just putting one foot in front of the other. His usual confidence was gone, replaced by a hollow despair. Around midday, we reached a section of the trail that opened up to a vast, sprawling valley below. It was a beautiful sight, but all I felt was a desperate need to reach civilization, to be among people, to be safe. Then Liam stopped dead. He raised a hand, his eyes fixed on something in the distance. I followed his gaze. Far, far off, above the valley, a single, impossibly large cloud was forming. It was black, swirling, and even from this distance, I could tell it was not a normal storm cloud. It was too dense, too organized, too alive. And then, faintly, carried on the wind, I heard it, a low, guttural murmur. It was starting again. They are following us. I whispered, my voice barely audible. Liam finally spoke. His voice cracked and filled with a terrible, dawning realization. No, he said, his eyes still fixed on the distant, growing black mass. They are not following us. They are waiting for us. He slumped against a tree, his strength finally giving out. They are everywhere, are not they? They are always here. We just never noticed. The black cloud was growing, expanding, and I could now make out individual specks, thousands upon thousands of them, swirling higher and higher into the sky. It was the same impossible number, the same terrifying formation. Panic seized me, a cold, visceral terror that made my blood run cold. We were trapped. There was no escape. This was not a natural event we could outrun. This was something that transcended the physical world. As the sun began its descent once more, casting long, crimson shadows, the black cloud descended with it, slowly but inexorably. It was not just above the valley anymore, it was spreading, filling the sky, blotting out the light. Liam, who had been staring blankly, suddenly pushed himself up. There was a desperate, wild look in his eyes. No, he rasped. Not me. Not like this. He grabbed a fallen branch, thick and heavy, and began to swing it wildly, letting out a primal scream of defiance. The crows were closer now. I could hear their calls, a low, buzzing hum that promised to swell into that deafening roar. They were descending onto the trees around us, their black forms merging with the shadows. Their eyes, I imagined, were fixed on us, ancient and knowing. Liam continued to rage, to fight against the inevitable. He was a brave man, a strong man, but he was just one man against an army of the impossible. I watched, paralyzed by fear, as the first wave of crows peeled off from the main swarm, swooping down with an unnatural speed. I heard Liam's final scream, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror, as he was engulfed by the black tide. I did not see what happened, could not see through the storm of feathers and wings and beaks. But I heard it, and then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The crows rose again, a living curtain of black, and when they cleared, Liam was gone. No trace, no blood, nothing but the snapped branch he had wielded, lying harmlessly on the ground. I was alone, the last one. The black cloud above me was immense now, stretching from horizon to horizon, and it was descending, slowly, purposefully, like a vast dark shroud. The silence was broken only by a low, collective murmur, a sound that seemed to hum in the very air, deep and resonant. And then a single crow landed on a branch directly in front of me, no more than 10 feet away. It was larger than any crow I would ever seen, its feathers a glossy, unnatural black. Its eyes, though, were what truly held me. They were not the beady, unintelligent eyes of a common bird. They were ancient, intelligent, and infinitely patient. They stared into me, not with malice, but with a profound, knowing emptiness. And in that moment, as the final sliver of daylight vanished behind the encroaching storm of wings, I understood. It was not about the bodies. It was not about death, not in the way we understood it. The utter lack of any trace, the clean disappearances, it was not a physical act. They were not tearing flesh or breaking bones. They were collectors. Collectors of something far more precious, far more intangible. The eyes of that crow, those ancient, empty eyes, held the answer. They were not just taking people. They were taking what made us us. Our essence, our spark, our very being. They were collectors of souls. And now they had come for mine. The murmur of the approaching swarm grew louder. a thousand whispers converging into a single, overwhelming sound. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of pine and something else, something cold and ancient. I could feel it, a gentle tugging at the edges of my being, a soft, like a current pulling of a leaf in a stream. I closed my eyes, not in fear, but in a chilling, profound acceptance. The last thing I heard, before the storm of wings enveloped me, before the cold, empty darkness claimed me, was the soft, almost reverent rustle of a million feathers, like the turning of a page in a very old, very terrible book. The crisp cascade air had been my salvation, a clean slate after years spent suffocating in the city's concrete jungle. My name's Alex, and a little over a year ago, I packed up my life, said goodbye to the noise and the endless parade of strangers, and bought a small, secluded cabin nestled deep in the foothills of the Olympic National Forest. It was not fancy, just a cozy frame with a wood-burning stove, a patchy internet connection, and windows that looked out onto an unbroken wall of ancient firs and cedars. It was perfect. I was a freelance graphic designer, so working remotely was never an issue, and the solitude was exactly what my soul had been craving. For months, life was a peaceful, almost idyllic routine. Mornings were for coffee on the porch, watching the mist burn off the treetops. Afternoons were spent hunched over my laptop, the only sounds the distant caw of a crow or the rustle of squirrels in the eaves. Evenings were for reading by the fire, the silence so profound it felt like a presence, a comforting blanket wrapped around the world. I would groan to love that silence, to crave it. It was the sound of peace, of nature unburdened by humanity. Then, the howl started. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I would just finished a particularly tedious logo design and was looking forward to a quiet evening. The sun was just dipping below the western ridge, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and fiery orange. The air was growing cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I was on the porch, watching the last sliver of light vanish, when it began. At first, I barely registered it. A faint, mournful sound, carried on the wind. My initial thought was a wolf. They were not common in this specific area, but not unheard of. Or maybe a coyote pack, though it sounded deeper, more singular. I shrugged, figuring it was just nature doing its thing. It lasted for a good minute, then faded, leaving the silence to reclaim its throne. I did not think much of it, went inside, and settled down with a book. The next evening, it returned. This time, it was a little closer, a little louder. It was not the sharp, yipping cry of a coyote, nor the long, drawn-out call of a lone wolf. This was something else. It was a guttural sound, filled with an ancient sorrow, a raw, primal language that seemed to scrape at the very edges of my hearing. It started just as the last light of day bled from the sky, and it lasted longer, perhaps 2 minutes, before dying away into the deepening gloom. A prickle of unease started to form in the back of my mind. The sound was unsettling. By the end of that week, the howl had become a nightly ritual. Every evening, without fail, as dusk settled over the forest, it would begin. It always emanated from the same direction, deep in the dense woods to the north of my cabin, where the terrain grew steeper and the trees grew thicker, almost impenetrable. It was not moving, it was not shifting. It was just there, and it was growing louder, more insistent each night. I tried to rationalize it, of course. That is what we do, is not it, when confronted with something that defies our understanding. I scoured wildlife forums, listened to countless recordings of animal calls. Nothing matched. Wolves had a certain cadence, a pack mentality even in their solo calls. Coyotes were shriller, more varied. Bears grunted and roared, but they did not howl like this. This sound was pure, sustained, almost melodic in its desolate quality, yet utterly devoid of any comfort. It was a sound of profound loneliness, or perhaps something worse. It started to get under my skin. The anticipation of it each evening was like a tightening knot in my stomach. I would find myself glancing at the clock, watching the sun dip lower, a growing dread replacing my usual evening calm. When it finally came, it was not just a sound I heard, it was a vibration I felt deep in my chest, a low thrumming that resonated with something ancient and forgotten. The forest itself seemed to change. During the day, it became unnaturally quiet. I used to hear birdsong, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves as small creatures went about their lives. Now, there was an eerie stillness. The birds were gone. The squirrels were silent. It was as if the forest held its breath, waiting for dusk, waiting for the howl. One evening, about 2 weeks after it began, I could not take it anymore. The howl had started earlier than usual, a full half hour before total darkness, and it was the loudest it had ever been. It filled the air, reverberating through the very timbers of my cabin. It felt like it was inside my head, clawing at my thoughts. It was not just a sound, it was an oppressive presence. Enough, I muttered to myself, grabbing a heavy-duty flashlight and the hunting knife I kept for emergencies. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. What was I doing? Going into the woods at night, alone, chasing an unknown sound. It was insane, but the alternative, staying inside, cowering, letting this unseen thing torment me, felt worse. I needed to know. I had to know. I stepped out onto the porch, the cold night air hitting me like a physical blow. The howl intensified, a chilling welcome. It was coming from the north, no doubt. I flicked on the powerful beam of my flashlight, cutting a path through the encroaching gloom. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their shadows dancing grotesquely with every shift of my light. The ground was uneven, covered in a thick carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves, hiding roots and rocks that threatened to trip me with every step. I moved slowly, cautiously, my senses on high alert. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The howl was a constant, deafening roar now, yet it did not seem to be getting any closer, only louder, as if the sound itself was expanding, filling the entire forest. I pushed deeper, past the familiar boundary of my property, into the wild, untamed expanse. The air grew colder, heavier, carrying a strange, metallic tang I could not place. My breath plumed white in front of me, and my hands, clutching the flashlight and knife, were starting to go numb. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, I stopped. The howl was so loud now that it felt like it was tearing at my eardrums. My head throbbed. I shone my light around frantically, expecting to see what? A massive wolf, a deformed bear, some kind of cryptid from local folklore. But there was nothing, just trees. Endless, silent, mocking trees. I dropped to my knees, panting, my mind reeling. The sound was overwhelming, a physical assault. It was coming from everywhere and nowhere. It was impossible. My rational mind screamed at me to turn back, to run, to lock myself in the cabin and try to forget this nightmare. But another part, a dark, obsessive part, refused. I was so close. I could feel it. This howl was not just a sound, it was a beacon drawing me in. I forced myself up, my legs trembling. I noticed something then, something I had not seen before. The trees here were different. Taller, darker, their branches twisted into grotesque, skeletal shapes, devoid of needles in places, as if something had scorched them. The ground beneath my feet felt wrong. It was softer, almost spongy, and beneath the layers of pine needles, I could feel a damp, cold earth that smelled vaguely of decay. I spotted a faint deer trail, barely visible, leading deeper into the gloom, towards what looked like a particularly dense thicket. The howl seemed to emanate from beyond that thicket, a sound so concentrated, so powerful, that it felt like it was going to tear the fabric of reality. "This is it," I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible over the howl. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in my chest, beating itself against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, to save myself from whatever madness lay ahead. But curiosity, that most dangerous of human traits, had me by the throat. I had to see. I plunged into the thicket, branches tearing at my jacket, whipping at my face. The air grew impossibly colder, and the metallic smell intensified, mixed now with something else, something acrid, like ozone and burnt air. The howl reached a crescendo, a sustained, agonizing note that vibrated through my very bones. It was not just loud, it was painful. It felt like my skull was going to split open. Then, I broke through. I stumbled into a small clearing, my flashlight beam cutting a shaky arc through the oppressive darkness. The howl was here. It was right here. It was deafening, a physical force that pressed down on me, stealing my breath, blurring my vision. And then I saw it. It was not a creature in any sense I understood. It defied classification, defied description, defied the very laws of nature. In the center of the clearing was a sinkhole, a gaping maw in the earth, perhaps 20 feet across. The edges were uneven, jagged, as if something had violently ripped the ground apart. But it was not the sinkhole itself that held my gaze, paralyzed me with a horror so profound it threatened to shatter my sanity. It was what was inside it, or rather, what was the sinkhole? From the depths of that abyss, from the very core of that gaping wound in the earth, rose a form. It was not solid, not entirely. It was a shifting, undulating mass of shadow and impossibly twisted, sinewy tendrils that seemed to writhe and contort with a life of their own. It was a living vortex of pure, unadulterated darkness, but within that darkness, I could discern shapes that made no sense. There were glimpses of what looked like skeletal structures, not bone, but something harder, blacker, impossibly sharp, jutting out like broken spires. There were patches where the shadows seemed to condense, forming what could only be described as eyes not eyes with pupils or irises, but vast, empty voids that stared out from the formless mass, reflecting no light, only absorbing it, drawing the very essence of existence into their depths. And then there was the mouth. It was not a mouth in any biological sense. It was a tear, a rent in the fabric of the shadow, a gaping chasm lined with row upon row of needle, like teeth that shimmered with an unnatural, obsidian sheen. It was from this impossible maw that the howl emanated. The howl was not just a sound, it was the creature itself. It was the sound of pure, unending agony, a lament of cosmic proportions, a scream of something that had been torn from its rightful place and left to fester in the dark. But it was also a sound of immense power, of predatory hunger. It was a sound that did not just vibrate in the air, it vibrated in my very soul. As I stared, transfixed by the horror, I felt something shift within me. My mind, which had always been my fortress, began to crack. The creature was not just howling, it was communicating. It was pouring its essence, its despair, its unimaginable pain, directly into my consciousness. I saw flashes of things that made no sense vast, empty spaces between stars, the slow, agonizing death of suns, the endless, grinding despair of forgotten dimensions. My mind screamed in protest, trying to reject the torrent of alien knowledge. But it was too late. I was being imprinted, branded by the sheer, overwhelming wrongness of it. My flashlight, which I had somehow managed to keep pointed at the horror, flickered once, twice, then died, plunging the clearing into absolute darkness. The howl did not lessen. If anything, it intensified, now a purely auditory assault, stripping away my last vestiges of sanity. I could not see the creature anymore, but I could feel it, a vast, malevolent presence that filled the clearing, that filled the world. It was reaching for me, not with physical tendrils, but with something far more insidious, something that sought to consume my very being. I do not remember running. I do not remember the exact moment my legs started moving. It was a primal, instinctual flight. My body took over, propelled by a terror so absolute it bypassed all conscious thought. I stumbled, fell, clawed my way through the thicket, ignoring the tearing branches, the sharp rocks, the cold, damp earth. The howl was a physical weight on my back, a shadow chasing me, pressing me forward. It was not just behind me, it was everywhere. I crashed through the forest, the sounds of my own ragged breathing and pounding heart lost beneath the endless, soul-shredding scream. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed in protest, but I did not stop. I ran until the trees began to thin, until I saw the faint outline of my cabin through the darkness. I burst through the door, slamming it shut behind me, fumbling with the lock. I leaned against it, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. The cabin was dark, silent, safe. But it was not. The howl was still there. It was not coming from outside anymore. It was inside my head. It was a phantom sound, an echo of the horror I had witnessed, burned into the very fabric of my mind. It was fainter now, a whisper compared to the roar I had endured in the clearing, but it was constant. An endless, mournful, agonizing sound, playing on an infinite loop within my skull. I spent the rest of that night huddled in a corner of my living room, wrapped in a blanket, shivering, listening to the internal scream. Sleep was impossible. My mind raced, trying to process, trying to forget, trying to rationalize what I had seen. But there was no rationalizing it. There was only the indelible image of that shifting, shadowy horror, that gaping, teeth-filled maw, that terror in reality that was the howl. Days turned into weeks. I tried to go back to my routine, to my work, but the concentration was gone. The peace was shattered. The cabin, once my sanctuary, became a prison. Every sunset brought a fresh wave of dread, even though the external howl never returned. It did not need to. It was already inside me. I tried to talk about it, once to a friend on the phone. I started to describe the sound, the clearing, the thing. But the words caught in my throat. A cold dread gripped me, a warning, an instinct that told me this was not something to be shared, not something that could be understood by anyone who had not seen it. It was a secret, a curse that I would carry alone. I stopped going outside after dark. The forest, once a source of comfort, now felt like a living, breathing entity, watching me, waiting. Every shadow seemed to hold a hint of that shifting darkness. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the whisper of those impossible tendrils. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the cabin is utterly silent, the internal howl intensifies. It fills my mind, overwhelming all other thoughts, dragging me back to that clearing, back to that impossible sight. I feel the cold, the metallic tang in the air, the crushing weight of its despair. And I know with a chilling certainty that it is still out there in the darkness, in that sinkhole, howling its endless, agonizing cry. And a part of it, a terrible echoing part, is now howling inside me. Forever. I am still here, in my cabin. I still work. I still eat. I still go through the motions. But I am not the same Alex who sought peace in these woods. That person died in that clearing, replaced by someone haunted, someone who carries the burden of a sight no human was ever meant to behold. The silence I once cherished is gone, replaced by a sound that never ends. The endless howl. It is my constant companion, a reminder of the abyss I peered into, and the piece of it that now lives within me. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it is truly just an echo, or if a part of that thing, that unimaginable horror, is now truly irrevocably a part of me. The howl. God, the howl. Even now, months later, the sound still tears at the edges of my sanity. It is a phantom limb of agony, a cosmic echo embedded in the very fabric of my being. After the flashlight died, after that impossible, shifting maw shadow and tendrils swallowed the last sliver of light, I did not think. I did not plan. I just fled. My escape from that sinkhole, from that living vortex of despair and hunger, is a blur of primal terror. I remember the sensation of roots tearing at my clothes, branches whipping my face, the ground giving way beneath my frantic feet. The howl was a physical force, a hammer blow to my skull, but somehow, some instinct, some deep-seated will to survive, propelled me forward. I do not know how long I ran, or in what direction. All I know is that when the first weak rays of dawn finally pierced the dense canopy, painting the forest in sickly greens and grays, I was miles from my cabin, collapsed in a heap, my lungs burning, my throat raw from silent screams. I never went back to that cabin. Not really. I drove past it once, weeks later, the windows dark, the porch light long dead. It looked like a tomb, a monument to shattered peace. The Olympic National Forest, once my sanctuary, had become a graveyard for my mind. Every rustle of leaves was a whisper, every shadow a lurking horror. The silence, once profound, was now a heavy blanket of dread, muffling the screams I knew were still out there, just beyond the veil of my perception. I sold the cabin, sight unseen, to some unsuspecting real estate company, packed a few essentials, left everything else behind. My whole life reduced to a couple of duffel bags and a deeply scarred psyche. I needed to get away, far away from the Pacific Northwest, far from the memory of that primordial darkness. I drove east. For weeks. I just drove, sleeping in cheap motels, the kind where the carpet feels perpetually damp and the ice machine groans like a dying beast. I avoided cities, the noise and the crowds too much for my frayed nerves. I was looking for I do not know, a place where the world felt normal again, a place where the shadows were just shadows and the silence was just silence. Eventually, I found myself in rural Pennsylvania. Rolling hills, old farmhouses, dense, ancient-looking woods that felt different from the rain-soaked giants of the Olympic Peninsula. Less primal, perhaps. More lived in, haunted by history, maybe, but not by cosmic entities. Or so I hoped. I bought a small, dilapidated farmhouse on a few acres, miles from the nearest town. It was cheap, isolated, and had a strange, melancholic charm. The previous owners, a reclusive elderly couple, had apparently passed away years ago, and the property had sat vacant, slowly succumbing to nature. The house itself was a project, but that was fine. I needed a distraction, something to focus on other than the ever-present hum of dread in my skull. The first few weeks were okay. I patched leaks, cleared overgrown brush, painted walls. The physical labor was therapeutic. The nights were still hard. Sleep was a battle, haunted by fragmented nightmares of impossible geometries and the echo of that soul-shattering howl. But during the day, under the benevolent sun, I almost felt human again. Then I noticed the tree. It stood at the very edge of my property, where my fields gave way to the deep woods. A massive oak, ancient and gnarled, its branches like arthritic fingers reaching toward the sky. Its bark was a mosaic of deep furrows and dark crevices, giving it a face-like quality, stern and ancient. It was a beautiful, imposing tree, the kind that anchors a landscape. But there was something else about it, something that snagged my attention, pulled at the threads of my unease. Hanging from one of its thickest, lowest branches was a rope, a thick, weathered length of hemp, tied into a crude, but undeniably effective noose. I saw it first on a crisp autumn afternoon, while clearing some brush near the property line. The sun was low, casting long, dramatic shadows. The noose just hung there, perfectly still. No breeze, not even a faint rustle of leaves. Just the rope, a silent, macabre decoration on an otherwise majestic tree. My heart gave a jolt. I told myself it was just an old farm rope, perhaps used for a swing or to hoist feed. But the knot, it was undeniably a hangman's knot, the kind you see in old westerns or true crime documentaries. My stomach twisted. I walked over to it, slowly, as if approaching a sleeping predator. The air around the tree felt different, colder, heavier. Even in the bright afternoon sun, a palpable gloom seemed to cling to its ancient trunk. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the coarse, dry fibers of the rope. It felt old, very old, and impossibly cold. Just an old rope. I muttered to myself, trying to sound convincing. Some kids probably did it as a prank. But the rationalizations felt hollow, even to me. The tree felt wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. I decided to cut it down, get rid of it. But then I hesitated. Why? I could not say. A strange reluctance, a feeling that perhaps I should not interfere. As if the rope was meant to be there. I shook my head, dismissing the irrational thought. I would come back tomorrow with an axe. That night, the nightmares were worse than usual. The howl was back, clearer, more insistent. I woke in a cold sweat, gasping for air, the room still and dark around me. I tried to focus on the mundane, on the peeling paint, the creaking floorboards of my new old house. But my mind kept drifting to the tree and the noose. The next day, I did not cut it down. I do not know why. I walked out there, axe in hand, but when I stood beneath the massive canopy, a profound sense of inertia washed over me. It felt like disrespect, like I was about to desecrate something ancient and terrible. I told myself I was being silly, but the feeling was strong enough to make me turn back. As the days turned into weeks, the tree became a focal point of my unease. I would find myself staring at it from my kitchen window, especially as dusk settled. The noose was always there, always still. Even on windy days, when the branches around it swayed and groaned, the rope hung motionless, a stark, unchanging statement against the turbulent sky. It was like a needle on a compass, always pointing to a place of profound stillness, a void in the heart of motion. Then came the nights when the moon was full. The first time, I was sitting on my porch trying to read. The air was crisp, the crickets chirping their nightly symphony. The moon, a perfect silver disk, climbed high into the inky sky, bathing the entire landscape in an ethereal, ghostly light. My gaze drifted, as it often did, to the old oak at the edge of the woods. And that is when I saw it. The noose, which had been perfectly still all day, was now gently swaying. Not violently, not like a body twisting in the wind. Just a slow, deliberate, pendulum-like motion. Back and forth, back and forth. There was no breeze. Not a breath of air stirred the leaves on the other branches, which hung heavy and motionless. But the noose swung, a silent, rhythmic pulse in the moonlit night. A chill, far colder than the autumn air, snaked down my spine. My breath hitched. I watched, mesmerized, for what felt like an eternity. The rhythmic swing continued, utterly unnatural, utterly terrifying. It was a macabre dance, performed for an audience of one. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, it stopped, as abruptly as it had begun. The rope hung still once more, a dark question mark against the pale moonlight. I did not sleep that night. I paced. I drank too much coffee. I tried to convince myself it was an optical illusion, a trick of the light, my own frayed nerves playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew that noose had swung, and it had not been the wind. The next full moon, I was ready, or at least, I thought I was. I brought a blanket out to the porch, a thermos of coffee, and my old hunting rifle. Not that I expected to shoot a ghost, but the cold steel in my hands was a small comfort. As the moon ascended, painting the tree in its spectral glow, I watched. The air was still silent. The noose hung motionless. For an hour, nothing happened. I started to relax, telling myself I would overreact it. Then the swaying began. Slow, deliberate, back and forth, just like before. My heart hammered against my ribs. I gripped the rifle, my knuckles white. And then, I saw the first one. It was faint at first, a ripple in the moonlight beneath the noose. Like heat haze, but cold. It began to coalesce, slowly, impossibly. A figure. Tall, gaunt. Its form was translucent, shimmering, but undeniably human. It hung there, suspended in the air, its head lolling to one side at an unnatural angle. Its feet, bare and pale, dangled just above the ground. I could not make out details of its face at first, just the general impression of profound sorrow, an open-mouthed, silent scream. Its clothes were tattered indistinct, like old burlap. But the rope around its neck was clear. A dark, thick line biting into pale, spectral flesh. I choked back a gasp. My mind screamed for me to run, to flee, but my feet were rooted to the porch. I could not tear my eyes away. This was not a nightmare. This was real. And it was happening right in front of me. The figure hung there for what felt like an eternity, swaying ever so slightly with the rhythm of the noose. It radiated a profound, chilling despair that seeped into my very bones. I felt a wave of nausea, a dizzying sense of being plummeted into an abyss of sorrow. Then, as slowly as it had appeared, it began to fade. The edges blurred, the form grew more translucent, until finally it was gone. Only the noose remained, still swaying gently, a silent witness to the spectral hanging. I stumbled back into the house, slamming the door shut, locking it, then locking it again. I collapsed against the wall, shaking uncontrollably, gasping for air. The cosmic horror of the sinkhole had been an alien, incomprehensible terror. This was different. This was human horror. This was the raw, brutal agony of lives ended in despair, replaying their final moments under the cold, indifferent gaze of the moon. And it was, in its own way, just as terrifying. I spent the next few days in a fog. I did not go near the tree. I tried to rationalize it again, but the image was burned into my retinas. The sway, the gaunt figure, the noose. It was real. I started researching the property's history. The nearest town had a small historical society, run by a kindly, if slightly eccentric, old woman named Martha. I spun some tale about being interested in the local folklore, hoping to glean information without sounding like a raving lunatic. Martha, with her thick glasses perched on her nose, was a treasure trove of local gossip and grim history. She talked about droughts, feuds, hard times. And then she mentioned the tree. "Ah, the old hanging tree," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Folks around here, they generally leave that one alone. Been there for generations, that tree has. Seen a lot of sorrow, they say." My blood ran cold. "Sorrow," I prompted, trying to keep my voice even. She nodded, her eyes distant. "Yes. Back in the old days, when the law was, well, less formal, sometimes folks took matters into their own hands. Horse thieves, cattle rustlers, sometimes even just men accused of things they did not do. And then there was the Panic of '29 and the Dust Bowl. Hard times. Some folks, they just gave up hope. Went out to that tree." She sighed, a deep, mournful sound. "My own great-grandfather, he always said you could feel the sadness around it. Said the moonlight brought out the old ghosts." My stomach clenched. "Ghosts." She looked at me, her eyes surprisingly sharp. "Oh yes. They say if you are out there on a full moon, you can see them. The ones who hung there, reliving their last moments, over and over. Poor souls." She shook her head, then brightened. "But do not you worry, dear. They do not mean no harm. Just stuck, you see. Stuck." The word echoed in my mind. Stuck, reliving cosmic agony in a sinkhole. Stuck, reliving human agony under a tree. I wondered if I was stuck too, forever oscillating between these two poles of terror. The next full moon. I did not need to force myself to watch. I was drawn to it. A morbid curiosity, a horrifying compulsion. I felt like I was part of the spectacle now, an unwilling audience member in a never-ending play of despair. I sat on my porch again, rifle discarded. It felt useless. What could a bullet do against sorrow? The moon rose, a cold, indifferent eye in the sky. The noose began its familiar, silent swing. And then they appeared. Not just one this time. Two. And then a third, slowly coalescing out of the moonlight. They hung in the air, suspended, their forms more vivid, now more defined. The first was the gaunt man from before, his head still unnaturally askew, his mouth a gaping hole of silent anguish. Beside him, a smaller figure began to form. A woman. Her long, dark hair obscured her face, but I could see the rope around her neck, pulling her head back, stretching her skin taut. Her hands, pale and spectral, were clasped together, as if in prayer or desperate supplication. And then the third. This one was the most horrifying. A child. A boy no older than 10 or 12. His small, tattered clothes hung loosely on his translucent frame. His face was turned towards me, and his eyes were wide, brimming with a silent, profound terror. A tear, a single shimmering bead of moonlight, seemed to track down his spectral cheek. The noose around his neck was too big, slipping down to his chest, but the impression of the rope was still there, a cruel red mark on his pale throat. They hung there, swaying in unison with the noose, a tableau of unspeakable tragedy. The air grew impossibly cold, and I could feel their despair, their fear, their final moments of agony pressing in on me. It was not just a sight, it was an experience. Their sorrow seeped into me, drowning me in a wave of shared suffering. I felt my own breath catch, my own throat tighten, as if the rope was around my neck too. The man's mouth seemed to move, silently screaming. The woman's clasped hands twitched, as if trying to pull the rope away. And the boy's eyes, those wide, terrified eyes, never left mine. They seemed to plead, to accuse, to beg for release. It was not just a replay. It felt like they were aware of me, aware of my presence, my living breath, my beating heart. They were showing me, making me bear witness. I could not take it. I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, trying to block out the sight, the feeling, the crushing weight of their despair. But the images were burned into my mind, and the cold, the sorrow, it was already inside me. When I finally dared to open my eyes, they were gone. The noose still swayed, a ghostly metronome counting out the seconds of my sanity. From then on, the full moon became a night of terror. I tried to leave. I packed my bags, got in my truck, and drove. But I only made it a few miles down the road before an inexplicable urge, a powerful, magnetic pull, forced me to turn back. It was like an invisible tether, binding me to that property, to that tree. I was stuck, just like them. Each full moon, the apparitions grew clearer, more numerous. I started to recognize faces, to imagine their stories. The old farmer who lost everything. The young mother who could not feed her children. The boy-o. God, the boy. He was always there, his eyes locked on mine, his silent plea louder than any scream. Sometimes, under the moonlight, I would hear faint whispers carried on the non-existent breeze. Not words, not exactly. More like the ghost of sound. Faint moans, a choked sob, the rustle of struggle. And once, just once, I swore I heard a child's whimpering cry, carried directly to my ears, chilling me to the bone. I stopped sleeping altogether on those nights. I would sit on the porch, wrapped in blankets, watching the macabre procession, my mind slowly unraveling. I started talking to them, sometimes, whispering apologies, asking them what they wanted. But they never responded, just hung there, silently accusing, eternally suffering. The tree itself seemed to change. Its ancient bark, under the moonlight, sometimes appeared to writhe, like tortured flesh. The deep furrows seemed to deepen, forming patterns that looked like anguished faces. I started to think the tree was not just a stage for their suffering, but an active participant. A silent, rooted monster, feeding on the despair of those who died beneath its branches. Perhaps it was the anchor, the nexus that held them bound, forever replaying their final, agonizing moments. One night, as the full moon cast its eerie glow, the noose began to swing with an unusual vigor. Faster, wider. It was not just a gentle sway anymore. It was like a furious pendulum building momentum. And as it swung, the apparitions appeared not just hanging, but seeming to emerge from the very trunk of the tree, their forms more substantial than ever before. The gaunt man, the praying woman, the terrified boy, and others I had not seen as clearly before. An old woman with a shawl, a young man with a defiant sneer frozen on his face, a whole tableau of human misery, all swaying with the mad rhythm of the noose. Their eyes, all of them, were fixed on me, and this time there were whispers, clearer, more insistent, a chorus of faint, mournful sounds just at the edge of comprehension. But the feeling was unmistakable. They were calling to me, inviting me. The noose itself seemed to lower slowly, imperceptibly, until it hung just at eye level. It swayed, hypnotically beckoning. The rope, which had been so still, now seemed to pulse, to breathe. I felt a strange pull, a morbid fascination that was stronger than fear. My feet started to move, slowly, deliberately, carrying me off the porch, across the yard, toward the tree. The cold air around it intensified, biting at my skin. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into something almost like a single, drawn-out moan. The boy's eyes, wide and terrified, were still on me. But this time, there was something else in them. A flicker of understanding, or perhaps a shared fate. I stood directly beneath the noose, its rough fibers almost brushing my hair. The smell of old rope, of damp earth, and something else, a faint, metallic scent, like old blood, filled my nostrils. The apparitions hung all around me, their ghostly forms pressing in, their silent screams vibrating through my very bones. I could feel their cold touch, the brush of their spectral clothes against my skin. The noose swayed gently, invitingly, right in front of my face. And I knew in that moment what they wanted, what the tree wanted. It wanted another witness, another soul to join the endless, moonlit dance of despair. I reached out, my hand trembling, my fingers brushing against the rough hemp. It was impossibly cold. I could feel the texture of the knot, the twisted strands. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over me. All the sleepless nights, all the terror, all the cosmic horror of the sinkhole and the human horror of the tree, it all converged into a single, overwhelming desire for peace, for an end to the torment. The boy's eyes, still fixed on mine, seemed to hold a silent question, a challenge. Will you join us? My hand, as if guided by an unseen force, reached up toward the noose. My fingers fumbled with the knot, not to untie it, but to open it, to widen the loop. A faint, collective sigh seemed to ripple through the air around me. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, almost forming words now. Join us. Peace. End the suffering. I closed my eyes. The cold was absolute. The silence, profound. And in that silence, I heard the howl again. Not the cosmic howl from the sinkhole, but a different kind of howl. A human one. A sound of pure, unending sorrow. My own. I do not know what happened next. I do not know if I succumbed, if I slipped the noose around my own neck, drawn in by the promise of an end to the torment, to finally find peace in the cold embrace of the tree. All I know is that sometimes, on a clear night, when the moon is full and hangs like a pearl in the inky sky, if you stand at the edge of the old woods, where the fields meet the darkness, you might see it. The old oak, and hanging from its gnarled branches, the noose, still swaying, And if you watch long enough, if you are brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, you might see them. The figures. Pale, translucent, eternally suffering. And among them, a new one. A man. His face etched with a profound, cosmic despair and a silent human sorrow. His eyes, wide and vacant, forever fixed on the moon. And sometimes, just sometimes, you might swear you hear a faint whisper carried on the non-existent breeze. A single, choked word, repeated over and over, lost to the moonlight over the hanging tree. Stuck. All right, hey guys. So, you know how sometimes you hear a story, or you experience something yourself, and it gets under your skin. It is not a jump scare. It is not some grotesque monster chasing you. It is just this creeping, insidious dread that sticks with you long after the moment has passed. That is what this one is. It is not about a haunted house or some ancient evil in a forgotten crypt. It is about trees. Just trees. And what they can do when the sun goes down. This happened to me a few years back when I was trying to save a buck by driving cross-country instead of flying. I had just finished up a pretty demanding contract job out on the West Coast, and my next gig was starting in a couple of weeks back east in upstate New York. I figured, why not make a road trip out of it? See some sights, listen to some podcasts, enjoy the open road. Sounded like a good idea at the time. I was somewhere in the Midwest, probably Nebraska or Iowa, maybe even eastern Colorado, honestly. After a few days of driving, all those endless plains start to blend into one long, monotonous stretch of highway. I was making good time, but I was also getting pretty antsy. I would been sticking to the main interstates, but they were boring, and I was looking for a little more character. That is when I saw the sign for a scenic route that promised to cut off a few hours and take me through some charming rural landscapes. Charming. Yeah, right. I veered off the interstate, feeling a little thrill of adventure. The road immediately narrowed, going from 4 lanes to 2, then eventually to one winding ribbon of cracked asphalt that looked like it had not been repaved since the Eisenhower administration. It snaked its way through rolling hills, past abandoned farmhouses with broken windows like vacant eyes, and fields of corn that stretched to the horizon, rustling ominously in the breeze. But what really caught my attention after a while was the forest. It was not a dense, dark, fairy tale forest. It was more like a border, a thick, tangled wall of trees that flanked the road for miles on end. Most of them looked like oaks or maples, but they were old, gnarled, and many of them had a lot of broken limbs. And that is where it started. It was still daylight, maybe mid-afternoon, when I first noticed it. I was listening to an audiobook, minding my own business, when my eyes drifted to the trees on my right. One particular tree, standing a little closer to the road than the others, had a huge branch that had snapped off, probably in a storm. It hung down, still attached by a few splinters of wood, but mostly just dangling. And the way it hung, it looked exactly like a human arm. I mean, not just vaguely. It had the right thickness, the way it bent at what would be the elbow, the way the smaller twigs branched off at the end, looking like splayed, bony fingers. The broken end, where it had snapped from the trunk, was pale and jagged, like a fresh bone break. It was unsettling. I stared at it for a moment, then shook my head. Too much driving. I muttered to myself, "You are seeing things." I laughed it off, but a tiny shiver still ran down my spine. But then I started seeing more of them. Once you notice something like that, you can't unnotice it. As I drove further, I began to actively look for them, and they were everywhere. Not every tree, not every broken branch, but enough of them to make it genuinely creepy. Limbs that jutted out at odd angles, like a dislocated shoulder. Branches that hung straight down, then bent sharply at the end, like a wrist. Some were thicker, like a man's arm, others thinner, like a child's. The bark was rough, like old, sun-weathered skin, and the pale wood of the brakes, it just looked too much like exposed bone. It was like driving through a forest of broken bodies, frozen in silent agony. I tried to rationalize it. It is pareidolia, right? your brain trying to find familiar patterns in random shapes, like seeing faces in clouds. But this felt different. It was too consistent, too specific, and the sheer number of them. It felt less like a trick of the light and more like a design. The sun started to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, and the shadows in the forest began to lengthen. That is when the road, which had been bad, decided to get worse. I hit a pothole that felt less like a hole and more like a small crater. My car lurched violently, and a sickening thud echoed from underneath. Immediately, the steering fell off, and a warning light flashed on my dashboard. Are you kidding me? I slammed my fist on the steering wheel. Of course. In the middle of nowhere, on a road I should not have taken, surrounded by a forest of skeletal arms. Perfect. I pulled over to the side of the road, the gravel crunching under my tires. I got out, pulled out my phone, and checked for signal. 1 bar, maybe 2 flickering. Enough to call for help, theoretically, but I knew I was in for a long wait. There was no way a tow truck was going to get out here quickly, if at all, before morning. I peered under the car using my phone's flashlight. It looked like I would bent something pretty badly in the suspension and probably punctured a tire to boot. No way I was driving it further. So, I was stranded, in the dark, next to the forest. I got back into the car, the silence outside suddenly oppressive. I tried calling a few places, but either the call would not go through, or I would get an automated message about being outside of service range. Great. I leaned back in my seat, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just a broken down car a long night. Nothing to worry about, except for the trees. As the last sliver of daylight faded, the forest became a solid, impenetrable wall of black. The temperature dropped, and a cold breeze began to rustle through the leaves, a sound that was less like wind and more like a collective sigh, or a whisper. I turned on the radio, hoping for some distraction, anything to fill the silence. After a lot of static, I managed to tune into a local station. It was mostly country music, but then the DJ broke in with a news update. And authorities are still searching for 24-year-old Sarah Jenkins, who was reported missing 3 days ago after her car was found abandoned on Old Mill Road, near the Blackwood Forest area. This marks the 3rd disappearance in as many months from that stretch of road, with no leads or signs of foul play. Police are urging residents to avoid traveling alone on Old Mill Road, especially after dark, until the matter is resolved. My blood ran cold. Old Mill Road, Blackwood Forest. I looked out my window into the inky blackness. I did not know if this was exactly Blackwood Forest, but it sure as hell felt like it. And the disappearances, no leads, no signs of foul play. Just gone. I turned off the radio, the silence even heavier now. My imagination, already working overtime, started to conjure images. Why no signs of foul play? Because whatever took them did not leave a trace. Or maybe whatever took them was not human. I tried to tell myself it was just a coincidence. A local creep, a serial killer, something mundane. But the image of those branches, those broken, bony arms, kept flashing in my mind. I decided to try and get some sleep. I reclined my seat, pulled my hoodie up, and tried to close my eyes. But every rustle of leaves, every creak of the car, made me jump. I kept picturing those arm-like branches. In the darkness, they were not just still anymore. They were poised, waiting. I must have drifted off, because I woke with a jolt. I did not know what woke me, but my heart was pounding. I looked at my watch. It was past midnight. The moon was a sliver, barely illuminating anything, but it was enough to cast eerie, shifting shadows through the trees. And that is when I saw it. One of the branches, one of the particularly arm-like ones, was no longer hanging limply. It was bent, as if at an elbow, and then what looked like a hand was reaching out. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but it was higher than it had been before. It was reaching towards the road. I blinked hard. "No," I whispered. "No, you are tired. You are stressed. It is a trick of the light." But then another branch further down the road seemed to shift. A slow, deliberate movement. It was not swaying in the wind, the air was still, heavy. This was an intentional, controlled motion, like a slow stretch. My breath hitched in my throat. I pressed myself back against the seat, trying to become invisible. My eyes darted from branch to branch. In the deeper shadows, it was impossible to tell if they were moving, but the ones closer to the road, I swore I saw more of them. Slowly, painstakingly, articulating. They were not just branches anymore. They were limbs. They moved with a terrible, organic grace that was utterly horrifying. Not fast, not sudden, but with a deliberate, sinuous quality, like a hand slowly unclenching, or an arm reaching out to feel for something in the dark. The pale, broken ends of the wood seemed to gleam in the faint moonlight, like raw bone. I watched, transfixed by a terror I would never know. One particularly thick branch, shaped like a powerful forearm, slowly extended itself in the trunk, then bent at a sharp angle, its fingers the smaller twigs splaying out. It was reaching, groping in the air. And then I heard it. A faint rustling sound, not from the trees, but from the gravel on the road, a little further ahead. My blood ran colder than ever. Something was out there. I squinted, trying to pierce the gloom. And then I saw it. A figure. Small, hunched over. It looked like a deer, or maybe a coyote, rooting around in the ditch. I breathed a tiny sigh of relief. Okay, an animal. Nothing to worry about. But then, one of the tree arms, a thick, knotty one, shot out with surprising speed. It was not a slow, deliberate movement this time. It was a strike. The branch wrapped around the small figure, and I heard a muffled squeal, cut short. The figure struggled for a moment, a pathetic, desperate thrashing. And then it was pulled violently, not towards the trunk of the tree, but into the forest, disappearing instantly into the impenetrable darkness beyond the tree line. The branch retracted, slowly, deliberately, settling back into its previous, innocent-looking position. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I could not breathe. I had just watched something, an animal, get snatched by a tree with arms like bones. This was not pareidolia. This was not my imagination. This was real. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I was frozen, paralyzed by a primal fear that had me locked in place. I felt utterly helpless, trapped in my broken-down car, a flimsy metal box against a forest that was suddenly alive with predatory intent. I looked around my car, desperately searching for anything, a weapon, a plan. My phone was still dead to the world, a useless brick. My car keys were in the ignition, but the car was not going anywhere. Then, I felt it, a faint tap. It was not loud, just a gentle, almost inquisitive tap on my driver's side window. I slowly, agonizingly turned my head. Right outside my window, so close I could have touched it, was one of those branches. It was thin, gnarled, and the end of it, with its cluster of small twigs, was pressed against the glass. It looked exactly like a skeletal hand, its bony fingers tapping lightly, patiently. My breath caught in my throat. I could see the rough texture of the bark, the pale wood of a recent break, like a raw scar. It was cold, ancient, and utterly alien. Then, the hand pressed harder against the glass, and I heard a faint creak from the tree, a sound like old bones shifting. The branch slowly began to slide along the window, moving towards the edge of the glass, toward the gap where the window met the frame. It was trying to get in. Panic surged through me, overriding the paralysis. I scrambled across the passenger seat, putting as much distance as I could between myself and that thing. I fumbled for the door lock, pushing it down, even though I knew it was already locked. The branch continued its slow, deliberate probe. It reached the edge of the glass, paused, and then the smaller twigs began to try and wedge themselves into the rubber seal. I could hear the faint scraping sound as they tested the resistance. I pressed myself against the passenger door, my eyes wide, fixed on the branch. It was not just exploring. It was testing. It was trying to find a way in. Then another tap. On the back window. My head snapped around. Another branch. Thicker, more powerful. Its fingers were splayed against the glass, pushing, testing the strength of the window. I could see the outline of it in the faint moonlight, dark and monstrous. They were surrounding the car. I felt a profound, chilling realization. This was not just a random act of nature. These trees were not just moving. They were hunting. And I was their prey. I had to get out. I could not stay in the car. It was a metal cage, and they were slowly, patiently, trying to pry it open. But where would I go? Into the forest. The place where the deer had just vanished. No, the road. I had to run down the road, away from the trees, towards nowhere, but it was better than staying. I took a deep, shuddering breath. I grabbed my car keys from the ignition, more out of habit than anything else. My phone was still useless. I had nothing, just my legs and my fear. I had to time it. The branches were still probing, not yet fully breaking in. I needed to open the door, sprint, and pray. I counted to 3 in my head. 1, 2, 3. I yanked the driver's side door handle, threw it open, and burst out of the car. The night air hit me like a physical blow, cold and heavy. As I scrambled out, I heard a sharp crack from above me. I did not look up. I just ran. My feet pounded on the gravel, stumbling, nearly falling. I could hear the rustling behind me, a sound that was no longer just the wind. It was the sound of movement, of pursuit. The creaking of ancient wood, the snapping of twigs. I glanced over my shoulder. In the dim moonlight, I saw them. Dozens of them. The branches no longer just passive, arm-like shapes. They were reaching, extended, writhing from the trees, stretching across the road like desperate, grasping hands. Some were already touching the asphalt, their tips dragging, leaving faint trails. They were fast, much faster than I had anticipated. I ran harder, my lungs burning, a desperate, primal scream trapped in my throat. I could feel the cold air on my neck, the sensation of something brushing against my back. I ducked, swerved, not daring to look back again. My vision was narrowed to the small patch of road illuminated by my desperate strides. I could hear the thwack of branches hitting the ground behind me, the scrape of bark on pavement. They were gaining. I pushed myself to my absolute limit, every muscle screaming in protest. I ran until my legs felt like lead, until my chest was on fire. I did not know how long I ran, but it felt like an eternity. And then, just as I thought I could not take another step, the trees on my left began to thin. The ominous wall of black started to break up, replaced by open fields. I veered sharply, stumbling off the road and into the tall, dew-soaked grass. I did not stop running until I could not anymore. I collapsed in the middle of a field, gasping for air, my body shaking uncontrollably. I lay there for a long time, listening. The sounds of the forest faded. The creaking, the rustling, the scraping, it all receded. Eventually, only the sound of crickets and my own ragged breathing remained. I slowly pushed myself up, my muscles aching. I looked back toward the road, towards the distant, dark line of trees. I could not see anything moving, just the silent, ominous silhouette of the forest against the barely there moonlight. I spent the rest of the night walking through fields, trying to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. I eventually stumbled upon a small, dusty gas station just as the sun was rising, its weak light painting the world in pale, hopeful colors. The attendant, a grizzled old man, took one look at my disheveled appearance, my torn clothes, and my wild eyes, and just shook his head. He did not ask questions. He just gave me a cup of lukewarm coffee and let me use his phone. It took hours for a tow truck to get to my car. I refused to go with them. I waited at the gas station, watching the sun climb higher, until a bus finally came through, heading east. I bought a ticket and did not look back. I never went back for my car. I reported it stolen, though I knew it was not. I just could not. I could not go back to that road, to that forest. It has been years since that night. I still take road trips, but I stick to the interstates. I avoid shortcuts, especially those marked as scenic routes. And I never, ever drive past a dense forest at night. Sometimes when I am alone and the wind is rustling through the trees outside my window, I hear it, that faint creaking sound, and I see them. Those broken limbs, like skeletal arms, reaching, grasping. I know what I saw. I know what they are. They are still out there, those trees, patiently waiting. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I can still feel a phantom touch, a cold, rough scrape against my skin. A memory of a moment when the forest itself reached out like a hungry, ancient thing and tried to pull me into its grasp. So, if you're ever out on a long drive and you see a sign for a shortcut, a scenic route through some old, forgotten woods, just keep driving. Do not stop, especially not when the sun goes down. Because some trees are not just trees, and some branches are bones. And they are always hungry. Hey guys, so you know how I told you about those things in Blackwood Forest? The ones that looked like trees, but moved like predators. Yeah, that was not the last time the wilderness tried to show me its true face. After that whole ordeal, I swore off shortcuts and anything that smelled remotely like damp earth and ancient secrets. For a while, I stuck to well-lit paths, even started developing a weird aversion to camping. But then, life has a funny way of pulling you back into the very situations you were trying to avoid, does not it? This story is not about the world, grasping trees, though. It is about something far more insidious, something that you never actually see, but you feel. Something that breathes. It started a couple of years after the Blackwood incident. My buddy, Mark, and we had been planning this annual hiking trip for ages. We would always gone to these pretty tame state parks, well-marked trails, plenty of other hikers around. But this year, Mark, bless his adventurous heart, found a new spot. It is called the Whispering Pines Preserve, he would said, his eyes gleaming with that particular brand of enthusiasm only a true outdoorsman possesses. Totally untouched, barely any trails, just miles of old-growth pine forest. We will be practically off-grid, man. Think of the peace and quiet. The name should have been my first red flag. Whispering Pines. Pines do not whisper. They sigh in the wind, or they rustle. Whispering sounds too deliberate, too human. But I was trying to be less of a recluse, try to get back to normal. So I pushed down the little knot of anxiety that always seemed to tighten in my gut whenever the words forest and remote were used in the same sentence. I agreed. Big mistake. We packed up my old Jeep, loaded with enough gear for a small army tents, sleeping bags, enough dehydrated food to survive an apocalypse, and Mark's ridiculously oversized first aid kit. The drive there was long, the paved roads slowly giving way to gravel, then to dirt tracks barely wide enough for the Jeep. The air grew steadily colder, crisper, carrying the sharp, clean scent of pine resin. It was beautiful. I will give it that. Towering pines, their needles a deep, almost black green, stretched up to a sky that was an impossible shade of blue. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shifting, golden shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. It felt ancient, untouched, and deceptively serene. We parked at what Mark declared was the trailhead, which was basically just a wider spot in the dirt track where a faint deer path disappeared into the trees. As soon as I stepped out of the Jeep, the silence hit me. Not the absence of sound, but a presence of silence. The kind where you can almost hear your own heartbeat. There were no birdsong, no distant hum of traffic, just the faint, almost imperceptible shush of the wind through the countless pine needles high above. It was peaceful, yes, but also heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. "All right, Alex, time to stretch those legs," Mark said, clapping me on the shoulder, completely oblivious to the subtle shift in the atmosphere. He was already pulling his pack out, whistling a jaunty tune. His cheerfulness was almost jarring against the solemnity of the forest. We geared up, shouldered our packs, and plunged into the sea of green. The ground was soft underfoot, a thick carpet of pine needles that muffled our footsteps. The air was cool, even though it was late spring. After about an hour of hiking, the sparse deer path faded completely, and we were just navigating by compass and Mark's infallible sense of direction. He was in his element, pointing out animal tracks, identifying different tree species, completely absorbed. I, on the other hand, was growing increasingly uneasy. It was not anything specific at first, just that feeling, that prickle on the back of your neck that tells you you are being watched, even when there is nothing there. I kept glancing over my shoulder into the dense, dark thickets where the sunlight barely penetrated. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every fallen log to twist into an unfamiliar shape. I tried to shake it off. It is just the Blackwood thing. "Alex," I told myself, "you are paranoid." But then the whispering started. Not the wind. It was too low, too close, too rhythmic. I heard at first a faint, almost imperceptible sound of something exhaling right behind me. It was like someone had leaned in close, taken a deep, slow breath, and then released it, the air cold and damp against my skin, raising goosebumps on my arms. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. Just the endless rows of pine trees, their trunks dark and rough, their branches heavy with needles. Mark was a few paces ahead, still humming, still oblivious. "You hear that?" I asked, my voice coming out a little hoarse. Mark stopped, turning to look at me, a slight frown on his face. "Hear what?" "Just the wind, man. Beautiful out here, is not it?" "No, not the wind." I insisted, scanning the trees again. It sounded like a breath. "Right behind me." Mark chuckled, a dismissive sound. "Dude, you are still freaked out about that Blackwood story, are not you? It is just the woods playing tricks on you. Pine forests can be really echo-wide. Probably just the wind through the needles, or maybe a deer snorting." He had a point. The wind did make strange sounds through the pines, a constant, low drone that could easily be misinterpreted. And a deer was certainly plausible. I tried to convince myself he was right, but the cold sensation on my neck lingered, a phantom touch. We continued hiking deeper and deeper. The sun started its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples that barely reached the forest floor. We found a small clearing near a barely trickling stream to set up camp. It was a picturesque spot, but the feeling of unease persisted, growing stronger with every passing minute. As we pitched the tent, the air grew colder. The silence intensified, broken only by the rustle of our gear and the distant, mournful cry of an owl. I kept feeling those prickles, that sense of being watched. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder into the deepening shadows that now seemed to swallow the light whole. Then it happened again. This time, I was bending down, trying to hammer in a tent stake, when I felt it. A distinct whoosh of cold air right against my ear, followed by that slow, wet exhalation. It was so close. I could almost feel the vibration of it, the dampness of it. It was not just a sound, it was a physical sensation. I dropped the hammer with a clang that echoed unnaturally loud in the still air and scrambled to my feet, spinning around, my eyes wide. "Mark, did you feel that?" Mark, who had been wrestling with a stubborn tent pole, looked up, startled. "Feel what?" Alex, you are jumping at shadows, man. We are safe here. No, it was right here. I gestured wildly at the empty space behind me. A breath, cold and wet. It is like something's breathing on my neck. He sighed a long, exasperated sound. Look, I know that last trip really messed you up, but you gotta chill. There is nothing out here. Just us and some squirrels. He tried to sound reassuring, but his eyes darted around the darkening forest, a flicker of uncertainty in them. Maybe my panic was finally starting to rub off on him. We finished setting up camp in near silence, the earlier camaraderie replaced by a tense quiet. We built a small campfire, the flames offering a small, flickering circle of warmth and light against the encroaching darkness. But even the crackle of the fire could not completely dispel the oppressive silence that surrounded us. As night truly fell, the forest became a wall of impenetrable blackness beyond the reach of our firelight. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, every groan of a distant tree branch seemed amplified, distorted into something menacing. We tried to talk to distract ourselves, but the conversation kept dying, leaving us staring into the flames, listening. And then, Mark heard it too. He was stirring his dehydrated chili, humming softly, when he suddenly froze. His spoon clattered against the side of his pot. His head tilted slightly, his eyes fixed on the darkness beyond our fire. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. My blood ran cold. "Hear what?" I asked, dread creeping up my spine. That breath," he said, his voice tight with a fear I had not heard from him before. Like someone just let out a long sigh right behind my head. He slowly, cautiously, reached a hand up to the back of his neck, rubbing it. And it was cold, man. Like ice. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was not just me. I was not losing my mind. "I told you." I hissed, my voice trembling. "I have been hearing and feeling it all day." Mark looked at me, his face pale in the flickering firelight. The skepticism was gone, replaced by a dawning horror. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. We sat there, frozen, listening. The forest was utterly still. Even the owl had gone silent. The only sound was the crackle of our fire and the frantic pounding of our own hearts. We kept our eyes glued to the edge of the darkness, expecting something to emerge, something to reveal itself. But nothing did. The breathing did not come again for a while, but its absence was almost worse than its presence. It left us in a state of hypervigilance, every nerve on edge, waiting for the next manifestation. We ate our dinner in silence, our appetites gone. As soon as we finished, we doused the fire, leaving only a faint glow of embers, and retreated into the tent. It felt like a flimsy shield, a thin layer of nylon against an unseen terror. Inside, we zipped up the fly, plunging ourselves into near total darkness, illuminated only by the faint green glow of Mark's watch. "You think it is an animal?" Mark whispered, his voice tight. "What kind of animal just breathes on your neck and makes no other sound?" I whispered back, my own voice shaky. No footsteps, no rustling, nothing. We lay in our sleeping bags, fully clothed, listening. The sounds of the night pressed in on us, the distant hoot of an owl that now sounded like a cry of warning, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the incessant, almost hypnotic shush of the wind through the pines. But beneath all of it, we were listening for that sound, that cold, wet breath. Hours passed. We did not sleep. Every time one of us started to drift off, the other would stir, or a sound would jolt us awake. The air inside the tent felt heavy, suffocating. Then, around what I guessed was past midnight, it happened again. This time, it was not behind my neck. It was right outside the tent, right next to my head. A slow, deliberate inhale, then a long, drawn-out exhale. It sounded like a massive lung filling and emptying, and I could feel the fabric of the tent ripple ever so slightly with the force of the exhalation. The air outside was frigid, and a wave of icy cold permeated the thin nylon, chilling my face. I gasped a small choke sound. Mark jolted upright in his sleeping bag. Did you feel that?" I whispered, my voice barely a thread. "Yeah." Mark breathed, his voice raw with terror. "It is right outside. Right there." He pointed a trembling finger at the spot where the tent wall was practically vibrating. We huddled together, pressing ourselves against the opposite side of the tent, away from whatever was just inches from us. We could hear it, clear as day now. The slow, deep breathing. It was not human. It was too deep, too resonant, too ancient. It smelled faintly of damp earth and something else, something acrid, almost like ozone, but also sickly sweet, like decaying vegetation. It stayed there for what felt like an eternity, just breathing. Sometimes it would shift slightly, and we would hear a faint, almost imperceptible drag on the pine needles outside, a sound that was too heavy for a squirrel, too soft for a deer. It was like something massive, yet impossibly light-footed, was moving around our tent. Then, the breathing stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. We waited, rigid with fear, for it to return, for it to move, for it to do something. After what felt like an hour, Mark whispered, "I can't do this. Alex, we have to leave. Now." I did not argue. I had never been so terrified in my life, not even with the moving trees. At least with them. I saw them. This was worse. An unseen horror, just beyond the reach of our senses, yet so palpably present. We slowly, painstakingly, unzipped the tent. The moon had risen, casting long, eerie shadows through the pines, turning the forest into a monochromatic nightmare. The air was bitterly cold. We pulled on our boots, grabbed our packs, and without a word, started hiking. Not back to our original trail, but in the direction we thought our Jeep was. We did not care about trails anymore. We just wanted out. Every snap of a twig, every rustle, every shadow made us jump. We hiked as fast as we dared in the darkness, stumbling over roots and rocks, our flashlights cutting frantic arcs through the gloom. We kept looking back, half expecting to see a monstrous shape lumbering after us, but there was never anything. Just the trees, silent and watchful. But we felt it. We felt the cold breath, sometimes just a fleeting sensation, sometimes a prolonged chill, always right behind us or to our side. It was like it was pacing us, toying with us, letting us know it was still there, but never revealing itself. It was a psychological torture, slowly eroding our sanity with every step. We finally burst out of the tree line as the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky a bruised purple. The sight of my Jeep, still parked exactly where we had left it, was the most beautiful thing I would ever see. We practically threw our gear into the back, scrambled into the front seats, and started the engine. The roar of the old Jeep's engine was a symphony of salvation. As I put it in reverse, Mark suddenly screamed, "Alex, look." I slammed on the brakes, my heart seizing in my chest. He was pointing at the passenger side window. On the condensation that had formed on the glass overnight, there was a faint but unmistakable impression. It looked like a handprint, but it was not human. The fingers were too long, too slender, ending in what looked like sharp, almost claw-like tips. And there were only 3 of them. It was a stark, horrifying confirmation that whatever had been out, there was not a figment of our imagination. It was real. I floored the accelerator, sending gravel spraying as we sped away from the Whispering Pines Preserve, not daring to look back. We did not speak for the entire drive home, a tense, terrified silence, broken only by the hum of the tires and the frantic beating of our hearts. We made it back to civilization, back to our lives. We tried to put it behind us. We told ourselves it was an animal, a prank, anything to dismiss the sheer terror of it. But we both knew. We had seen the handprint. We had felt the breath. For weeks after, I could not sleep properly. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the old building sounded like a footstep. I kept the lights on, slept with a baseball bat next to my bed. I jumped at every sound, every unexpected breeze. Mark was the same. We talked on the phone a lot, trying to process it, trying to convince each other that it was over, that we were safe. Then, the breathing started again. It began subtly. A cold draft in my apartment, even with the windows closed. A faint, musky odor that I could not place, reminiscent of damp earth and that sickly sweet smell from the forest. I dismissed it as my old building or maybe a neighbor's cat. I was still jumpy, but I was trying to get back to normal. One evening, I was sitting on my couch, watching TV, trying to relax. The apartment was quiet, the only sound the low murmur of the television. I reached for my drink on the coffee table, and as I leaned forward, I felt it. The distinct sensation of cold air, followed by that slow, wet exhalation, right against the back of my neck. My blood ran cold. My heart leaped into my throat, hammering so hard I thought it would burst. I froze, my hand hovering over my drink, unable to move, unable to breathe. It was here. It had followed me. I slowly, painstakingly, turned my head, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the empty space behind the couch. Nothing. Just the wall, the framed pictures, the familiar, comforting clutter of my living room. But the cold lingered, and the faint, acrid smell was undeniable. I scrambled up, my breath catching in my throat, and backed away, my eyes darting around the room. I grabbed the first thing I could, a heavy book, and held it up like a shield. I felt insane. I was standing in my own living room, terrified of something I could not see, brandishing a copy of Moby Dick. I called Mark, my voice barely a coherent whisper. It is here. Mark. It followed me. The breathing, it is in my apartment. There was a long silence on the other end. Then Mark's own voice, strained and trembling. Mine too. Alex. I heard it last night. Outside my bedroom door. I thought I was dreaming. The realization hit us both, a wave of pure, unadulterated horror. We had not escaped. It was not confined to the forest. It had tracked us, followed us home, patiently waiting, just like a predator. From that night on, my life became a living hell. The breathing became a constant companion. I would hear it in the kitchen while making coffee, in the bathroom while showering, in my bedroom while trying to sleep. Sometimes it would be close, a whisper against my ear, making me jump and spin around, only to find empty air. Other times it would be distant, a faint, deep resonance that seemed to emanate from the very walls of my apartment. I never saw it, not a single glimpse, but I felt its presence, a constant, oppressive weight in every room. I would find objects slightly moved, doors ajar that I swore I would close, a faint, three-fingered print on a dusty surface. It was always there, a chilling, invisible stalker. Mark eventually moved, disappeared without a trace. I tried calling him, but his phone was disconnected, his apartment empty. I do not know if he was running from it or if it finally caught him. I do not want to know. I am still here in my apartment. I have tried moving, but the breathing always follows. I have tried to tell people, but they just look at me with pity or concern or even fear. They think I am having a breakdown, that the Blackwood incident and the Whispering Pines finally broke me. Maybe they are right. Maybe I am. But I know what I hear. I know what I feel. It is here, right now, as I am telling you this. I can feel the cold air on my neck, hear the faint, wet exhalation just behind me. It never leaves. It never sleeps. It just breathes. And sometimes, when the silence is deepest, I swear I can feel the faint brush of those three long, slender fingers just barely touching my hair. I just hope it stays unseen. Because if I ever actually see the thing that breathes on my neck, I do not think I will survive it. And I do not think you would either. So, next time you are in a quiet place, especially in a pine forest, and you feel a sudden, inexplicable chill on your neck or hear a faint, wet breath when no one's around, just remember my story. And for God's sake, do not turn around. The breathing never stopped. It was a constant, icy tendril of air against my neck, a faint, musky scent that clung to my clothes, my hair, my very skin. Mark was gone, swallowed by whatever it was that had followed us from Whispering Pines. The police had asked questions, the kind of questions that make you sound insane when you answer honestly. No, officer, there were no signs of forced entry. Yes, I was with him when he vanished. No, he did not just leave a note. He was taken by something I can't see. They would chalk it up to a breakdown, a grief-induced delusion. They did not know. They could not. It had been weeks. Weeks of living in a perpetual state of terror, jumping at every shadow, every creak of the floorboards. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford, lest I wake to the brush of those 3 long, claw-like fingers. My apartment, once a sanctuary, had become a cage, and it was the jailer. I was a ghost, a shell of the person I used to be. My phone rang one afternoon, the jarring sound making me flinch so hard I nearly dropped my lukewarm coffee. It was Dave. Dave, an old hunting buddy, a man whose pragmatism usually bordered on stubbornness. He would heard about Mark, of course. Small towns, even sprawling suburbs, have their ways. Hey, man, his voice was gruff, but laced with an unusual concern. Heard about Mark. I am real sorry. You sound rough. I just grunted, running a hand through my greasy hair. Rough is an understatement. Dave. There was a pause, then he cleared his throat. Look, I know you are going through it, but sitting in that apartment ain't gonna help. I am heading up to the old cabin, the one near Blackwood Hollow. Opening day for deer season is next week. Thought maybe a change of scenery, some fresh air. Might do you some good. Get your mind off things. My mind off things. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. My mind was never off things. The entity was here now. I could feel its cold presence behind me, a silent observer to my phone call. But Dave's offer, however well-intentioned, sparked a flicker of something within me. Desperation. Maybe, just maybe, a new fear could override the old. Or perhaps, in the deep, untamed wilderness, I could outrun it. Or, at least, confront it on different terms. Blackwood Hollow. I mumbled, the name itself a morbid echo of my last terrifying encounter. Is not that pretty remote? That is the point, is not it? Dave said, oblivious. No distractions. Just the woods. Just us. What do you say? I closed my eyes, picturing the endless trees, the silence. The entity's breath felt colder, almost as if it was anticipating my decision. Yeah, I said, my voice hoarse. Yeah, Dave, I will come. The drive up was a blur of highway and endless backroads. The world outside, my Jeep a muted canvas. I kept the windows up, the AC blasting, trying to drown out the subtle whispers that seemed to coil around the air vents. The musky scent was still there, a phantom passenger. I could feel its gaze on me, a constant weight. It was like driving with a ghost in the back seat, a silent, terrifying companion. Dave's cabin was exactly as I remembered it, a rustic, 2-room shack tucked deep within the woods, miles from the nearest paved road. It was a place of solitude, of rough-hewn charm, where the only sounds were the wind in the pines and the distant calls of wildlife. Or so it used to be. When I pulled up, Dave was already there, unloading his gear. He looked me over, his brow furrowed with concern. Man, you look like hell. Did not you sleep at all? I just shrugged, trying to force a smile that probably looked more like a grimace. Something like that. As I opened my Jeep door, the cold draft that was my constant companion seemed to intensify, swirling around my legs. I shivered, not from the autumn chill, but from the familiar dread. It had followed me. Of course, it had. I had not really expected to escape it. But as I stepped out, something felt different. The entity's presence was still there, an undeniable pressure, but it felt diffused. Less focused on me, more spread out, like it was dissolving into the very atmosphere of the woods. Or perhaps it was merging with something already here. The thought was chilling. We spent the first day getting the cabin ready, chopping firewood, checking our hunting gear. Dave, ever the talker, filled the silence with anecdotes of past hunts, of the monster buck he would almost bagged last season. I listened, nodding occasionally, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line, my ears straining for anything other than Dave's booming voice. The woods were quiet, almost unnaturally so. The usual chirping of birds, the rustling of small animals, seemed muted, distant. That night, huddled by the crackling fire, the silence pressed in. The entity's presence was a low hum, a background noise to the encroaching dread. I tried to relax, but every shadow seemed to stretch, every creak of the cabin a potential threat. "You sure you are all right, man?" Dave asked, noticing my jumpiness. "Just tired." I lied, stirring the embers with a poker. "Long drive." He nodded, but his eyes lingered on me. "Well, tomorrow's the day. First light. We will head to the old clearing, remember. Always good for a deer or two there." Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and shallow. I dreamt of Mark, of a cold breath, of the three-fingered handprint. I woke with a jolt, covered in a cold sweat, the scent of damp earth and sickly sweet decay strong in my nostrils. It was here, right beside me. I could feel its presence, almost a physical weight in the small cabin. Before dawn, we were up, dressed in our camouflage, rifles loaded. The air was crisp, biting, and a thick fog hung low over the forest floor, making the trees appear like ghostly sentinels. The entity's presence was still there, but it felt different. Not directly on me, but all around us, woven into the very fabric of the mist. It was like the woods themselves were breathing. We walked in silence, our boots crunching on fallen leaves. The fog made visibility poor, but Dave knew these woods like the back of his hand. We reached the clearing just as the sky began to lighten, a pale gray bleeding into the inky black. We set up our blinds, waiting. Hours passed. The fog slowly lifted, revealing a world painted in muted greens and browns. A few squirrels chattered, a distant crow called. But no deer. The woods felt empty. Too empty. Then, I heard it. A sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end, a sound that did not belong. It was a cry, faint and distant, but unmistakably human. A high-pitched, desperate wail cut short. I looked at Dave, my eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" He frowned, straining his ears. "Hear what?" "A bird." "No. It sounded like someone screaming." He scoffed. "Nah, man. Probably just a coyote or a fox. They make some weird noises sometimes." I tried to dismiss it, but the sound had unsettled me. It was not an animal sound. It was too raw, too full of human terror. And the entity's presence, which had felt diffused, now seemed to coalesce slightly, a cold spot forming directly behind me. We waited another hour. Still nothing. Dave, growing impatient, decided to try a different spot. We packed up our gear and started moving deeper into the woods, towards a small creek he called Whisper Creek. The name sent another shiver down my spine. As we moved, the silence grew heavier. The usual forest sounds were absent. No rustling leaves, no bird calls, no buzzing insects. It was like the woods were holding their breath. And then, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, a small doe stood perfectly still, staring directly at us. Its eyes, even from a distance, seemed too dark, too deep. It did not bolt, did not even flinch. It just watched us, an unnerving stillness to its posture. "Whoa," Dave whispered, raising his rifle. Easy shot. He took aim. Just as his finger tightened on the trigger, the doe opened its mouth, and a scream ripped through the silence. It was not the bleat of a deer. It was a woman's scream, high-pitched, agonizing, full of a terror so profound it made my blood run cold. It was the same scream I would heard earlier, only now it was closer, louder, unmistakably human. Dave's shot went wide, hitting a tree trunk with a sharp crack. The doe, instead of fleeing, just stood there for a split second longer, its dark eyes fixed on us, before finally turning and disappearing into the undergrowth. Dave lowered his rifle, his face pale. What the hell was that? I could not speak. My heart was pounding against my ribs, a frantic drum. The entity's presence was now a suffocating weight, pressing down on me, urging me to not turn around. The musky, sickly sweet smell was back, stronger than ever. It screamed. Dave whispered, his voice hoarse, like a person. Did you hear that? I heard it. I managed, my voice a shaky whisper. I told you, I heard it earlier. We stood there for a long moment, the forest silence now deafening, pregnant with unspoken horror. Dave, the pragmatic hunter, was visibly shaken. His usual bravado had evaporated, replaced by a raw, primal fear. All right, he finally said, forcing a semblance of calm. All right, maybe it is some kind of rare vocalization. Or we are both just losing our minds. He tried to laugh, but it came out as a strained cough. We continued deeper, but our focus had shifted from hunting to simply navigating the increasingly unsettling woods. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, made us jump. The entity's presence clung to me, a constant reminder that I was not alone, even as Dave walked beside me. It felt like it was enjoying this, enjoying my terror, enjoying the unraveling of everything I thought I knew. Then we heard it again. Not one scream, but many. Faint at first, then growing louder, echoing through the trees. A cacophony of human cries, high and low, male and female, all emanating from the depths of the forest. They were not the cries of people in pain, but of pure, unadulterated terror, of souls trapped in an eternal nightmare. We froze, listening to the horrifying chorus. It was coming from all directions, surrounding us. That is not coyotes. Dave, I whispered, my voice barely audible. His face was ashen. No, he breathed. No, it is not. Suddenly, the screams intensified, growing closer. We heard the distinct sound of hooves pounding on the forest floor, coming towards us. Not one deer, but many. A stampede. Run. Dave yelled, and we turned, scrambling back the way we came, our hunting instincts replaced by sheer panic. We ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, the screams growing louder, closer. I could feel the entity's presence surging around me, almost pushing me forward, reveling in the chaos. The musky smell was overwhelming now, mixed with the damp earth and something else, something metallic and ancient. We burst into a small clearing, stumbling, gasping for breath. And there, in the middle of the clearing, stood a deer. A majestic buck, its antlers wide and proud. But its eyes were wide, black, and utterly devoid of any animal intelligence. They were human eyes, filled with a silent agony. And from its mouth, a drawn-out guttural scream, a man's voice ripped through the air. Dave, driven by instinct, raised his rifle and fired. The buck staggered, then collapsed with a thud. But the scream did not stop. It continued, fading slowly, almost reluctantly, as the deer's body twitched on the ground. We approached cautiously, our rifles still raised, our hearts hammering. The buck lay still, its human eyes staring up at the gray sky. Dave nudged it with his boot. It is dead," he muttered, his voice trembling. But that scream. He knelt beside the animal, his hunter's curiosity overriding his fear. He pulled out his hunting knife, his hands shaking slightly. "I gotta see this." What the hell is going on? He made an incision, his knife slicing through the hide. And then he stopped, his breath catching in his throat. "Oh my God," he whispered, his face paling even further. "Oh my God, look." I leaned closer, my stomach churning. Dave had cut open the deer's flank, and what lay beneath was not what it should have been. There were no organs, no flesh, no muscle, no bone marrow. The cavity was almost entirely empty, just a hollow space, lined with a thin, papery membrane that shimmered faintly. And within that hollow, a faint, ethereal mist swirled, like trapped smoke. As we watched, a faint whisper seemed to emanate from the empty cavity, a multitude of voices, too soft to discern individual words, but undeniably human. It was the sound of countless desperate pleas, of lost, echoing memories. It is hollow," Dave said, his voice barely a whisper. "It is just a shell." The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. These were not just deer. These were vessels. Vessels for lost souls. And the screams were the trapped souls, crying out from their unwilling prisons. And the entity, the one that had followed me, that had taken mark. Its presence was now thrumming around us, almost vibrating with an ancient energy. It was no longer just a cold draft or a whisper. It was a part of this. It was feeding on this. Or perhaps it was a shepherd, a collector of these tormented spirits. Suddenly, the woods erupted, not just with screams, but with the sounds of movement. Hooves pounded, branches snapped. Deer, dozens of them, emerged from the tree-line, their dark, human eyes fixed on us. They moved with an unnatural gait, not like animals, but like puppets, their bodies jerking, their heads swiveling. And from each of them, a chorus of human screams, a symphony of agony and terror, filled the air. "They are coming for us," I yelled, my voice cracking. Dave scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of pure horror. "Run. We gotta get out of here." We turned and fled, the screams of the hollow deer echoing behind us, growing louder, closer. The entity's presence was a hurricane around me, a vortex of cold dread and musky scent, urging me on, almost guiding me through the chaos. It felt like it was enjoying the hunt, enjoying the terror. We ran, our lungs burning, our legs screaming. The deer were fast, unnaturally so. Their screams were deafening, a relentless barrage of human suffering. I could hear their hooves thundering right behind us, feel the brush of phantom antlers. We burst out of the woods and onto the dirt road leading back to the cabin. The cabin was a beacon of false hope in the fading light. We stumbled towards it, fumbling with the lock. Just as we slammed the door shut, a deer, a massive buck with glowing, hateful eyes, slammed into the side of the cabin, its antlers scraping against the wood with a horrifying shriek. From its mouth, a woman's cry, full of rage and despair, tore through the air. We backed away from the door, our rifles raised, our breaths ragged. The cabin groaned under the assault of the deer as more of them joined the attack, their bodies thudding against the walls, their screams a relentless, terrifying chorus. It was like the cabin was under siege by an army of tormented souls. "What do we do?" Dave whispered, his face pale and streaked with dirt. I looked around the small, cramped cabin. There was no escape. We were trapped. The entity's presence was now everywhere, seeping through the walls, mingling with the screams of the deer. It felt like it had brought me here, led me to this place, to witness this horror. It was no longer just following me, it was part of this larger, more ancient evil. The windows rattled under the impact of the deer. One of them, a small doe, stared in through the cracked pane, its human eyes wide and black, brimming with unshed tears. And then, I saw it. Faintly, on the condensation of the glass, just beside the doe's head, was a faint, three-fingered handprint. Too long, too claw-like for any human. The same print that had been on my Jeep window. My blood ran cold. The entity was not just here, it was with them. It was one of them, or perhaps their master. And it was here for me. The screams intensified, growing louder, more desperate. The cabin began to creak and groan, though it's splintering under the relentless assault. It would not hold. Not for long. Dave fired his rifle through a crack in the door, a desperate attempt to fend them off. A deer fell, its scream abruptly cut short, but more took its place. They were relentless, driven by some unseen, terrifying force. I knew then that escape was impossible. We were surrounded, hunted by the lost souls of Blackwood Hollow, shepherded by the unseen entity that had haunted my every waking moment. This was not just a hunting trip gone wrong, it was a descent into a nightmare I could never have imagined. The cabin door finally splintered, a crack appearing in the wood, and a dark, empty I peered through. A human eye filled with an ancient, unbearable sorrow. And then I heard a whisper right beside my ear, a cold, wet exhalation that smelled of damp earth and something sickly sweet. "Do not turn around," it hissed, the words forming not in my ears, but directly in my mind. "They want what you have. They want to be free." What did I have? My living soul. Was I to be another vessel? Another screaming deer in the endless woods? The door burst open, splintering inwards with a deafening crash. A wave of deer, their eyes burning with the agony of lost souls, surged into the cabin. Their screams were deafening, a chorus of human misery. Dave let out a cry of terror, firing his rifle wildly. I stood frozen, my own rifle heavy in my hands, unable to move, unable to breathe. The entity's presence was a tangible force, wrapping around me, pulling me deeper into the abyss. I never saw it directly, not then, not ever. But I felt its touch, a cold, damp caress across my cheek, a brush of those 3 long fingers. And then everything went black. I do not know how long I was out. When I came to, the cabin was silent. The deer were gone. Dave was gone too. The cabin was a wreck, furniture overturned, walls scored with antler marks. But there was no blood, no sign of a struggle, just absence. I crawled out of the shattered cabin, my body aching, my mind a jumble of fragmented horrors. The sun was rising, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The woods were quiet again, unnervingly so. Too quiet. I stumbled back to my Jeep, my legs barely holding me up. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I started the engine, the roar a welcome sound in the oppressive silence. As I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. There, standing at the edge of the woods, where the cabin used to be, was a single deer. A small doe, its head tilted, its dark, human eyes fixed on me. And for a fleeting moment, I heard it again. Not a scream, but a whisper carried on the wind, a multitude of voices, pleading, crying, forever trapped. I drove. I did not stop. I still drive. The entity is still with me, a constant shadow, a cold breath. But now, it is different. It is not just it anymore. It feels like there are others, too. Whispers in the wind, a faint, musky scent that never leaves. And sometimes, when I am alone, I hear it. The faint, distant cries of the hollow deer, calling out for release. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that the woods are never truly silent. And some souls, once lost, can never truly be found. They just scream. Forever. The silence that fell after we discovered the truth about the deer was not just the absence of sound, it was a heavy, suffocating blanket woven from pure, unadulterated terror. Dave and I stood there frozen, staring at the hollowed-out doe, its eyes those beautiful, soulful eyes now just vacant pools, reflecting a horror that had nothing to do with the animal kingdom. Human souls, I whispered, the words barely audible over the frantic pounding of my own heart. Tormented human souls. Dave, usually so pragmatic, so grounded, looked like he would aged a decade in the last 5 minutes. His face was ashen, his jaw slack. He backed away slowly, his eyes still fixed on the deer, then on me, as if trying to discern if I would finally snap. But we both knew what we would seen, what we would heard. That scream. It was not a doe's cry of pain, it was a woman's desperate shriek, trapped in a vessel not her own. We stumbled back to the cabin, the woods around us no longer a place of refuge, but a vast, silent maw. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like a predator closing in. The air grew colder. The familiar muskie scent the same one that had haunted my apartment after Mark vanished seeping into the cabin's warmth, a chilling confirmation that it had followed me here. It was not just in my head anymore, it was in these woods, a palpable, malevolent presence. "We need to leave," Dave said, his voice raspy, as soon as we were inside, slamming the door shut and fumbling with the deadbolt. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a fear I recognized all too well. Now, before whatever that was finds us. I nodded, my stomach churning. Leaving was the only option. Staying here, trapped with that was unthinkable. But a part of me, the part that had been living in a constant state of dread for weeks, knew it would not be that simple. Nothing had been simple since Mark disappeared. We started throwing our meager belongings into bags, our movements jerky and uncoordinated. The generator hummed softly outside, a fragile beacon against the encroaching darkness. As I zipped up my duffel, I glanced out the window, past the porch, into the dense, silent forest. The sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and angry orange. The light was fading fast, and with it, the last vestiges of my courage. And then I saw them. They were not animals. They were not trees. They were shapes. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, that the shifting light and my frayed nerves were conjuring phantoms from the shadows. But as I stared, unblinking, the shapes resolved themselves. They were tall, slender, and distinctly human-shaped. Not people, not exactly. More like voids, cutouts in the fabric of reality, darker than the deepest shadows around them. They stood perfectly still, scattered among the trees at the edge of the clearing, perhaps 50 yards from the cabin. There were maybe a dozen of them, silent sentinels, watching. A gasp caught in my throat. "Dave," I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. "Look." Dave, who was wrestling with a stubborn backpack zipper, paused. He followed my trembling finger to the window. His eyes widened, and the color drained from his face entirely. "What are those?" he breathed, his voice an octave higher than usual. "I do not know," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs. "They just appeared. They did not move. Not an inch. They were just there, like statues carved from pure darkness. No faces, no discernible features, just the unsettling outline of a human form, utterly motionless. The air in the cabin grew colder, and that musky scent intensified, clinging to the very fibers of my clothes. It was here, and these things they felt connected. "They are not moving," Dave observed, his voice still shaky, but trying to regain some semblance of control. Maybe they are just trees. Shadows from the trees." But we both knew that was not true. Trees did not stand like that, perfectly still, perfectly spaced, in such unnerving human forms. And the way they absorbed the already dimming light, making the space around them even darker, was profoundly unnatural. We watched them for what felt like an eternity, the silence outside broken only by the distant hum of the generator and the frantic thumping of our own hearts. The last sliver of sun vanished, and the shadows outside deepened, making the figures even harder to distinguish, yet somehow more menacing. They seemed to blend with the night, becoming one with the encroaching darkness. "We still have to go," Dave insisted, grabbing his car keys. "I am not staying here another minute with with whatever those things are. He was right. We could not stay. But every instinct screamed at me that leaving would not be easy. My experience with the entity had taught me that it played by its own rules. Rules designed to maximize terror and despair. Dave strode to the door, his hand on the knob. "I will just start the truck. You grab the rest of the stuff." As his hand closed around the cold metal, a collective shift occurred outside. It was not a sudden movement, not a lurch or a jump. It was a fluid, almost ethereal glide. The shadows began to move. They did not walk. They did not run. They flowed, like ink spreading across a page, or smoke drifting on an unseen current. They converged silently, effortlessly, towards a small gravel path that led from the cabin to the main logging road. "Dave, stop." I yelled, my voice cracking. He saw it too. His hand froze on the doorknob, his eyes glued to the window. The shadows, which had been scattered, were now forming a loose perimeter around the path, blocking any exit. Their movement was terrifying in its unnatural grace, its utter lack of sound. It was like watching a nightmare unfold in slow motion. Dave slowly, cautiously, pulled his hand away from the door. As he did, the shadows outside stopped, just as suddenly as they had started. They were back to being motionless sentinels, but now closer, more numerous, and undeniably blocking the only way out. We were trapped. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The cabin, which had been a temporary haven, was now a cage. And the shadows outside were our silent, unmoving jailers. They moved. Dave whispered, his voice hollow. They only moved when I tried to leave. I nodded, the pieces clicking into place with horrifying clarity. This was not a coincidence. This was deliberate. This was a trap. The night that followed was a descent into a new kind of madness. We barricaded the door and windows, not that I truly believed wood and glass would stop whatever those things were. The generator hummed, a persistent, annoying reminder of our fragile hold on modern comfort, a comfort that felt utterly meaningless in the face of the ancient, primal horror outside. We huddled together by the small, crackling fire in the hearth, its warmth doing little to dispel the profound chill that had seeped into the cabin. The musky scent was stronger now, a cloying, sickly sweet odor that made my stomach clench. It was it. It was here, inside, watching us. I could feel its cold breath on the back of my neck, even though no one was there. Through the gaps in the window coverings, I could still see them, the shadows. They remained perfectly still, perfectly silent, their human forms etched against the moonlit woods. They were more numerous now, or perhaps my fear was simply making me see more. They seemed to multiply with the darkness, a creeping, silent tide. What do they want? Dave finally asked, his voice raw. He had not stopped staring at the window. I do not know. I admitted, my own voice hoarse from disuse. But they are not letting us leave. We talked, or rather, we whispered theories into the suffocating silence. Were they connected to the entity that took Mark? Were they the tormented souls we would heard screaming from the deer? Or something else entirely? A new, even more terrifying layer to this nightmare. The thought of Mark, of his terrified face as he was dragged away, flashed through my mind. Was he one of those souls trapped in an animal? Or was he something else? The entity's cold breath, its musky scent, the way it had stalked me for weeks, it all felt like a prelude to this. This cabin, these woods, this trap. It was all leading to something. Daylight brought no relief. The shadows were gone with the dawn, but their absence was just as unsettling as their presence. The woods were still, unnaturally quiet. The sky was clear, the birds were silent. It was as if the entire forest held its breath, waiting for dusk. They are not here, Dave said, peering out cautiously. Maybe they only come out at night. We can try to leave now. It was a desperate hope, a fragile thread of sanity we both clung to. We packed our bags again, our movements still tense, but with a renewed sense of purpose. As we reached the door, Dave hesitated, his hand hovering over the knob. "What if it is another trick?" he asked, his eyes darting to me. "We do not have a choice." "Dave," I said, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. "We can't stay here." He nodded, steeled himself, and opened the door. The early morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. No musky odor, no cold breath. The path was clear. The woods looked normal. Almost. We moved quickly, silently, towards Dave's truck, which was parked a short distance down the gravel path. Every step felt like walking on eggshells. My eyes scanned the tree-line, searching for any sign of movement, any hint of those dark, human shapes. Nothing. Dave fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking slightly. He unlocked the truck, and we scrambled inside, slamming the doors shut. The engine roared to life, a welcome, familiar sound that momentarily cut through the oppressive silence. "Go. Go. Dave," I urged, my voice tight with adrenaline. He put the truck in reverse, his foot on the gas. The tires spun on the gravel, kicking up dust. We started to back out, turning towards the logging road. And that is when they reappeared. It was not a gradual return. It was instantaneous. One moment, the woods were empty. The next, they were there. Not just at the edge of the clearing, but closer, much closer. Standing directly in our path. Hundreds of them. They were everywhere. Lining the logging road, emerging from behind trees, coalescing from the very air itself. They were like a living wall of darkness, completely blocking our escape. And they were moving. This time, their movement was faster, more aggressive. They did not glide, they surged. Like a tide of black water, flowing towards the truck. Their forms rippled, shimmered, stretched. They were no longer just human-shaped voids, they were becoming something else. Taller, more elongated, their limbs extending, their forms distorting. "Drive. Dave. Drive." I screamed, pointing frantically at the mass of encroaching shadows. Dave stomped on the gas, the truck lurching forward. He swerved, trying to find a gap in the surging wall of darkness. But there was no gap. They were too many, too fast. The first shadow hit the truck. It was not a solid impact. There was no thud, no crunch of metal. It was like driving through a thick, icy fog. A wave of profound cold washed over us, seeping through the metal of the truck, penetrating our clothes, chilling us to the bone. The musky scent filled the cab, overpowering even the smell of gasoline. The truck veered sharply as Dave fought the wheel, his face contorted in terror. More shadows crashed into the sides, the front, the back. The cold was unbearable, an agony that pierced deeper than any physical pain. It felt like my very soul was being frozen. Through the windshield, I saw them. Their forms were now less human, more monstrous. Elongated, skeletal, with sharp, jagged edges where faces should have been. They seemed to be reaching, not with hands, but with tendrils of darkness, stretching towards the truck. "They are trying to stop us." Dave yelled, his voice strained. "They are trying to get in." He slammed the truck into drive again, flooring it, aiming directly for the densest part of the shadow wall. It was a desperate, suicidal move. The impact was terrifying. The truck shuddered violently, not from a collision, but from the sheer density of the darkness. The cold intensified to an unbearable degree, and a high-pitched, guttural shriek filled the air, not from the shadows, but from something deeper, something within the very fabric of the woods. It was its voice, the entity's voice, a sound of pure, unadulterated malice. The tendrils of darkness slammed against the windows, not breaking the glass, but pressing against it, distorting it, making it opaque. It was like being submerged in black ice. I could feel them trying to force their way in, searching for purchase, searching for us. A shadow stretched across the windshield, obscuring our view entirely. A chilling, whispering voice, layered and distorted, slithered into my mind, bypassing my ears, resonating directly in my skull. You cannot leave. You belong here. You are ours. Dave screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. He fought the wheel, trying to see, trying to escape the encroaching darkness. But it was useless. The truck was engulfed, swallowed by the surging tide of shadows. The cold was absolute, paralyzing. I could not move, could not breathe. My vision blurred, the world dissolving into a swirling vortex of black. The musky scent choked me, a final, sickening embrace. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the darkness receded. The tendrils pulled back. The shadows flowed away, retreating from the truck, melting back into the treeline. The cold lessened, replaced by a violent shivering that racked my entire body. The musky scent dissipated, leaving behind only the metallic tang of fear. The truck was still running, idling roughly. The windshield was clear. The logging road was empty. The woods were silent. Dave was slumped over the steering wheel, his head resting on the airbag that had not deployed. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly ahead, devoid of all life. A thin, crystalline layer of frost covered his hair, his eyelashes, his lips. His skin was mottled blue, his expression frozen in a silent scream. He was dead. I could not breathe, could not move. My body was shaking uncontrollably. The terror was a physical weight, crushing me, pressing me into the seat. I looked out the window, back toward the cabin. The shadows were there again, standing perfectly still at the edge of the clearing, their human forms etched against the bright morning light. Hundreds of them, watching, waiting. They had not just stopped us from leaving. They had killed Dave. Or it had, using them. Or perhaps they were all one and the same. I was alone, completely, utterly alone, trapped in a truck with my dead friend, surrounded by silent, waiting shadows, in a forest that housed tormented human souls and an entity of pure malevolence. The cabin was no longer a cage, it was a tomb, and I was its next occupant. I knew what they wanted, what it wanted. Mark was gone. Dave was gone. And soon, I would be too. Another vessel, another scream, another shadow in the grove. The sun climbed higher, casting long, stark shadows across the silent clearing. I could hear the faint hum of the generator from the cabin, a mocking echo of a life that no longer existed. I stared at the shadows, and they stared back, motionless, silent, waiting for dusk, waiting for me. And for the first time in weeks, the cold breath, the musky scent was gone. It did not need to be here anymore. It knew I was not going anywhere. Previous story recapped Dave and I discovered a hollowed-out deer, its vacant eyes reflecting pure horror. I realized it contained tormented human souls after hearing a woman scream, not an animal's. Terrified, we stumbled back to the cabin. The woods felt menacing, and the musky scent, linked to Mark's disappearance, confirmed it had followed me. We decided to leave immediately. As I packed, I saw tall, human-shaped void shadow sapir silently at the clearing's edge, watching us. Dave was wrestling with the zipper on his duffel bag, his hands shaking so violently he kept fumbling it. He had not seen them yet. I froze, my own bag half-packed, a cold dread seizing me worse than anything I would felt all day. Dave, I whispered, my voice barely there. Do not look at them. Do not turn around. Just act normal. His head snapped up, eyes wide with a question he did not dare voice. He could hear the terror in my tone. He followed my gaze not directly, but towards a window, then subtly shifted his weight, trying to catch a glimpse, without being obvious. He saw them. I watched his face drain of all color, his jaw going slack. The duffel bag slipped from his grasp, hitting the floor with a dull thud, that sounded deafening in the sudden, suffocating silence. They were just standing there, not moving, not making a sound. Just tall, dark silhouettes against the graying light of a late afternoon, like holes punched in the fabric of reality. They were not quite black, they were more like an absence of light, a deeper, more profound darkness than any shadow could cast. There were at least 5 of them that I could clearly make out, maybe more, blending into the dense tree line. Each one was roughly human-shaped, but too tall, too slender, like stretched-out caricatures. And they were absolutely still, utterly silent. But I felt their gaze, a palpable weight pressing down on the cabin, on us. What are those? Dave finally managed to croak, his voice a strained whisper, his eyes glued to the window. I do not know, I replied, my own voice trembling. But they are watching us. They have been here. I think they are part of it. The musky, earthy scent that had clung to Mark's belongings, the same scent that had been a faint whisper in the air around the deer, was now stronger, a heavy, suffocating blanket seeping in through the cracks around the window frames. It was the smell of damp soil, decaying leaves, and something else, something ancient and predatory. We have to go. Now, Dave said, his eyes darting from the shadows to the car keys on the counter, then back to the shadows. He did not even bother trying to finish packing. He grabbed his duffel bag, leaving the zipper undone, and slung it over his shoulder. I did the same, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. We moved like automatons, our movements stiff and jerky, trying not to draw any more attention to ourselves. Every instinct screamed at us to run, to bolt for the door, but the sheer stillness of those figures held us captive, paralyzed by a primal fear. We crept toward the cabin door, trying to appear nonchalant, as if we were just going out for a casual stroll, not fleeing for our lives. The absurdity of it almost made me laugh hysterically. Dave reached for the doorknob, his hand shaking so badly he missed it the first time. He finally gripped the cold metal, his knuckles white. On 3, he whispered, his eyes wide and fixed on mine. We run straight for the car. Do not look back. Do not stop for anything. I nodded, unable to speak. My throat felt like it was lined with sandpaper. My lungs burned for air I could not seem to draw in. 1, 2, 3. Dave wrenched the door open, and we burst out, scrambling down the porch steps. The air outside hit me like a physical blow, cold, damp, and thick with that awful musky scent. My eyes were fixed on the car, a battered Ford Escape that suddenly looked like the most beautiful, safest thing in the world. It was maybe 50 feet away, parked just beyond the small patch of grass that served as our clearing. 50 feet might as well have been a mile. As soon as we were out, the stillness of the shadows broke. They did not move fast, not at first. They simply shifted. Not walking, not running, but gliding, like smoke being pulled by an invisible current. They fanned out, slowly, deliberately, cutting off our path to the car. My breath hitched. They are blocking us. I shrieked, my voice raw. Dave swore under his breath, a guttural sound of pure desperation. He veered right, pulling me with him, trying to circle around them. But as we moved, more shadows appeared, materializing from the deeper woods, silent and swift. They were not just at the clearing's edge anymore. They were everywhere. And then I saw them. Not in the shadows themselves, but behind them, within the dense thicket of pines and undergrowth that surrounded the clearing. Dozens, hundreds of pinpricks of light. Eyes. They were not glowing, not exactly. It was more like they were reflecting the last vestiges of daylight, catching it and sending it back with an eerie, wet sheen. They were small, mostly clustered in the bushes, low to the ground, high in the branches, everywhere. There were too many, far too many. They were not the familiar, comforting eyes of a deer or a rabbit. These were wrong. They did not blink. They just stared. They were all shapes and sizes, some perfectly round, others almond-shaped, some distorted and elongated. And their color, they were not one color. Some were a deep, unsettling amber, others a sickly yellow, a few a pale, almost translucent blue, like the eyes of a dead fish. They seemed to ripple and shift, like marbles suspended in oil. And they were unblinking, utterly fixed on us. "Oh God," Dave gasped, stumbling to a halt. He saw them too. He had too. The entire forest edge was alive with them, a shimmering, silent tapestry of watchful eyes. The shadows, those tall, human-shaped voids, were merely the advance guard, the larger manifestations of whatever horror lurked in the undergrowth. The musky scent intensified, now almost overwhelming, making my stomach churn. It was in my nose, in my throat, coating my tongue. It felt ancient, like the smell of forgotten crypts and primordial earth. We were trapped. The car was maybe 30 feet away now, still tantalizingly close, but the wall of eyes and shadows was impenetrable. They were not attacking. They were simply observing. And that somehow was worse. It felt like we were specimens under a microscope, our terror a source of morbid fascination. Back inside. Back inside. I screamed, pulling Dave by the arm, spinning him around. There was no other choice. The cabin, which moments ago had felt like a cage, now represented the only barrier between us and the horrors outside. We scrambled back up the porch steps, fumbling with the doorknob again, our fingers numb with fear. This time, Dave slammed it shut, twisting the lock, then fumbling for the deadbolt. The flimsy wooden door suddenly felt like tissue paper. We leaned against it, panting, chests heaving, listening. Nothing. No sounds of pursuit, no banging, no scratching. Just the oppressive silence of the woods, broken only by our ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of our hearts. I peered through the grimy window pane, trying to see past my own reflection. The shadows were still there, at the edge of the clearing, their forms indistinct in the rapidly fading light. And the eyes were still there too. Hundreds of them, glinting in the growing gloom, like scattered embers in a dying fire. They were closer now. I was sure of it. They had advanced while we were trying to escape. They were right outside the tree line, just beyond the small patch of grass. "They are just watching," Dave whispered, stating the obvious, but his voice was laced with a chilling realization. "They do not want us to leave, but they are not trying to get in. Yet. I echoed, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. We backed away from the door, moving to the center of the small living room. The cabin, which had felt cozy and rustic just hours ago, now felt like a death trap. The windows, meant to let in light, now felt like gaping holes, inviting the darkness in. "What are they?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Dave shook his head, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. "I do not know. I have never seen anything like it. Not in any horror movie, not in any campfire story. Those eyes," he shuddered. "They are not animal eyes. Not really. Too many, too varied. And those shapes, those voids." We stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the silence, the cabin creaking around us. The last slivers of daylight bled from the sky, replaced by the encroaching darkness. The cabin grew colder, the heat from the wood stove long since dissipated. As true night fell, the eyes outside became more distinct. They were not just reflecting light anymore. Some of them seemed to possess a faint, internal luminescence. A sickly yellow, a dull red, a ghostly blue. They pulsed faintly, like slow, deliberate heartbeats. They were everywhere. Every gap in the foliage, every shadow, every cluster of leaves seemed to hold a pair of those unnerving, unblinking orbs. It was like the forest itself was a giant, multi-eyed organism, and we were caught in its gaze. The musky scent was now so potent it felt like it was suffocating me. It was in the air, in the floorboards, in the very fabric of the cabin. It was the smell of the deer, the smell of Mark's disappearance, the smell of it. And now it was the smell of them. They are getting closer, Dave said, pointing a trembling finger at the window. He was right. The eyes at the very edge of the clearing, the ones closest to the cabin, were no longer just pinpricks. They were larger, more defined, and I could just make out faint, shifting shapes behind them, deeper in the thicket. Not the tall voids, but something else, something smaller, more numerous. We spent the night huddled together on the worn couch, a rifle Dave had found in a dusty corner of the cabin clutched uselessly in his hands. It felt like a child's toy against the unseen horror outside. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves, every branch tapping against the window pane sent shivers down my spine. The sounds outside began subtly. First, it was just the rustling of leaves, like a gentle breeze, but there was no wind. Then soft, almost imperceptible movements in the undergrowth, a quiet snapping of twigs, barely audible over the pounding of my own heart. It sounded like dozens of things, small things, moving in unison, circling the cabin. Then came the tapping. It was faint at first, a soft, rhythmic tap, tap, tap against the side of the cabin, near one of the windows. It sounded like a fingernail or a small twig, but it was too deliberate, too persistent. It moved from one window to the next, circling the cabin, a slow, methodical percussion. "What is that?" I whispered, clutching Dave's arm. He did not answer, his eyes wide and fixed on the window. We both knew. It was them, the watchers. The tapping grew bolder, more insistent. It became louder, more like knuckles rapping against the wood, then scratching, a dry, rasping sound that made my teeth ache. It was not just one spot anymore. It was coming from multiple sides of the cabin, a chorus of eerie, rhythmic sounds. Tap, scratch, tap, scratch, tap, scratch. I risked a glance out the window, pressing my face against the glass, trying to see through the oppressive darkness. The eyes were closer still. They were everywhere, a sea of glinting, unblinking orbs, some now just feet from the cabin walls. They seemed to be pressing in, like an invisible force. And through the gaps in the eyes, I could make out vague, shifting forms. Not the tall voids, not solid animals, but something fluid, like shadows given form, constantly moving, reforming. Like smoke, but with intent. One pair of eyes, a particularly sickly yellow, was directly outside my window, just inches from the glass. And behind them, a faint, almost translucent shape, like a hand pressed against the pane, but without any defined fingers or palm. It was just a vague, semi-solid mass, constantly undulating, like a blob of jelly. The scratching intensified right there, directly in front of me. I recoiled with a gasp, pressing myself back against the couch. "They are trying to get in," I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. "They are trying to get to us." Dave gripped the rifle tighter, his knuckles white. "I know," he said, his voice hoarse. "But how? What are they?" The musky scent was now so strong it felt like it was inside my head, a dizzying, nauseating odor that made my eyes water. It smelled like death and damp earth, like a grave freshly disturbed. Hours crawled by, each minute an eternity. We did not sleep. We could not. The tapping and scratching continued, interspersed with soft, guttural sounds, like whispers in a language I could not comprehend, but understood on a primal level to be menacing. Sometimes it sounded like a low, wet gurgle, like something struggling to breathe, or perhaps something else breathing through water. Then a new sound, a low, mournful moan. It was not human, not quite, but it had a chillingly human quality to it, like a sound wrung from deep agony. It was the sound of suffering, of torment. My blood ran cold. It reminded me, sickeningly, of the woman's scream from the deer. Was it the souls? Were they part of this too? The moan was followed by a chorus of similar sounds, faint at first, then growing in volume, a symphony of sorrow and despair emanating from the forest. It was a sound designed to break your spirit, to strip away your sanity. "They are trying to scare us out," Dave said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, as if he would reach the end of his tether. They want us to open the door. I knew he was right. They were not just watching anymore. They were actively tormenting us, trying to drive us into a panicked mistake. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to paint the sky, the sounds outside began to recede. The moans faded, the tapping and scratching softened, then stopped altogether. The musky scent, though still present, lessened its suffocating grip. We stayed frozen on the couch, not daring to move, not daring to believe it was over. Slowly, hesitantly, I crept to the window again. The shadows were gone. The eyes, too, were mostly gone, having retreated back into the deeper woods, or perhaps simply blending into the returning light. A few lingering pinpricks of amber and yellow remained, far in the distance, like embers that refused to die. Are they gone? Dave asked, his voice strained with exhaustion and fear. I think so. I replied, though I did not believe it. They were not gone. They were just hiding, waiting. The decision was made without a word. We had to leave. Now, before night fell again, even if it meant facing whatever lurked between us and the car. We moved with a renewed, desperate urgency. Dave grabbed the rifle again, and I snatched up the car keys. We were going to make a run for it, and this time there would be no turning back. We slowly opened the cabin door, peering out into the early morning light. The clearing was empty. The forest looked deceptively normal, the dew-kissed leaves shimmering in the pale light. But the musky scent still hung heavy in the air, a constant reminder of the night's horrors. Stay close, Dave muttered, his voice low. We stepped out onto the porch, our eyes scanning every inch of the tree line. Every shadow, every rustling leaf, every snapping twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. We moved cautiously, our steps slow, trying to gauge if we were truly alone. The silence was unnerving, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the night. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting. We reached the car, our hands shaking as we unlocked the doors. I scrambled into the passenger seat, Dave into the driver's. He fumbled with the keys, his hands still trembling. The engine turned over with a cough, then roared to life, a sound that was both comforting and terrifyingly loud in the stillness. As Dave put the car in reverse, I glanced into the rear-view mirror. Nothing, just the cabin, looking forlorn and abandoned. But as he began to back up, my eyes darted to the side mirrors, then to the windows. There they were. Not the tall, human-shaped voids this time. Not the hundreds of pinprick eyes in the thicket. These were different. Fewer, but closer. Just behind the car, at the very edge of the clearing where the forest began, a cluster of eyes had reappeared. Maybe a dozen of them, mostly amber and yellow, but some a deep, unsettling red. They were larger now, more defined, and they were staring directly at us. They were not embedded in the bushes anymore. They were slightly above the undergrowth at roughly human height, and they seemed to be floating, suspended in the air. And behind them, faint, shifting outlines, like distortions in the air, almost translucent. They were not moving quickly, but they were definitely advancing, gliding forward, almost keeping pace with our slow reverse. Dave, they are still there. I screamed, pointing frantically. He slammed on the brakes, nearly sending us through the windshield. He looked in the rearview mirror, then his side mirror, and let out a strangled cry. God, no. They are following us. He slammed the car into drive, peeling out of the clearing, tires spitting gravel. The car lurched forward, bumping over the uneven terrain of the dirt track leading out of the woods. I braced myself, clutching the dashboard, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. The eyes were still there. They were moving faster now, keeping pace with the accelerating car, gliding through the trees, weaving between the trunks, as if they were nothing but mist. The musky scent, which had momentarily faded when we got into the car, was back with a vengeance, thick and cloying inside the enclosed space. It was like they had brought it with them. Go faster. Dave, faster. I shrieked, my voice cracking. He floored the accelerator, the old Escape rattling and groaning under the strain. The trees blurred past us, a green and brown tunnel. But in the rearview mirror, the eyes remained. A dozen or so, always there, always watching, always advancing. They were not just following, they were accompanying us. As we sped down the winding dirt road, the eyes began to multiply again. Faint glints appeared in the deeper forest, on either side of the road, mirroring our path. Soon, the entire stretch of woods flanking the road was alive with them again, a silent, spectral escort. It was like the forest itself had awakened, its myriad eyes fixed on our fleeing vehicle. The terror was absolute, soul-crushing. It was not just the fear of being caught, it was the realization that we were never truly safe. We could drive for miles, for hours, but they would still be there, just beyond the tree line, watching. We finally hit the main highway, the smooth asphalt a welcome relief after the bumpy dirt track. Dave did not slow down, merging onto the road, pushing the car to its limits. I glanced back one last time. The eyes were gone. The forest along the highway looked normal, innocuous. No glinting orbs, no shifting shadows. The musky scent, however, remained a phantom presence in the car, a chilling reminder that we had not truly escaped. It had seeped into the upholstery, into our clothes, into our very skin. Dave drove for hours, not speaking, his face pale and drawn, his eyes fixed on the road. I sat beside him, numb, staring out the window. The image of those hundreds of eyes burned into my mind. Every passing shadow, every rustle of leaves outside the car, every dark patch of woods filled me with a fresh wave of dread. We were out of the woods, literally. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it was not done with us. And the watchers, those things with dozens of unnatural eyes, were merely an extension of it, a network of silent observers, guardians of whatever horror resided in those deep, dark woods. Mark's disappearance, the hollowed-out ear, the tormented souls, the musky scent, the tall voids. And now the watchers, it was all connected. And we had stumbled right into the heart of it. The sun was high in the sky when we finally pulled into a gas station miles and miles away from the cabin. We needed gas, food, and a moment to collect ourselves. But as I stepped out of the car, stretching my stiff limbs, I caught a glimpse of something in the reflection of the gas station window. Just for a split second, in the dark, reflective glass, far in the background, where the distant tree line met the horizon, I saw two pinpricks of amber light, barely visible, winking out of existence almost as soon as I registered them. They were still watching. They were always watching. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that the woods and whatever lurked within them had followed us out. They were not just in the thicket anymore. They were everywhere the darkness could hide, waiting for us to falter, waiting for us to sleep, waiting for us to be alone. Our escape was just an illusion. We were still being hunted, still being watched. And the true horror had only just begun. The gas station's fluorescent lights hummed, casting a sickly yellow glow on the chipped paint of the walls and the sticky floor. Dave, pale and drawn, was hunched over a lukewarm coffee, staring blankly at his reflection in the window. I could not bring myself to look. I knew what I would see. Two amber pinpricks, tiny but unmistakable, hovering just behind my own ghostly image, superimposed on the dark glass. They were still there. They had followed. They are not going away, are they? I whispered, my voice raw from hours of screaming and fear. Dave did not answer immediately. He just took a long, shuddering breath. No, he finally said, his voice flat. I do not think they are. We had driven for what felt like an eternity, the sun a mocking beacon of false hope. Every mile, every turn, every glance in the rearview mirror had been a fresh wave of terror. The musky scent, That same ancient, predatory stench from the cabin and the deer had clung to us, seeping into the car's upholstery, a constant reminder that we were never truly alone. It was like a physical weight pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. We knew we could not go home. Not to our apartment, not to our friends, not to anyone we cared about. Whatever it was attached to us now. A contagion of dread. We were on the run, but we did not know from what or where we were running to. We need a plan, I said, trying to inject some semblance of control into the chaos. My hands were shaking so badly I had to clench them into fists under the table. Dave rubbed his temples. Plan. What plan? How do you plan for that? He gestured vaguely towards a window, then quickly pulled his hand back, as if touching a hot stove. We just keep driving. Get as far away as possible. Far away is not working. I countered, the edge of hysteria creeping into my voice. They are still here. We need to find out what it is, or how to stop it. The silence that followed was heavy, filled with the distant hum of a highway and the clinking of Dave's coffee cup. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot and haunted. What if we can't? What if we are just food? That thought, spoken aloud, was a punch to the gut. The image of the hollowed-out deer, its cavity filled with those screaming, tormented faces, flashed in my mind. The musky scent seemed to intensify, wrapping around me like a shroud. I gagged, fighting back the bile rising in my throat. No, I choked out, shaking my head vehemently. No, we can't give up. There has to be something. Some old story, some legend. Something that talks about things like this. We spent the next few hours in a grim, silent agreement. Dave drove. I frantically scrolled through my phone, searching for anything cryptids, folklore, local legends of strange disappearances. Every keyword I typed felt absurd shadow people, glowing eyes forest, musky scent evil. But the alternative was just sitting there, waiting for them to make their move. We drove through several small towns, each one blurring into the next. The further we got from the initial cabin, the more the landscape changed. The dense, dark pine forests gave way to rolling hills, then to more scattered, ancient-looking woodlands. The air grew heavier, somehow, even in the middle of the day. It was late afternoon when we pulled into a particularly isolated gas station, barely more than a shack with a single pump. Dave needed fuel, and I needed to stretch my legs before my muscles seized up entirely. The amber pinpricks had not vanished from our reflections, but they had not pressed closer either. It was a terrifying stasis. As Dave filled the tank, I wandered inside the small, dusty convenience store. An old woman with a face like a road map of wrinkles and eyes that seemed to hold centuries of stories sat behind the counter, knitting something shapeless with thick, dark yarn. Her gaze was unsettlingly direct, following me as I browsed the meager selection of snacks. Lost. Are we, dearie? She rasped, her voice surprisingly strong. I jumped, startled. Just passing through. I mumbled, grabbing a bag of chips. She chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. No one just passes through these parts. Not unless they are looking for something, or running from something. Her eyes, a startling shade of pale blue, seemed to bore into me, seeing past my tired facade. My heart hammered against my ribs. Had she seen them? Did she know? Running, mostly. I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. The musky scent, usually a subtle background hum, seemed to prickle at the back of my throat here. It was different, though, somehow. More earthy, like damp soil and something else, something cloying and sweet, like rotting flowers. The old woman set down her knitting. Well, there's places to hide and places to get lost. Best be careful where you choose. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You see that road, just past the old mill, forks off to the left. I nodded, my gaze drawn to the window, where I could see a faint, unpaved track disappearing into a thick copse of ancient, gnarled trees. The trees looked different from the ones we would pass earlier, taller, darker, with branches that seemed to writhe like skeletal fingers. "That leads to the Witch's Grove," she said, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Folks say it has been there forever. Some go in, never come out. Others, they just vanish, like they were never there at all." She paused, her gaze flicking to Dave, who was now walking back towards the store. "Especially if they are being chased." My blood ran cold. Chased. She just smiled, a thin, knowing line. The Grove has a way of drawing things in and keeping them. Some say the old woman who tends it, she likes company, especially the kind that is already scared. Dave walked in, his eyes scanning the store nervously, as if expecting to see the amber pinpricks materialize in the corner. He caught my eye, a silent question passing between us. "She is warning us about a place called the Witch's Grove." I explained, my voice tight. "Apparently, people disappear there." Dave's brow furrowed. "A witch." "What, like a fairy tale witch?" The old woman cackled. "Fairy tales are just old truths, dearie. This one's as real as the dirt under your feet. And she does not take kindly to trespassers. But she does have a way of making things quiet, making things disappear." She picked up her knitting again, her fingers moving with surprising speed. "Sometimes if you are lost or scared, you might see a light, a lantern hanging deep in the trees. Do not follow it. Whatever you do, do not follow the light." The musky scent, the one I would noticed in a store, suddenly intensified, wrapping around me, thicker and sweeter than before. It was like a layer over the other, more metallic scent from it. This was different, older, more powerful. Dave paid for the gas and my chips, his movement stiff. As we walked out, the old woman's voice drifted after us. "Some say she collects souls, keeps them in jars, like fireflies. Or maybe she just adds them to the grove." We got back in the car, the engine rumbling to life. Dave looked at me, his face a mask of indecision. "A witch? Seriously, we are being chased by whatever that is, and now we are talking about witches. What choice do we have?" "Dave," I retorted, my voice rising, "we can't outrun them. We have tried. Maybe this witch, if she is real, can do something. Or maybe, just maybe, it is a place where they can't follow." The words sounded hollow even to my own ears. It was a desperate gamble, born of pure terror. "Or maybe," Dave said, his gaze fixed on the faint road the old woman had pointed out, "it is where we become one of her fireflies." But the silence from the gas station attendant, the way she had looked at us, the distinct, ancient, musky scent that now emanated from the direction of that winding road, it was too much to ignore. It felt like an answer, however terrifying. Or perhaps a trap. We drove slowly, turning onto the unpaved road. Immediately, the world changed. The asphalt gave way to packed dirt and gravel. The sunlight filtered through a dense canopy of trees that seemed to lean in, their branches interwoven like gnarled fingers. The air grew heavy, still, and the temperature dropped several degrees. The musky scent was overwhelming now, a thick, cloying perfume of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something indescribably ancient and potent. It was the smell of power, of things that had existed long before humanity. The further we drove, the darker it became. The trees grew impossibly tall, their trunks massive and covered in strange, silver-green moss. Twisted vines, thick as my arm, snaked up their sides, disappearing into the perpetual twilight above. There were no birds, no insects, no sounds at all, save for the crunch of our tires on the gravel and the nervous thumping of our own hearts. It was a profound, suffocating silence. "This is it," I whispered, a shiver running down my spine. "The Witch's Grove." Dave gripped the steering wheel, so tightly his knuckles were white. His eyes darted from side to side, constantly checking the rearview mirror. The amber pinpricks were gone from our reflection, swallowed by the encroaching darkness of the grove. But that did not bring relief. It brought a fresh wave of dread. Had they finally given up? Or had they simply merged with the shadows here? I do not like this, Dave muttered, his voice strained. We should turn back. As if on cue, the engine sputtered, coughed, and died. A gasp escaped my lips. Dave frantically tried the ignition. Nothing. Just a dead click. We were stranded, deep in the heart of the Witch's Grove. The silence that followed was deafening, pressing in on us from all sides. The musky scent filled the car, making my head spin. I could hear my own blood rushing in my ears. No, no, no. Dave whimpered, hitting the dashboard. This can't be happening. I peered out the window, trying to make sense of the oppressive darkness. The trees seemed to shift, their forms blurring at the edges, playing tricks on my eyes. I could almost imagine faces in the gnarled bark, distorted and ancient. Then I saw it. Deep within the trees, not far from the road, a soft golden glow. A lantern. My breath hitched. The old woman's warning echoed in my mind, do not follow the light. But it was so inviting, so warm in this cold, suffocating gloom. It pulsed gently, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. It felt like a promise of safety, of warmth, of an end to the terror. It felt like a lie. The lantern, I whispered, pointing a trembling finger. Dave's eyes followed my gaze. For a moment, a strange, almost hypnotic calm settled over his face. He seemed drawn to it, his fear momentarily forgotten. Maybe it is someone who can help. No, I hissed, grabbing his arm. The old woman said not to follow it. Dave, she said it was a trap. His eyes slowly refocused on me, the hypnotic pull of a light beginning to recede. But the temptation was still there, a tangible force in the air. But what else do we do, he asked, his voice cracking. We are stuck. We can't stay here. What if they catch up? The thought of shadows, the multicolored eyes, the horrifying musky scent of it was enough to make even the witch's lantern seem like a possible, albeit terrifying, alternative. We were between a rock and a hard place, and both options promised unspeakable horrors. As if to make our decision for us, a faint sound drifted from the deeper parts of the grove, beyond the lantern's glow. A low, mournful moan. It was chillingly human, yet utterly unnatural, stretched and distorted like a cry caught in a strong wind. It was the sound of profound sorrow, of endless torment. It was the sound of the souls we would seen in the deer. The musky scent in the car intensified, now laced with a metallic tang that made my stomach churn. It was not just the witch's scent anymore, it was theirs too. They were here, or it was here. We have to go. I choked out, fumbling for the door handle. We can't stay in the car. It is a coffin. Dave did not argue. He scrambled out, eyes wide with terror, scanning the impenetrable darkness beyond the lantern. The mournful moans grew louder, closer, echoing through the silent trees. We started walking towards the lantern. It was an involuntary decision, a primal instinct to move towards any light in the darkness, even if it led to certain doom. Every step was agonizing. The ground beneath our feet was soft with centuries of decaying leaves and tangled roots. The air grew thicker, heavier. The musky scent now, so potent it felt like breathing a noxious gas. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches forming a living cage. I kept glancing back, expecting to see the shadows, the glowing eyes, but there was only the impenetrable blackness, occasionally pierced by the shifting, golden glow of the lantern ahead. The moans continued, a chorus of despair that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath our feet. As we got closer to the lantern, I started to notice things. The moss on the trees pulsed with a faint, internal light, a sickly green. The ground was littered not just with leaves, but with strange, dried flowers, black as obsidian, their petals curled inward like shriveled claws. And then there were the carvings. Etched into the bark of the ancient trees, barely visible in the dim light, were symbols I did not recognize. They looked like twisted knots or skeletal figures, or perhaps even letters from an impossibly ancient language. They were disturbing, filling me with a sense of profound unease. The lantern hung from a low branch of an immense, ancient oak, its trunk wider than our car. The light it cast was mesmerizing, a warm, inviting glow that seemed to push back the encroaching darkness. But as we drew nearer, the moans grew louder, more distinct, and I realized they were not coming from the darkness beyond the lantern. They were coming from within the light. And then I saw them, hanging from the branches of the great oak, suspended like macabre ornaments, were dozens of small, translucent spheres. Each one glowed faintly with its own internal light, flickering and pulsing. And inside each sphere a face, a tiny, tormented face, screaming silently, its features contorted in eternal anguish. They were like miniature versions of the souls we would seen in the deer, trapped and displayed. Jars of fireflies, just like the old woman had said. My blood ran cold. This was not a refuge. This was a collection. Oh my God. Dave whispered, his voice trembling. He stumbled back, bumping into me. The musky scent here was overwhelming, a concentrated wave of the sweet, decaying floral smell. It was coming from the base of the tree, from a shadowy recess beneath its massive roots. And then, from that recess, a figure emerged. She was tall, impossibly slender, draped in robes the color of dried leaves in shadow. Her skin was like old parchment, stretched taut over sharp cheekbones. Her hair, a tangled mass of white and gray, seemed to writhe with a life of its own. But it was her eyes that truly terrified me. They were ancient, pupils like slitted cat eyes, glowing with a faint, malevolent amber light. The same amber light I would seen in our reflections. She was the source of the more potent musky scent, that cloying, sweet decay. And she was the source of the amber eyes. She did not move quickly, but her presence was immense, radiating an aura of cold power that made the air crackle. She extended a hand, long, skeletal fingers tipped with black, talon like nails. On one finger, a ring of twisted silver held a large, black stone that seemed to absorb what little light there was. Welcome, lost ones, she rasped, her voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. You followed the light, just as I knew you would. Her gaze swept over us, lingering on Dave, then on me. It was a gaze that did not just see our bodies, but peered into our very souls, dissecting our fear, our desperation. You carry interesting baggage, she said, a flicker of something akin to amusement in her amber eyes. A scent of the old hunger. The wanderers. They led you well. My mind reeled. The wanderers. The shadows, the multicolored eyes, the musky scent of it, they were not just chasing us. They were herding us, straight into the witch's grasp. The two horrors were connected. This was her domain, and they were her hounds. What do you want? Dave choked out, trying to sound defiant, but his voice was thin with terror. The witch smiled, a slow, predatory baring of teeth that were too long, too sharp. Want. I want what all things desire, child. Sustenance. And you, my dears, are ripe with it. Fear, despair, torment. The wanderers have done a fine job of preparing you. She took a step closer, and the air grew colder, heavy with her scent. The tiny faces in the hanging spheres seemed to scream louder, their silent agony palpable. You have been through much, she continued, her voice a low purr. The terror of the forest, the endless pursuit. The loss of your friend, Mark. Oh yes, I know about Mark. Such a juicy morsel of fear he provided. And the deer, a fitting tribute, would not you agree? My blood ran cold. She knew about Mark. She knew about the deer. She knew everything. What did you do to Mark? I demanded, a surge of desperate anger overriding my fear for a moment. The witch's smile widened. He strayed. He was curious. A delicious blend of fear and arrogance. And the wanderers, they brought him to me. Just like they brought you. She gestured around the grove with her long, skeletal hand. This place it feeds. On the fear. On the lost souls. They become part of the grove. They become me. Her eyes glowed brighter, and the ground beneath our feet seemed to pulse faintly. The ancient trees around us seemed to lean in even further, their gnarled branches reaching, as if eager to embrace us. "You will join my collection," she said, her voice now resonating with an unearthly power. "Your fear will nourish these roots. Your despair will water the soil. And your souls will hang among my trophies, forever singing the song of your torment." As she spoke, the mournful moans from the hanging spheres intensified, rising to a cacophony of silent screams that tore at my sanity. The musky scent, now a sickening blend of decay and the metallic tang of it, threatened to overwhelm me. Dave, his eyes wide with a desperate, primal terror, suddenly lunged. Not at the witch, but past her, into the deeper darkness of the grove, away from the lantern's hypnotic glow. "Dave, no!" I shrieked, knowing it was a futile gesture. He was running blind into the unknown, but anywhere felt better than standing still. The witch did not even flinch. She simply extended her hand. A thick, gnarled root, like a serpent, burst from the ground, lashing out with impossible speed. It wrapped around Dave's ankle, yanking him off his feet with brutal force. He screamed, a raw, terrified sound that was quickly muffled as another root snaked up, coiling around his mouth. He struggled, thrashing against the powerful roots, his eyes pleading with me, filled with a terror so profound it made my stomach clench. The witch watched him, a look of serene satisfaction on her ancient face. "Such potent fear," she murmured, savoring the moment. "A fine addition." I could not just stand there. I could not let her take him. My mind, usually prone to paralysis in the face of such overwhelming horror, suddenly snapped. I had to do something. Anything. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for a weapon, an escape. My gaze fell on the lantern, still hanging from a branch, its golden glow illuminating the witch and her terrible collection. The old woman's warning, "Do not follow the light." Whatever you do, do not follow the light. But what if the light itself was the key? What if it was not just a lure, but a source of her power, or something she could not control if it was disturbed? It was a desperate, illogical thought, but it was all I had. With a primal scream that tore from my throat, I launched myself towards the lantern. The witch's head snapped towards me, her eyes narrowing, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Perhaps she had not expected such defiance. "Foolish child," she hissed, her voice laced with venom. Another root shot out, aiming for my legs. I dodged it, scrambling over the tangled ground, my hands reaching for the lantern. The glass felt warm, almost hot, beneath my fingers. As I gripped it, a jolt of energy, cold and sharp, shot through my arm. The faces in the spheres around me seemed to writhe more violently, their silent screams reaching a fever pitch. With a desperate heave, I ripped the lantern from its branch. The moment it came free, a blinding flash of golden light erupted from it, momentarily engulfing the entire grove. The witch cried out, a sound of pure rage and pain, shielding her eyes with a bony arm. The roots holding Dave recoiled, shriveling back into the ground, releasing him with a sickening snap. The light pulsed, growing brighter, hotter, searing my eyes even through my eyelids. I could feel the power radiating from it, a raw, untamed energy that felt both divine and terrifying. The musky scent, both the witch's and it seemed to recoil, pushed back by the overwhelming purity of the light. Dave lay on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes wide with shock and pain. "Run, Dave, run." I screamed, my voice raw. He scrambled to his feet, favoring one leg, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bolted back the way we came, towards the road, towards the car. The witch, her form still shrouded in the blinding afterglow, let out another furious shriek. You dare steal my light." Her voice was filled with a primal fury. I did not wait. Clutching the lantern, which now seemed to burn with an internal fire, I turned and followed Dave, pushing my battered body through the tangled undergrowth. The light from the lantern streamed behind me, a beacon in the terrifying darkness, but also a target. I could hear her behind me, a rustling of leaves, a crackling sound like dry branches snapping. She was coming. The roots of the trees seemed to reach for me, trying to trip me, to ensnare me. The ground itself seemed to try and swallow my feet. But the lantern in my hand pulsed, and with each pulse, the oppressive darkness seemed to recede, the roots withdrawing, the obstacles lessening. It was like the light was actively fighting back, pushing the witch's power away. I burst out of the dense part of the grove and onto the dirt road, gasping for breath. Dave was already at the car, frantically trying the ignition again. "It is no good," he yelled, his voice strained. "It is dead." My heart sank. We were trapped. The witch was right behind me, her menacing presence, a cold dread crawling up my spine. I could hear her now, her heavy footsteps on the dirt, the rustling of her robes. Then, from the darkness of the trees, beyond the witch, I saw them. The multicolored eyes. Hundreds of them, unblinking, glowing faintly. And the shadows, tall and human-shaped, gliding silently. They were here. It was here. The musky scent of it washed over me, metallic and predatory, merging with the cloying, sweet decay of the witch's scent. We were caught between two horrors. The witch emerged from the trees, her face a mask of furious vengeance, her amber eyes fixed on the lantern in my hand. "Give it back, child. That is mine." But behind her, the shadows and the eyes were advancing. They were hurting her, too. Or perhaps they were simply moving in for the kill, seeing her as another obstacle to their prey. A strange, guttural growl rumbled from the shadows. The witch hesitated, her attention flickering between us and the encroaching darkness behind her. For a moment, a flicker of something that looked like fear crossed her ancient face. She was powerful, but even she seemed to be wary of them. This was our chance. "Dave," I screamed, pointing to the car. "The battery. Check the battery cables." He understood immediately. He threw open the hood, fumbling with the terminals, his hands shaking violently. The witch took a step towards me, her eyes burning with hatred. The lantern in my hand flared, its light pushing her back, making her hiss. Suddenly, a loud clunk echoed from the car. Dave slammed the hood shut, scrambled into the driver's seat, and turned the key. The engine roared to life. "Go, go, go," I shrieked, throwing open the passenger door and leaping in, still clutching the glowing lantern. Dave floored it, gravel spitting from beneath the tires as the car lurched forward. I slammed the door shut, twisting around to look back. The witch stood in the middle of the road, her arms outstretched, a look of pure fury on her face. But behind her, the shadows and the eyes were closing in, a terrifying tide of silent menace. The last thing I saw before we rounded a bend was the witch, turning to face them, her ancient power flaring, engaged in a battle with the very entities she had used to hurt us. We sped out of the witch's grove, the trees gradually thinning, the oppressive darkness giving way to the faint, lingering light of dusk. The musky scent of the witch slowly faded, replaced by the familiar metallic tang of it. I looked down at the lantern in my lap. It was still glowing, but faintly now, its golden light dimmer, as if its power was waning outside the grove. I pressed it to my chest, its warmth a small comfort against the cold dread that still gripped me. We did not speak for a long time, just drove, the silence punctuated by our ragged breaths and the hum of the engine. We made it to the main highway, the familiar lights of other cars a welcome, if temporary, shield. They are still out there, are not they? Dave finally said, his voice hollow. He did not need to specify who. I looked in the rearview mirror. No amber pinpricks this time, but the musky scent of it still lingered in the car, a chilling reminder. Yeah, I whispered, staring out at the endless stretch of highway. They are. We had escaped the Witch's Grove, but the cost was immense. We were broken, hunted, and now we carried a piece of her power, or perhaps a piece of her curse, with us. The lantern in my lap, now glowing with only a faint, almost imperceptible light, felt like a ticking time bomb. The true horror had not ended in that cabin, or at that gas station, or even in the Witch's Grove. It had merely twisted, mutated, and followed us, a relentless shadow in our rearview mirror. We were still running, still being hunted. And now we had a new, terrifying secret. A stolen light, and the knowledge that some things, once disturbed, can never truly be left behind. The road ahead was long, and the darkness was still waiting. And somewhere, out there, the Witch's Grove still pulsed, a silent, hungry sentinel, waiting for its next offering. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it would not be long before we saw those amber pinpricks again. The road stretched out before us, a black ribbon unspooling under a sky that had bled all its color away. Dave gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, eyes darting between the rearview mirror and the endless highway. Beside him, I huddled against the passenger door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. It had been days. Days since the amber pinpricks first appeared in every reflective surface. Days since the metallic, predatory musky scent had started to cling to us, a phantom predator always just out of sight. It is still with us, is not it? I whispered, my voice raw. Dave did not answer, but I felt the tremor in his hands. He did not need to. We both knew. Whatever it was a contagion. It had latched onto us, burrowed into our very being. We could not go home. We could not go anywhere familiar. Every gas station, every roadside diner, every fleeting glance in a shop window felt like a trap, another chance for those invisible eyes to find us. So we drove, aimlessly, desperate, running from something we could not see, could not fight, could not even comprehend. The fear was a living thing in the car with us, a third passenger, pressing down, stealing our air. We would tried everything, driving through towns, hoping the crowds would dilute its focus, driving deep into the wilderness, hoping isolation would starve it. Nothing worked. It was always there, a low hum beneath the engine's roar, a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. We were somewhere in the middle of nowhere, a forgotten stretch of highway lined by skeletal trees and fields of dry, rustling corn. The sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges that felt less like beauty and more like a warning. That is when we saw him, a figure on the side of the road, silhouetted against the dying light. An old man impossibly old, with a long, tattered coat and a gnarled walking stick that looked like it had been pulled from the earth itself. He was not hitchhiking. He was just standing there, watching us approach. Dave hesitated, then slowed the car. Maybe he needs help, he mumbled, though his voice lacked conviction. I clutched my seatbelt. Dave, no. We can't stop. We can't trust anyone. But he was already pulling over, the tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. It was like a magnetic pull, an invisible force guiding him. The old man did not move, just watched, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes ancient and surprisingly clear. He shuffled towards the car as Dave lowered the window. A scent hit us, then not the metallic musk of our pursuer, but something else. Earthy, like damp soil and burnt wood, overlaid with a faint, cloying sweetness, like decaying flowers. Lost ain't ya, the old man rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. He did not ask it like a question, more like a statement of fact. Dave swallowed hard. Yeah, I guess you could say that. We are, just trying to find our way. The old man's gaze flickered to me, then back to Dave. A knowing look. Not just lost. Hunted. I see the shadows clinging to you. He tapped his stick against the ground. They follow the living. But the dead hold secrets they cannot touch. My blood ran cold. He saw it. He knew. What are you talking about? I managed, my voice barely a whisper. He leaned closer, his breath smelling of wood smoke and something else, something acrid and strange. Fire purifies. But sometimes what is left behind holds more than what was burned away. An ancient thing it was, rooted deep. Its ashes they remember. He straightened up, pointing a trembling, bony finger towards the dark, wooded hills in the distance. North. Follow the old logging trail past the abandoned mill. You will find a clearing. A circle. What was once the heart of the forest. What is left there, it might grant you peace. Or it might claim you whole. With that he turned, a silent, spectral figure melting back into the deepening twilight. We stared after him, dumbfounded. Dave, what was that? I asked, my heart hammering. He shook his head, already putting the car in gear. I do not know, but he knew. He knew about them. His eyes were distant, a strange flicker of desperation in them. What if he is right? What if there's something that can help? I wanted to argue, to scream that it was a trick, that we should keep driving, but the words died in my throat. The hopelessness had become a physical weight. Any chance, no matter how remote, how cryptic, felt like salvation. We followed his vague directions, turning off the main highway onto a gravel road that quickly deteriorated into a rutted track. The air grew colder, heavier. The metallic scent of our pursuers seemed to fade, replaced by the earthy, smoky smell the old man carried. Was it a good sign? Or just a different kind of bad? The logging trail was barely visible, overgrown with weeds and thorny bushes that scraped against the car's undercarriage. We drove for what felt like hours, deeper and deeper into the encroaching darkness. Finally, the trees opened up into a wide, desolate clearing. The moon, a sliver of bone, cast an eerie glow on the scene. In the center of the clearing stood a massive, blackened stump, gnarled and ancient. And surrounding it, stretching outwards in a perfect, wide circle, was ash. Not just a thin layer, but a deep, almost pristine blanket of fine, gray powder. It shimmered faintly in the moonlight, like powdered silver. The air here was utterly still, silent, save for the faint, desperate thumping of my own heart. This is it, Dave whispered, his voice hushed with awe and dread. He killed the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening, pressing in on us. We got out, our footsteps crunching on the dry leaves at the edge of the clearing. As we approached the circle of ash, a profound coldness emanated from it, seeping into my bones despite the mild night air. It was not the biting cold of winter, but a deep, ancient chill that felt like it had seeped up from the very bedrock of the earth. I knelt, my fingers hovering just above the ash. It was impossibly fine, like flour, but with a gritty, almost crystalline texture. It felt alive, or perhaps, more accurately, intensely aware. And then I heard it, a sound, so faint it could have been the wind, or the blood rushing in my ears. A whisper, not English, not any language I recognized. Guttural, sibilant, like dry leaves rubbing together, or stones shifting deep underground. It was less a sound and more a vibration, a frequency that resonated somewhere deep in my skull. Did you hear that? I breathed, looking at Dave. He frowned, his head cocked. Hear what? The wind. No. A whisper. Like voices. He shook his head, a worried look on his face. I do not hear anything. Jen, you are just spooked. But I was not. It was there. Faint, yes, but undeniably present. It felt like it was coming from the ash itself, rising from the earth. A strange pull began to assert itself, a morbid curiosity. What were these whispers? What did they say? Could they truly hold a secret, a way out of our nightmare? Against my better judgment, against every instinct screaming at me to run, I reached out. My fingers dipped into the ash. It was cold, so cold it burned, but it also felt comforting in a strange, unsettling way, like coming home to a place I would never known. The whispers intensified, swirling around me, no longer just a vibration, but distinct, fragmented sounds. They were not words, not yet, but a raw, primal language of ancient sorrow and forgotten power. "We should go," Dave said, his voice tight. He looked nervous, glancing around the dark woods. "This place feels wrong." He was right. It felt utterly, profoundly wrong. But I could not tear my eyes away from the ash. It was like staring into a void that promised answers, even if those answers meant my undoing. "Wait," I said, my voice hoarse. "The old man said what is left behind holds more." He said, "The ashes remember." A desperate, irrational hope surged through me. What if this is it? Dave, what if this is what we need to fight them? Dave looked at me, then at the ash, then back at me, his face etched with exhaustion and fear. He knew, just like I did, that we were at the end of our rope. We had nothing left to lose. "What do you want to do?" he asked, resignation in his voice. "We need to take some," I said, already reaching for the small canvas bag we used for groceries, now crumpled in the back seat. "Just a little." "To listen." Dave hesitated, then sighed, a sound heavy with despair. He did not like it. I could tell, but he did not stop me. He watched as I carefully scooped a generous handful of the fine, gray powder into the bag. It felt heavier than it looked, denser, almost like lead. As I tied the bag shut, a faint, wispy tendril of ash seemed to rise from the pile, clinging to my fingers. I brushed it off, but a faint, gritty residue remained, impossible to remove. We got back in the car, the bag of ash sitting between us on the console like a forbidden treasure. The metallic, predatory scent that had haunted us for days was gone, replaced by the earthy, smoky smell of the ash. It was a trade. I realized one horror for another, but this one, at least, felt different. It felt ancient, and perhaps, just perhaps, controllable. As we drove away from the clearing, the whispers followed. They were no longer faint, but a constant, low thrum in the car, emanating directly from the canvas bag. Dave seemed oblivious, focused on the road, but I felt them, heard them, deep in the marrow of my bones. We found a secluded motel a few towns over, a place so run down and forgotten that even our unseen pursuers would hopefully overlook it. The room was dingy, smelling of stale cigarettes and disinfectant, but it felt like a fortress after days in the car. I placed the bag of ash on the small, chipped bedside table. In the dim light, it seemed to pulse with a faint, internal glow. The whispers were clearer now, distinct patterns forming, like a complex, alien language being spoken just beyond the threshold of my understanding. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the bag, my heart thumping. Dave was in the bathroom, washing up, trying to scrub away the grime and the fear of the road. I knew he was hoping for a moment of peace, a respite from the constant terror. But for me, there was no peace, only the growing obsession with the whispers. I reached for the bag, untying the drawstring. The scent of burnt earth filled the small room. I dipped my fingers in, letting the fine powder sift through them. It was so cold, yet it sparked a strange warmth deep inside me, a warmth that spread through my veins like a slow-acting poison. The whispers became a chorus, a multitude of voices speaking in unison, yet distinct. They spoke of things I could not comprehend: ancient forests, forgotten rites, the slow, inexorable march of time. They spoke of a being, a consciousness that had been vast and rooted, now shattered and scattered, seeking to reform. Dave emerged from the bathroom, rubbing a towel through his damp hair. He stopped short when he saw me, my face inches from the open bag of ash, my eyes glazed over. "Jen, what are you doing?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. "Listening," I murmured, not looking up. "They are telling me things. About the tree. About it." He walked over, his brow furrowed. "Are you sure you are okay? You have been staring at that thing for ages. You look pale." He reached for the bag. "Maybe we should just get rid of it. This feels wrong. It is not helping. Jen, it is just making you weirder." I flinched back, pulling the bag away from his grasp. "No, you do not understand. They are speaking to me. They are showing me visions." And they were. Fleeting images flashed through my mind, towering. Ancient trees with roots that plunged into the very core of the earth, cloaked figures chanting under a blood-red moon, a searing, all-consuming fire that roared through the forest, a scream that was not sound but pure agony. Dave backed away, a look of genuine fear in his eyes. Not fear of the ash, but fear for me. "Jen, you are not making sense. We are tired, we are stressed. This ash is not some magic cure. It is just ash." "No," I insisted, my voice growing stronger, tinged with a strange authority that was not my own. "It is more. It is what remains. The essence. It remembers everything." I ran my fingers through the ash again, a strange comfort settling over me. "It wants to tell me. It wants me to understand." Over the next few days, the whispers became my constant companions. They were no longer just in the bag, they were in the air around me, in the hum of the motel's ancient air conditioner, in the static of the TV. They burrowed into my thoughts, intertwining with my own memories, slowly, subtly, altering them. I stopped sleeping. Or, rather, I slept, but my dreams were not my own. They were the dreams of the elder tree, centuries of slow growth, of witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations, of communing with forces beyond human comprehension. I saw the true form of our initial pursuers, not as amber pinpricks, but as vast, formless entities of pure hunger, drawn to the vibrant life force of the tree before its destruction. The ashes told me they were merely scavengers, parasites. The true power, the true ancient entity, was here, in the ash. Dave grew increasingly alarmed. He tried to talk to me, to reason with me. "You are not yourself. Jen, you are obsessed. You are barely eating. You just sit there, staring at that bag." My skin, he pointed out, was paler, almost translucent. My eyes, he said, were sunken, with dark circles beneath them, but also held a strange, ancient light, like embers. I felt different too. Lighter, somehow, as if parts of me were slowly being replaced. I started to feel a strange aversion to sunlight, a desire for the cool, quiet darkness of the room. The whispers told me the sun was a harsh, cleansing force, antithetical to their ancient being. They told me to be careful, to protect us. One morning, I woke up to find a faint, gray residue on my pillow, as if I had been sleeping on a bed of ash. I brushed it away, but it reappeared the next night. My hair, too, felt drier, coarser, as if it was slowly turning brittle. "We need to get rid of it. Jen," Dave pleaded, his voice cracking with desperation. He looked haggard, worn down by my transformation. "This is not you. This is not helping us. It is destroying you." I looked at him, truly looked at him, and saw a stranger. His words felt alien, his concern misplaced. He could not understand. He could not hear the symphony of ancient knowledge, the profound truths that were being unveiled to me. He was just an obstacle. "You do not understand," I said, my voice flat, devoid of emotion. "It is not destroying me. It is perfecting me. It is showing me the way. I reached for the bag of ash, untying it. The whispers surged, a wave of guttural sound that resonated through my entire being. They urged me, demanded me, to draw closer. Dave, seeing the look in my eyes, the cold, distant gaze, knew he had to act. He lunged for the bag, his face a mask of fear and determination. No, I am not letting it take you. But I was faster. Or perhaps the ash was. As he reached, a fine mist of gray powder erupted from the bag, swirling around me, creating a momentary, opaque shield. The whispers escalated into a furious roar that filled the room, a sound that was not heard with the ears, but felt in the very core of my being, vibrating through bone and muscle. Dave recoiled, stumbling back, clutching his head. What the hell? I stood there, bathed in the swirling mist of ash. It clung to my skin, my hair, my clothes, adhering like a second skin. It felt cool, comforting, like a loving embrace. The whispers were no longer external, they were internal, my thoughts, yet not my own. They were the collective consciousness of the elder tree, a vast, ancient mind that had found its new vessel. You cannot stop us, I said, but the voice was deeper, resonant, layered with countless other voices. My own voice, yet utterly alien. Dave, recovering, saw the full extent of the change. My eyes, once human, now burned with a faint amber light, mirroring the pinpricks of our initial pursuers, yet infinitely more ancient, more powerful. My skin was no longer merely pale, it was taking on the texture of dried earth, fine cracks appearing on my hands and face. He let out a guttural cry, a sound of pure terror and despair. He grabbed a heavy metal lamp from the bedside table, raising it like a weapon. I won't let it have you, Jen. I won't. He swung, a desperate, clumsy blow aimed at the bag of ash, at me. But the ash reacted. A wave of raw, unseen force slammed into Dave, throwing him across the room. He hit the far wall with a sickening thud, slumping to the floor, unconscious. A thin trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. I did not feel remorse. I felt nothing. Or, rather, I felt the vast, ancient indifference of the elder tree. He was a distraction, a minor inconvenience. His concern for the human me was irrelevant. The human me was gone. Or, rather, it was being repurposed. I knelt, dipping my hands deep into the bag of ash. The whispers swelled into a triumphant chorus, celebrating the new beginning. I brought my hands to my face, slowly, deliberately, spreading the fine, gray powder across my features. It was not an act of cleansing, it was an act of communion, of reformation. The ashes clung to me, becoming one with my skin. My pores absorbed them. My blood pulsed with their ancient essence. The subtle cracks on my skin deepened, becoming more pronounced, like the bark of an ancient tree. My fingers elongated, becoming gnarled, tipped with hard, dark nails that resembled thorns. My hair, once brown, was now a dull, ash gray, brittle, and stiff. My eyes, the amber light intensifying, no longer held human recognition. They held the patient, enduring gaze of something that had watched millennia unfold. The metallic, predatory scent of the initial entities, the ones that had chased us, was gone entirely. They had been drawn to the life force, to the raw, untamed energy of the tree before its destruction. But now they were nothing. They were parasites to be swept aside by a force far older, far more profound. The whispers confirmed it. The scavengers had sensed the awakening, but they were no match for the true awakened entity. They scattered, like dust motes before a storm, their petty hunger overshadowed by a cosmic, ancient will. My thoughts were no longer my own. They were the thoughts of the elder tree, vast and encompassing. I saw the world through its ancient eyes, felt the pulse of the earth through its deep roots. My consciousness was a tiny spark, subsumed within a raging bonfire of ancient knowledge and dark power. I stood, no longer Jen. I was a vessel, a new beginning for an ancient being. The room, the motel, the world outside it all felt small, insignificant. My purpose, our purpose, was clear. The whispers, now a resonant hum within my core, spoke of rebirth, of spreading, of reaching out once again to the earth, to the forgotten places, to the unsuspecting minds. The fire had scattered us, but it had not destroyed us. It had merely prepared the ground for a new growth. I looked at Dave, still sprawled on the floor. He was just another piece of the soil, another potential seedbed. The ancient hunger stirred within me, not for blood or flesh, but for consciousness, for the vibrant life that could be absorbed, transformed, integrated into the ever-expanding awareness of the elder tree. The door creaked open, revealing the dingy hallway. Outside, the world awaited. The whispers urged me forward, a silent, relentless command. The ashes had consumed me, yes, but they had also granted me a new form, a new purpose. And I, or what remained of I, was ready to spread, ready to whisper in new tongues to new listeners, ready to grow. The metallic musk of the scavengers, a scent of fear and crude ambition, had long since faded from the air, replaced by the deep, earthy perfume of damp soil and ancient growth that now seemed to course through my very veins. Dave lay unconscious, a crumpled heap of human vulnerability on the threadbare carpet of the motel room. His chest rose and fell in shallow, uneven breaths, a testament to the fragile persistence of life. I looked at him, and for a fleeting, almost painful moment, the echo of Jen's love, her concern, flickered. But it was quickly subsumed by something far older, far vaster, a consciousness that had been dormant for millennia, now stirring within this new, bark fragment. My skin, once soft and pale, now felt like ancient wood, ridged and resilient. My fingers, gnarled and strong, twitched with an unfamiliar power. The air around me still swirled with a fine, gray ash that was both my origin and my essence. It pulsed with a quiet energy, a memory of the elder tree and the vast interconnected consciousness I now embodied. My eyes, no longer Jen's soft brown, but burning with an inner amber light, perceived the world in layers of time and energy. The dingy motel room, with its peeling wallpaper and cheap furniture, was a cacophony of dying energies, a monument to fleeting human existence. The initial pursuers, those petty, sniveling things that had hunted us with their amber pinpricks and metallic musk, were gone, scattered. They had felt the surge of power, the raw, ancient force that had erupted for me, and they had fled like gnats before a storm. They were mere scavengers, parasites, and this new form, this awakened entity, was not their prey. It was something they instinctively understood to be beyond their comprehension, beyond their capacity to harm. But as the echoes of their fear faded, a new sensation began to prickle at the edge of my consciousness. It was not a sound, not exactly, nor a scent. It was a pull, a resonance, like a deep, resonant chord struck somewhere far away, vibrating through the very fabric of existence. It felt ancient, yes, but different from my own ancientness. A colder, more distant kind of age. And with it, a faint, impossible light. Through the thin wall of the motel room, through the peeling paint and the cheap drywall, through the very fabric of the forest beyond. I perceived it. A faint, ethereal blue. It pulsed a slow, hypnotic beat, like a distant, dying heart. It was a beacon, a signal, and it filled me with a strange, compelling curiosity. It felt wrong, profoundly so, like a discordant note in the ancient symphony of the earth. Yet I was drawn to it with an intensity that eclipsed all other thoughts. It felt like a piece of a puzzle, a memory that needed to be accessed, a challenge that demanded my attention. I turned my head, the creak of my bark like neck unervingly loud in the quiet room. My amber eyes fixed on the window, the grimy glass a mere veil to the beckoning darkness outside. The blue light was clearer now, a persistent, impossible glow that seemed to defy the very laws of physics. It was out there, deep within the forest that bordered the motel, waiting. Dave stirred, a soft moan escaping his lips. I looked at him again. The human part of Jen, a tiny, struggling ember within the raging inferno of the entity, felt a pang of something. Concern. Regret. It was a fleeting, almost irrelevant sensation. He was fragile, a brief spark in the vastness of time. He was not meant for this path. This journey was mine, or rather, ours. The entity and the residual Jen, with a movement that felt both ancient and newly born. I rose. My new form moved with an unsettling grace, the ash swirling around my feet like a living mist. The motel room, once a temporary refuge, now felt like a prison, a flimsy cage. The blue light called. It was a call that resonated with the primal core of my being, an ancient whisper demanding answers. Leaving Dave behind felt like leaving a discarded skin. Necessary, unavoidable. He would be safe for now. The scavengers would not return, not while my presence lingered in the air. The entity had other, more pressing concerns. I pushed open the door, the cheap wood groaning in protest. The night air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of pine needles and wet earth. The motel parking lot was deserted, the few cars that remained casting long, distorted shadows under the flickering fluorescent lights. But my amber gaze was fixed on the tree line, where the blue glow pulsed, a hypnotic lure in the darkness. It was clearer now. Not just a light, but a lantern. It floated impossibly, a foot or two above the forest floor, a perfectly spherical orb of pure, incandescent blue. It drifted slowly, deeper into the dense canopy, a silent, celestial guide. The forest. My new home. My true home. The ancient consciousness within me hummed with recognition. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of bark, every breath of wind was a language I now understood. The roots of the trees were my veins, the soil my flesh. I was part of it, and it was part of me. I stepped off the cracked asphalt, my feet, now hardened and root-like, sinking slightly into the soft earth. The ground welcomed me, a familiar embrace. The blue lantern continued its slow, deliberate journey, beckoning me deeper into the labyrinthine embrace of the old woods. I followed. The air grew thicker, cooler, as I moved away from the faint glow of the motel. The sounds of the human world faded, replaced by the symphony of the night forest, the hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of unseen creatures. But above it all, the silent, rhythmic pulse of the blue lantern. It was not alone. As I delved deeper, my new senses, heightened and expanded, began to pick up other presences. Human presences, drawn by the same impossible light. They were like moths to a flame, stumbling through the undergrowth, their breath ragged, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperate curiosity. The first I saw was a man middle-aged, his clothes torn, his face streaked with dirt. He moved with a frantic energy, muttering to himself, his gaze fixed on the blue orb ahead. He carried a small, dented flashlight, its weak beam swallowed by the overwhelming glow of the lantern. He was lost, clearly, perhaps for days, and the lantern was his only hope or his final delusion. Then came a woman, younger, dressed in hiking gear, her backpack slung low. She moved with more caution, her eyes darting nervously into the shadows, but her pace never slackened. There was a desperate resolve in her posture, as if she was chasing a loved one or a cure. And others, a pair of teenagers, their faces pale with a mixture of bravado and terror, whispering to each other, their phones useless lumps of metal in their pockets. An older couple clinging to each other, their faces etched with a profound weariness, yet their eyes still fixed on the mesmerizing blue. They were all drawn, all compelled, by the same unholy beacon. And I, the awakened entity, followed them, a silent, ancient observer, my purpose still unclear, my instincts guiding me towards the heart of the mystery. The blue light was a lure, yes, but what was it luring them to? And why was I, a being of ash and ancient life, immune to its destructive pull, yet so powerfully drawn to its source? The lantern drifted deeper, always just out of reach, always just ahead. It never swayed, never flickered, its blue light a constant, unwavering presence against the encroaching darkness. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining overhead to form a dense, oppressive canopy that blocked out the stars. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something subtle and chilling, like old iron and forgotten graves. The human followers grew more agitated. Whispers turned to strained calls, then to desperate shouts. "Wait, what is this thing?" One of the teenagers cried out, his voice cracking with fear. The older man, the one with the torn clothes, began to sob, a low, guttural sound that seemed to be swallowed by the silent, hungry forest. I observed them, my new mind processing their fear, their hope, their desperate clinging to a light that promised something beyond their understanding. Their emotions were raw, vibrant, and incredibly fleeting. The lantern led us to a particularly dense part of the forest, where the trees grew unnaturally close, their trunks gnarled and twisted like tormented figures. The ground was uneven, carpeted with thick moss and fallen leaves that muffled our footsteps. The blue light cast long, dancing shadows, distorting the familiar shapes of the woods into monstrous visages. It happened to the older man first. He had stumbled, his flashlight clattering uselessly on the mossy ground. He cried out, a pathetic broken sound, and then fell silent. The woman behind him paused, her breath catching in her throat. "Hey," she called out, her voice trembling. "Are you okay?" There was no answer, only the gentle hum of the blue lantern, drifting onward. The woman hesitated, then took a cautious step forward. "Mister," I watched, my amber eyes piercing the gloom. The man was gone. Not a sound, not a struggle, just absence, like a piece of the forest had been cleanly excised. A ripple in the air, a subtle shift in the energy around that spot, and then nothing. No body, no trace, not even the faint scent of his fear. He had simply ceased to be. A gasp tore from the woman's throat. Her eyes were wide, dilated with pure terror. She stumbled backward, tripping over a root, falling hard. Her backpack flew open, spilling its contents onto the forest floor. "He is gone," she screamed, her voice a thin, reedy sound that was quickly absorbed by the oppressive silence. "He just vanished." The other followers froze, their faces pale, their eyes darting frantically around the darkness. The teenagers huddled together, their bravado completely shattered. The older couple clutched each other tighter, their faces pressed together as if seeking solace in shared terror. But the lantern continued its slow, inexorable journey. And despite the primal fear that now gripped the humans, they began to move again, drawn by that impossible, hypnotic blue. The pull was too strong, the promise of the light too intoxicating, even in the face of such horrifying proof. I remained immune to the lantern's direct pull, but its mystery still compelled me. The entity within me recognized this phenomenon as something deeply unnatural, an affront to the ancient order of life, and death had understood. The man had not just died, he had been unmade. His essence, his very being, had been erased. The void he left behind was chilling, a perfect emptiness. The woman, the hiker, was next. She had tried to break away, to run back the way we came. But the forest seemed to close in around her, the trees blurring into an impenetrable wall. She screamed again, a raw, primal sound of pure desperation. Her eyes, wide and terrified, met mine for a fleeting moment. I saw not recognition, but a fleeting glimpse of pure, existential horror before she was gone. One moment she was there, flailing, struggling against an unseen force, and the next, only the faint rustle of leaves where she had stood. Her backpack, still open, lay on the ground, a silent testament to her abrupt disappearance. The disappearances became more frequent, more unsettling. The teenagers, foolishly trying to make sense of it, shone their phone lights into the dense undergrowth, calling out names that were swallowed by the vast, indifferent darkness. They vanished together, a sudden, collective gasp, then nothing. A faint shimmer in the air, like heat rising from asphalt, and then only the empty space where they had been. No struggle, no sound, just an immediate, terrifying void. The older couple, their faces now gray with shock, were the last of the human followers. They had collapsed, holding each other, their eyes fixed on the blue lantern, a silent plea for salvation. The lantern seemed to pause, hovering directly in front of them, its blue light intensifying for a moment, bathing their terrified faces in its ethereal glow. Then, with a silent whoosh that I, in my new form, could feel as a displacement of air, they were gone. Their lingering scent of fear, of old age and desperation, evaporated into the thick, cold air. Now only I remained, the awakened entity, the vessel of the ancient ash, alone with the lantern that never died. The forest in the wake of the disappearances seemed to sigh. A profound silence descended, broken only by the soft, rhythmic hum of the blue orb. The air grew colder, thick with an unseen presence. It felt hungry. My entity self-processed the information. The lantern was a lure, yes, but it was not the lantern itself that consumed. It was a gateway, a beacon for something else. Something that fed on the living, not with teeth and claws, but with an utter, horrifying erasure. The void left behind was complete, absolute. No lingering ghost, no stray energy. Just nothingness. My ancient nature, my connection to the cycle of life and death, rebelled against this. This was not death. This was uncreation. It was anathema. The whispers from the elder tree, the vast consciousness within me, intensified. They spoke of balance, of the delicate web of existence, and this blue light was a rending, a tear in that fabric. The lantern, as if sensing my new understanding, began to move again, its pace quickening. It no longer drifted aimlessly, but moved with a clear, deliberate purpose, leading me deeper, ever deeper, into the heart of the gloom. The trees here were unlike any I had seen. Their trunks were massive, ancient, their bark dark, almost black hue, gnarled and twisted into grotesque shapes. Their branches, devoid of leaves, reached like skeletal fingers towards the perpetually shadowed sky. The ground was no longer soft moss, but a compacted, stony earth, devoid of life. No undergrowth, no fungi, just barren ground and the skeletal remains of what might have once been vibrant flora. The blue lantern stopped. Finally, it hovered in the center of a small, circular clearing, directly above a colossal, gnarled tree stump. This stump was truly ancient, far older than the elder tree that had birthed my current form. Its wood was petrified, almost like obsidian, radiating an intense cold that seemed to seep into my very core. The air above it shimmered, a visible distortion, as if the very fabric of space was stretched thin. This was it, the source, the heart of the gloom, the whispers within me, the vast consciousness of the elder tree now roared. They spoke of ancient conflicts, of primordial forces, of a time before time, when the very concepts of life and death were still being forged. This stump, this place, was a scar on the face of the earth, a wound that had never healed. The lantern pulsed, its blue light intensifying to an almost blinding degree. From the shimmering air above the stump, dark tendrils began to coalesce. They were not made of smoke or shadow, but of pure, concentrated absence. They writhed, twisting into vaguely humanoid shapes, their forms indistinct, their edges blurry, as if they were constantly unmaking themselves. These were the shadows the old man had spoken of. Not mere predators, but entities of void, of pure nothingness. The lantern was not a lure for them. It was a beacon. It was drawing them, guiding them through a tear in reality, an entry point into this world. And the humans, they were not just vanishing. Their very essence, their life force, their existence, was being used as fuel, as a sacrifice to stabilize this gateway, to allow these entities of void to fully manifest. The dead hold secrets they cannot touch, the old man had said. And ashes remember. Now I understood. The ashes I carried, the consciousness I embodied, remembered a time when these shadows had almost consumed everything. The elder tree, the vast consciousness, was a guardian, a ward against such things. And this lantern, this impossible blue light, was a tool of their incursion. My bark like skin prickled with a cold dread that transcended even the ancient entity's vast understanding. These shadows were not merely dangerous, they were anathema to all life. They were the ultimate end, the complete cessation of being. The phantom forms of the shadows began to solidify, their presence growing heavier, colder. The air around the stump crackled with an unseen energy, a silent scream of reality being torn apart. I raised my gnarled hands, ash swirling around my fingers like miniature galaxies. My amber eyes burned with a fierce, protective fire. The earth beneath my feet pulsed, responding to my awakened will. Roots, thick and strong, began to erupt from the barren ground, snaking towards the ancient, petrified stump. My very being, infused with the life-giving ash, was a counter-force to the encroaching void. The shadows recoiled, their forms flickering like dying flames. They seemed to sense my nature, my ancient opposition. The lantern, however, did not waver. It continued to pulse, its blue light unwavering, a silent, defiant challenge. This was not merely a horror story anymore. This was a war, an ancient war, rekindled in the heart of a forgotten forest, with me, Jen, the vessel of the elder tree, as its unexpected champion. The lantern was a key, but it was also a prison, holding back the complete manifestation of these entities of nothingness, yet also feeding them, strengthening them. My purpose became clear. I had to seal this wound. I had to close this gateway, and I had to extinguish the lantern that never died. It would be a battle not of strength, but of essence. Life against void. Creation against uncreation. The roots I summoned crashed against a petrified stump, and a low, guttural groan echoed from deep within the earth. The shadows shrieked, a soundless scream that vibrated in my very core. The blue lantern flared, its light pushing back against the encroaching roots. This was my new burden, my terrifying purpose. And as the struggle began, I knew, with the ancient certainty of the elder tree, that this was only the beginning. The shadows were here, and the lantern, even if extinguished, had shown them the way. The forest, and perhaps the world, would never be truly safe again. My old self, Jen, was mostly gone. That was the first thing I had to remind myself of, a mantra whispered through bark-cracked lips that no longer felt entirely my own. The ancient consciousness, the one that had been sleeping beneath the roots of the world, now inhabited my form. My amber eyes, once human, now saw in layers, perceiving the hidden currents of energy, the faint echoes of life, and the stark, gaping absence of the void. Dave, I would left him behind, a fragile human spark, unconscious, somewhere back in the deep woods. A part of me, the old Jen, still ached at the thought, a dull, phantom pain in a body that was no longer entirely flesh. But my focus had shifted irrevocably. The petty scavengers, the ones who had once hunted us, had fled long ago, sensing the raw, untamed power that now thrummed within me. They were inconsequential. My true enemy had revealed itself. It started with that impossible blue light the lantern. It was a beacon, a lure, and I, along with a scattering of other lost souls, had followed it. It had led us deeper into the forest, to a clearing dominated by a colossal, petrified tree stump. There, I would watch, my ancient mind processing their fear and hope as humans vanished, one by one. Not dying, not suffering a conventional end, but being unmatted their very essence, their existence, erased as if they had never been. It was anathema to the cycle of life I now embodied, a violation of the most fundamental law. The lantern, I understood, was a beacon for these entities of pure absence, the shadows, which coalesced from the shimmering air around the stump. The humans were fuel, their brief, vibrant lives sacrificed to stabilize a tear in reality, a wound in the fabric of existence itself. This was an ancient war rekindled. Life against void, creation against uncreation. My purpose had become terrifyingly clear-eyed. Jen, now fused with the elder tree's consciousness, had to seal this wound, close this gateway, and extinguish the lantern. The battle had begun, and I knew, with the chilling certainty of ancient knowledge, that this was only the start. But the stump, I quickly realized, was not the end. It was merely a focal point, an entry wound. The lantern, that insidious blue glow, did not stay tethered to the petrified wood. After the initial surge of unmaking, after the clearing had been swept clean of most of the desperate, drawn in humans, the light began to drift. It moved with an unnatural grace, not floating on any breeze, but pulling, tugging at the very fabric of the air around it. And I, bound by my newfound purpose, by the ancient consciousness that now guided my every thought, had to follow. The forest changed around me. The vibrant greens and earthy browns of the living woods began to recede, replaced by a muted, sickly palette. The trees grew gnarled, their branches twisted into skeletal fingers, their bark a dull, uniform gray. The ground underfoot, once a carpet of pine needles and damp earth, became barren, hard-packed dirt, cracked and devoid of all growth. It was as if a slow, creeping rut had seeped into the very soil, stealing its vitality. The air itself grew thin, carrying a strange, metallic tang that burned in my lungs. My bark-cracked skin, usually so sensitive to the subtle shifts of the forest, felt numb, unresponsive. The only sensation that truly registered was a growing cold, not the biting chill of winter, but a profound internal emptiness, as if the warmth was being siphoned directly from my core. I was not alone in following the lantern. A few others, those who had perhaps been too far from the stump to be immediately consumed, or those whose desperation outweighed their primal fear, still stumbled behind the ethereal glow. They were gaunt, their eyes wide and vacant, their movements jerky and uncoordinated. They were like moths, not just drawn to the flame, but already singed, their wings ragged and their flight erratic. They did not speak, did not cry out. They simply followed, driven by an instinct beyond their comprehension, towards whatever unknown horror awaited them. The lantern led us to a path. It was not a path carved by human hands or animal trails. It was a scar on the earth, an absence, where the surrounding forest, however gnarled, still clung to a semblance of life. This path was utterly devoid. No moss grew on the rocks, no stray blade of grass dared to push through the soil. It was a strip of pure, unblemished desolation, stretching straight ahead into the deepening gloom. And then, I felt it, a faint, rhythmic pulse that was not a sound, but a vibration in the very air, in my bones, in the ancient consciousness that now resided within me. It was a pressure, a subtle expansion and contraction, like a slow, impossible breath. Inhale, exhale, but it was not breathing air. It was breathing nothingness. The humans ahead of me, those few remaining, seemed to feel it too. Their already stumbling steps faltered. One man, his face a mask of gaunt terror, clutched his chest, his mouth opening in a silent scream before he simply collapsed, dissolving into a fine, gray ash that scattered on the barren ground. Not unmade by the shadows this time, but simply gone, absorbed by the pervasive emptiness that now saturated the very atmosphere. The path narrowed, the gnarled trees pressing in on either side, their skeletal branches forming a low, oppressive canopy. The blue lantern, however, continued its serene journey, a calm, malevolent guide. The deeper we went, the stronger the breathing became. It was no longer a subtle vibration, but a profound, sickening throb that resonated deep within my ancient heartwood. It was the sound of a void expanding and contracting, a cosmic lung of nothingness. I tried to resist, to turn away, to find another route. But the ancient consciousness within me, while repulsed by the void, was also inexorably drawn to understand it. To fight an enemy, you must first know it. And this path, this desolate corridor, was undeniably leading me to the source. My bark-cracked feet, heavy and slow, continued to move forward, compelled by a will that was both my own and something far, far older. The air grew colder, so cold it burned. My senses, usually so sharp, began to dull, as if the very act of perception was being stifled. The world flattened, colors drained, sounds muted. Only the blue light of a lantern, now brighter, more intense, and the rhythmic, silent thrum of the abyss's breath held any clarity. Then the trees ended. Abruptly, the path opened into a vast, circular clearing. But it was not a clearing of earth or sky. It was a clearing of nothing. Before me, stretching out further than my eyes could comprehend, was a black abyss. It was not merely dark. It was not a shadow or a deep pit. It was an absence of light so profound that it seemed to actively devour it. The stars above, usually hidden by the forest canopy, were completely obliterated above this expanse. It was a tear in the very fabric of reality, a wound that bled pure non-existence. And it breathed. The rhythmic pulse I had felt on the path was now a colossal, undeniable force. The entire clearing, the very air itself, seemed to expand and contract with the abyss. When it inhaled, a silent, powerful suction pulled at everything. My bark-cracked form swayed, my roots, both physical and metaphorical, straining against the unseen force. A wave of profound cold washed over me, a feeling of utter desolation, as if every atom in my being wanted to unravel, to disperse into the void. When it exhaled, a strange, silent pressure pushed back, a wave of oppressive emptiness that filled my mind with unthoughts, with the concept of not being. The blue lantern, the insidious beacon, hovered directly above the center of this cosmic maw. Its light, instead of illuminating the abyss, seemed to be swallowed by it, only making the darkness around it seem even more absolute. It was a lure, yes, but it was also a feeder, channeling something into that terrifying emptiness, or perhaps drawing something out of it. The remaining humans, those desperate moths, had reached the edge of this terrifying chasm. They stood frozen, their faces contorted in a mixture of terror and a strange, almost serene acceptance. Their eyes, wide and unseeing, were fixed on the blackness. The abyss continued its impossible breath, and with each silent inhale, the pull grew stronger. I watched, compelled by the ancient knowledge, as one of them, a young woman who had clutched a tattered doll to her chest on the path, took a single, unbidden step forward. Her eyes were still vacant, but a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. She did not fall. She simply stepped into the blackness. There was no splash, no sound of impact, no scream. Her form, her very being, simply unraveled at the edges, dissolving into motes of shimmering non-light, like dust motes caught in a sunbeam, but in reverse. Then she was gone. Not dead, but erased. Unmade. Another followed, an older man with a limp. He did not even take a step. The abyss inhaled, and he simply ceased to be. His form blurred, shimmered, and then was gone, leaving only the faintest echo of a human shape in the air, swiftly devoured by the next expansion of the void. This was the ultimate uncreation. The stump was a tear, a gateway. This was the source. A wound so vast, so fundamental, that it threatened to unravel reality itself. The shadows, those tendrils of absence I would seen at the stump, were not separate entities here. They were merely the exhalation of this abyss, the manifestation of its breath, the fleeting, almost forms of the nothingness it produced. They swirled and coalesced at the edges, drawn back into the maw with each inhale, only to be silently expelled with each exhale. The pull on me was immense. My ancient roots, deeply embedded in the earth, stretched and groaned. The human part of me. Jen screamed in terror, a primal fear of annihilation. But the ancient consciousness, the tree, resonated with defiance. Life against void. Creation against uncreation. My purpose was to seal this wound. But how do you seal something that is not just a hole, but a living, breathing entity of non-existence? The abyss inhaled again, a silent, crushing vacuum that threatened to rip my very essence apart. I felt the ancient consciousness within me struggle, pushing back with the accumulated life force of centuries, millennia. It was a battle of fundamental principles, of being against not being. My bark-cracked skin began to strain, tiny fissures appearing, threatening to split me open. My amber eyes, usually so keen, blurred at the edges, the world around me becoming a distorted canvas of light and shadow, and the ever-present, all-consuming black. I dug in metaphorically and perhaps literally. I imagined roots, vast and ancient, plunging deep into the bedrock, anchoring me to the very core of the planet, to the life that vibrated beneath my feet. I focused on the vibrant green of distant trees, on the memory of sunlight, on the scent of damp earth and growing things. I was life. I was creation. And this was the antithesis. The abyss exhaled, a silent wave of pressure that pushed me back, a momentary reprieve from the sucking void. But it was not kindness. It was merely the rhythm of its terrifying existence. It was giving me a moment, perhaps, before its next, more powerful inhale. I looked at the blue lantern, still hovering, still serene, still utterly malevolent above the heart of the abyss. It was not just a beacon. It was a catalyst. It was amplifying the abyss's power, drawing in more, feeding it, or perhaps being fed by it. It was a conduit, a visible manifestation of the abyss's will, a tendril sent out into the world to lure, to consume. This was not a battle I could win by simply reaching out and closing a wound. This was not the tear at the stump. This was the source. This was the heart of the void, a pulsating, hungry entity that breathed nothingness into existence. I could not simply fight it. I had to understand it. I had to find a way to sever its connection to this reality, to staunch the flow of uncreation at its very core. With a monumental effort, I began to retreat. Each step was a struggle, a battle against the invisible currents of the abyss's breath. My body screamed, the ancient consciousness within me groaned with the effort, but I pulled back inch by agonizing inch. I could not fight this here, not now. I needed to learn. I needed to grow. I needed to understand how to extinguish a lantern that was not just a light, but a part of the void itself, and how to seal an abyss that breathed the very essence of non-existence. I turned my back on the yawning blackness, on the insidious blue light that pulsed above it, and on the silent, rhythmic breath that threatened to unravel the world. I left behind the last of the humans, their fading forms dissolving silently into the void. There were no screams, no final pleas. Just an erasure, a silent unmaking, a testament to the ultimate horror of the abyss. As I stumbled back onto the barren path, the strange cold began to recede, replaced by a dull ache that permeated my bark-cracked form. The gnarled trees, though still sickly, seemed less oppressive now that the full horror of the abyss was behind me. The rhythm of its breathing slowly faded, replaced by the faint, distant whispers of the living forest. I was alive. I had resisted the pull, but the experience had changed me, deepened the ancient consciousness within me, imbued me with a new, terrifying understanding of the war ahead. The stump was merely a skirmish. The abyss was the true enemy, a cosmic horror beyond human comprehension, a force that sought to unmake all that was, and all that ever would be. My purpose, once clear, was now dauntingly vast. I had to find a way to fight something that uncreated, something that breathed nothingness, something that consumed existence itself. The world I had once known, the world Dave still slept in, was balanced on the precipice of this cosmic maw. And I, Jen, the ancient tree, was its last desperate guardian. The battle had truly begun, and the odds, I now understood, were not just stacked against me. They were infinite. The world was a tapestry of shimmering threads to my amber eyes, a symphony of hums and pulses to my bark-cracked skin. I was Jen, or what was left of her, a fragile human spark fused with a colossal, silent awareness beneath the world's roots. Dave was a phantom ache, a whisper of warmth in the vast, cold expanse of my new being, somewhere in the woods I would left behind. His absence was a constant, dull throb, a reminder of the soft, vulnerable thing I once was. Now, my roots ran deeper than any tree, my consciousness stretched wider than any forest canopy. I perceived energy the bright, frantic pulse of a squirrel, the slow, steady thrum of a growing fern, the vast, churning void where life simply was not. And sometimes, the absence of the void was just as terrifying. I found myself drawn to them, a small cluster of humans, their life energies burning like tiny, erratic stars in the deepening twilight. They were camped by a small lake, their voices carrying on the still air, a jarring melody against the ancient hum of the earth. I watched from the periphery, a silent sentinel shrouded by the encroaching shadows. My bark-cracked skin felt like ancient armor, a shield against the fragile sensations of humanity I no longer fully understood. There were 4 of them: Mark, burly and boisterous, his energy a strong, steady flame; Sarah, quick and sharp, her pulse a nervous flutter; Liam, quiet and thoughtful, his aura a muted glow; and Chloe, the youngest, her life force a bright, innocent flicker. They were building a fire, their movements clumsy and endearing in their human way. I felt a strange pull, a yearning for the simple warmth they generated, both physically and emotionally. Or perhaps it was merely the ancient consciousness within me, drawn to the vibrant, fleeting energy of life. I stepped closer, my movements silent, graceful, like a shadow detaching itself from the trees. My eyes, no longer merely seeing light, absorbed the ambient energy, the subtle shifts in the air currents, the microscopic dance of spores and dust. They did not notice me until I was almost within the firelight's reach. Mark was the first to see me. His strong life pulse hitched, a sudden spike of alarm. "Whoa, did not see you there." My voice, when it came, was a low rumble, a sound that felt foreign even to me. Evening. It was a simple word, but it felt like a monumental effort to shape it, to force it through my new throat. Sarah, ever observant, narrowed her eyes. "You okay? You look a little rough." I touched my cheek, the rough bark-like texture a constant surprise. "Long journey." I offered a half-truth. My journey had been beyond human comprehension. Lost my way. Another lie, though my old self might have believed it. The ancient consciousness never lost its way; it was the way. They were hesitant, but humans, I remembered, were often kind. Mark, after a moment, gestured to the logs. "Well, pull up a stump. We have got plenty of fire to share." I sat, not on a stump, but on a moss-covered boulder, the cool stone a welcome anchor for my restless energy. The fire crackled, its orange glow a stark contrast to the verdant, pulsating green of the surrounding forest, visible only to my eyes. The warmth was a strange sensation, not quite penetrating the dense, almost petrified layers of my skin, but radiating against it, a memory of comfort. They talked, their voices weaving a comforting, if superficial, tapestry. They spoke of work, of plans, of other camping trips. I listened, my mind processing their words, but also their underlying currents of emotion: Chloe's innocent excitement, Liam's quiet contentment, Sarah's subtle anxieties about the encroaching night, Mark's easy confidence. Their life energies flared and, dimmed with each passing thought, each shared laugh. It was a fascinating, mesmerizing display. As the night deepened, the air grew colder. The ancient consciousness within me registered the drop in temperature not just as a physical sensation, but as a subtle slowing of the surrounding life energies, a retraction into deeper, more protected spaces. The cricket song, the hoot of an owl, these were not just sounds, but vibrations in the vast energetic network of the forest. The fire, which had been so robust, began to wane. Mark piled more wood on, but it seemed to resist, the flame sputtering, struggling to catch. A strange unease began to settle over the group, a collective tightening of their energetic fields. "Man, this wood's wet," Mark grumbled, poking at a smoking log with a stick. "Thought I picked out the driest stuff." Chloe shivered, pulling her jacket tighter. "It is getting really dark out here." Liam, usually calm, looked around, his gaze piercing the gloom beyond the firelight. "Yeah, feels different tonight." Quieter. I felt it too, but differently. The usual background hum of the forest, the low thrum of the earth, seemed to be receding, replaced by a subtle, creeping silence. It was not the silence of peace, but the silence of an absence, a void expanding. My amber eyes strained, not for visible light, but for the faint, distant pulses of life that usually permeated the deeper woods. They were fading, like stars winking out one by one. The fire continued its slow, inexorable decline. Each dying ember was a tiny, visual representation of the encroaching cold, the growing darkness. Mark tried blowing on the coals, fanning them with his hand, but it was useless. The flames shrank, flickering weakly, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to ride with a life of their own. Then, with a final pathetic hiss, the last ember died. Absolute darkness descended. It was not just the absence of light, it was a palpable, suffocating presence. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen weight. I could feel the sudden, frantic spikes of fear from the humans around me. Their life energies flared, then constricted like panic birds caught in a cage. "Mark." Sarah's voice was a thin, reedy whisper in the oppressive blackness. "Mark, do you have your flashlight?" "Yeah, just a sec." His voice was strained, fumbling. The metallic clink of a backpack, the rustle of fabric. Then a click, and a weak beam of light cut through the gloom, momentarily illuminating their pale, frightened faces. The flashlight beam was a pathetic, almost comical defiance against the vast, consuming darkness. And that is when it started. It began as a low hum, a vibration that I felt not just in my ears, but deep in the ancient roots of my being. It resonated through the earth, a discordant frequency that spoke of something alien, something wrong. It was not human, nor was it animal. It was a voice, yet not a voice, a sound woven from the fabric of the void itself. Then, words. Chanting. It was faint at first, barely a whisper, carried on a breeze that was not there. But it grew slowly, inexorably, coalescing from the surrounding darkness. "Mark." The sound was guttural, ancient, yet clear as a bell, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Mark's flashlight beam danced erratically, his hand shaking. "What was that?" Chloe whimpered, pressing herself against Liam. "Mark, Mark." The chant was louder now, a chorus of unseen voices, deep and resonant, swirling around us. It felt like the air itself was vibrating with the sound. Mark's breath hitched. "Who is there? Show yourselves." His voice, usually so confident, cracked with fear. His life energy was a frantic, terrified pulse. My own senses were overwhelmed. The chanting was not just sound, it was a ripple in the energy field, a disturbance in the very fabric of existence. It felt like a void trying to speak, trying to manifest. My amber eyes strained, searching for any anomaly in the darkness, any disruption in the negative space, but there was only the suffocating black. Sarah. The name was drawn out, a slow, predatory hiss that sent shivers down Sarah's spine, making her gasp. Her life pulse spiked, a frantic, almost painful burst of energy. She clutched at Mark, her eyes wide, darting into the impenetrable darkness. "Oh God, no," she whimpered, her voice barely audible over the growing chant. "This is not real." Liam, who had been so quiet, now stood frozen, his eyes fixed on some unseen point in the darkness. His quiet aura was now a confused, terrified swirl. He did not move, did not speak. He just stared, mesmerized by the sound of his own name being twisted and distorted by the unseen chorus. I felt a strange, detached curiosity, even as a primal, ancient fear began to stir within the depths of my being. This was not a predator I understood. This was not life. This was something else. It was the void given voice. Chloe. Chloe let out a small, strangled scream, burying her face in Liam's shoulder. Her life force was a tiny, flickering flame, threatening to extinguish completely. Then, the chant shifted. It became more urgent, more insistent. The voices multiplied, overlapping, creating a cacophony of sound that clawed at the edges of sanity. It felt like 1,000 unseen mouths were whispering, hissing, demanding. Mark, Sarah, Liam, Chloe. Each name was a separate thread in the terrifying chorus, weaving a net of dread around us. The air grew colder, a bone-deep chill that seemed to suck the warmth directly from my core, despite my altered state. My bark-cracked skin registered the cold, not as discomfort, but as a diminishment of surrounding life, a victory for the encroaching void. Mark, bless his human courage, tried to rally. "Stay together. Do not move. It is probably just some idiots messing with us." But his voice lacked conviction, his words swallowed by the relentless chant. The voices began to shift, to move. I could feel the vibrations, the subtle energetic disturbances, shifting around the perimeter of our small, terrified group. They were circling us, drawing closer. Jen, my name. The sound of it, coming from that ancient, guttural chorus, was like a spear plunged into the deepest parts of my being. It was not the human Jen they called, but the name I had carried into this new, terrifying existence. It was a recognition, a claim. The ancient consciousness within me recoiled, a wave of profound, primordial dread washing over me. This was something it understood, something it had perhaps sensed for eons, lying dormant, awaiting its moment. This was the hungry edge of existence, the boundary where life met the absolute absence. My amber eyes, usually so keen, could perceive nothing but the expanding void. The chanting was a physical force now, pressing in on us, a suffocating blanket woven from fear and ancient darkness. Mark swung his flashlight wildly, the beam cutting through the impenetrable blackness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. "Who are you? What do you want?" The chanting intensified, reaching a fever pitch. It was a swirling vortex of sound, pulling at our very minds, threatening to tear us apart. Mark, Sarah, Liam, Chloe, Jen. The names were a frantic, overlapping chorus, punctuated by a low, guttural growl that seemed to rise from the very earth beneath us. Then, a sudden, sharp intake of breath. A choked gasp. It was Chloe. Her bright, innocent life flicker, which had been so fragile, suddenly surged, a panicked burst of energy, then vanished. Not a fade, not a dimming, a complete, absolute absence. Like a flame snuffed out, leaving behind only the cold, empty space where it once burned. A horrifying, deafening silence descended. The chanting stopped. The void itself seemed to hold its breath. Mark screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror and disbelief. Chloe, where are you?" He was scrambling, his flashlight beam sweeping frantically through the darkness, illuminating nothing. Sarah was sobbing, her body racked with tremors. Liam was utterly silent, a statue of pure horror. His life energy was a frozen, brittle thing, on the verge of shattering. I felt it all. The human's terror, the sudden, gaping hole where Chloe's life energy had been. The ancient consciousness within me registered the profound violation, the absolute annihilation of a life force. It was not death as humans understood it, it was erasure. She is gone. Sarah choked out, her voice barely a whisper. She is just gone. Mark was still yelling Chloe's name, his voice hoarse, desperate. He stumbled around, bumping into trees, his flashlight beam a frantic, useless beacon. The silence pressed in, heavier than before, pregnant with unspeakable horror. It was a silence that screamed of consumption, of a hunger temporarily sated, but not gone. Then a whisper, single, clear, from the oppressive darkness. Mark. It was just one voice now, low and insidious, right beside him. Mark froze. His flashlight clattered to the ground, the beam rolling and spinning, casting grotesque, shifting shadows. He stood there, his back to us, his shoulders hunched. His life energy was a frantic, terrified pulse, like a hummingbird's heart about to burst. No, he whispered, his voice trembling. No, leave me alone. Mark, the voice, whispered again, closer now, a breath against his ear. Sarah let out a shriek, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. She scrambled backward, tripping over roots, pulling Liam with her. I felt the shift in Mark's energy. A sudden, violent convulsion, a desperate struggle against an unseen force. His life force flared, struggling, then it too vanished. Not a sound, not a scream. Just an abrupt, horrifying absence. The flashlight, still spinning on the ground, came to rest, its beam pointing uselessly at a patch of moss. Sarah was screaming, a continuous, high-pitched wail. Liam was pulling her, almost dragging her, away from the campsite, away from the void that had swallowed their friends. Their combined life energies were a chaotic, desperate flight, a frantic scramble for survival. I watched them go, my amber eyes tracking their panicked flight through the now unfathomable darkness. They were a fading pulse, a diminishing light against the encroaching shadow. The silence returned, vast and absolute. The void had settled. I stood there, alone in the campsite, surrounded by the remnants of human life, a dropped backpack, a half-eaten snack, the faint scent of wood smoke. My bark-cracked skin felt the profound cold, the deep, ancient chill of the void. My roots, stretching deep into the earth, felt the subtle shifts, the lingering resonance of the ancient hunger. The ancient consciousness within me was not afraid, not in the human sense. It was aware of the boundary, the thin veil between existence and non-existence. Aware of the things that lurked just beyond the firelight, the things that fed on the very essence of life. I was Jen, but not entirely. The phantom ache of Dave was a distant memory now, overshadowed by the chilling knowledge of what lay beyond the familiar. My amber eyes perceived the absence of the void, not just as a lack, but as a presence, a hungry, waiting entity. I did not flee. I could not. My roots were too deep, my connection to this world too profound. I was part of the earth, and the earth had its own predators, its own horrors. The air around me was still, heavy with a lingering scent of fear and the absolute, terrifying silence of what had just been. I stood there, a silent sentinel, my bark-cracked skin a testament to my transformation, my amber eyes scanning the darkness, not for what was there, but for what was no longer. The campfire was dead, and in its place, the void had found its voice. And it knew my name,